we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we say good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. Now, the show is VOP This Morning, and the station is Voice of the People Television. I am Chukuma Okoro. Now, and in the next 2 hours or thereabout, we are going to take you through very interesting stories. Nasir El-Rufai alleges ICPC warned him to stay away from 2027 politics as condition for his release. Well, that's interesting. Again, Labour Party crisis deepens as Abure-led National Executive Committee NEC dissolves Nenadi Usman Committee, and brazen show of audacity as terrorist leader hosts TikTok live stream with Nigerian and fellow group members in Zamfara. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. But beyond this, it would be nice to let you know, if, in case you don't know, that we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Now, let's get into the other interesting stories.
Good morning, Mr. Okoro.
Good morning.
Yesterday, and
I'm
so
here
glad
today.
to see you.
I'm here today.
Moses,
I'm here
I missed
today.
you. Did you miss me?
On the spot. On the spot. We are here today.
Good morning. I missed you too.
Good morning.
And of course, I missed our viewers as well. Good morning to you. I'm Moses Humphrey, and she's Jane Ogoye.
Yeah.
All right. So now let's take you through some of the conversations. The federal government has introduced a new consumer credit product, Fly Now, Pay Later, aimed at making domestic air travel more accessible to Nigerians. The Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation disclosed this in an announcement posted on its X handle on Tuesday, stating that the initiative will allow eligible customers to book local flights and repay the cost over time through structured financing. Now, according to Credit Corps, the scheme is designed to remove the upfront financial barrier that often delays important trips for many Nigerians. Well, and that's basically, laudable. I have mixed feelings about this one. Yes, it will enable Nigerians, move around freely, but we know how we can be here. People might start using this for some frivolous, unimportant trips. That's on one side. Now, should the federal government be doing this? That's another question. I looked around, and there's no government anywhere in the world that is involved in such schemes. Now, private individuals can get involved in such schemes where people will pay, and if you pay on time, it will be no interest. But if you delay in payments, that's where the interest starts to pile up. Private companies, all right, they do that, not the government of any country. But here, the case is different in Nigeria. It's the federal government championing this move. And of course, ordinarily, one would ask, shouldn't the government try as much as possible to ensure that the earning power of the ordinary man increases? I think that's what the government should be doing. Create an environment where people can earn. If people earn, I mean, there was a time, we keep saying this, there was a time in Nigeria where airfares were 10 naira. There was a time, let's not go too far. Yeah. There was a time in Nigeria when airfares were 24 naira. 24,000, I beg your pardon.
Yes, you could do around
24,000 naira. With 42,000 naira, you do for 45,000 naira, you go to and back. There was that time. But now we are talking 150,000, we're talking 200,000 one way. But we're talking 300,000 in December. It came up to about 300,000 naira one way. Now, shouldn't the government, they have a lot of factors that have led to the increase in standard of living, subsidy being gone, removal, importation of fuel and the products that come with it, the price and everything. So things have become expensive. Now, if Nigerians will borrow money to go to school, and then you come out of school, you start to pay debt, and then you have an interview somewhere, and you want to attend, maybe from we want. That's not what we should have. I think we can do better.
Yes, I think we can do better. When I saw this, I just laughed, because as a matter of fact, the impression I came up with, after reading this is that every other day, the government continues to tell Nigerians that they are confused, that they don't know what they are doing. That's the impression I come up with, because nothing, convinces me that the government knows what they are doing. As a matter of fact, at my little level, I do understand that Nigeria is not yet ripe for a credit economy. That's the truth. We tried this kind of thing in the 90s, not on airfares. We tried this kind of thing in the 90s where household items like refrigerators, television sets, there were few companies, that came out of the finance houses and all of that, and they were now giving credit to people, Now, when people, you pay a certain amount of money, down payment. If it is 100 naira, you pay 30 naira, and over time, you pay off the other 70 naira and all of that. And you know what? Because we don't have job security in this country, and when people change jobs from one job to the other, there are no records and all of that. Those companies, gathered a whole lot of debts, and at the end of the day, they crashed. We didn't have information, Somebody could live in Sokoto and tell you, I'm living in Ibadan. How are you able to trace that person? Now we are getting closer to it because we have NIN, we have BVN. But even at that, with NIN, when somebody changes address, if I live here now and go back to Akwa Ibom State, there's nothing in the system that tells you this is where I'm living now. So Nigeria essentially is not yet ripe for a credit economy, because at the end of the day, what will happen in this case is that we try it for 2 or 3 times and we go back to where we are coming from. And as a matter of fact, this wouldn't solve our problem. What the government needs to do, when Moses talked about, to show up the earning power of Nigerians, I am like, well, it should not be the strategy. I think what the government needs to do is to force down and push down inflation. When the government pushes down inflation, what will happen is that the little that you earn will even have value and become meaningful. Okay, so we now say that a round trip, a trip from here to Enugu is probably 180,000 naira. So I pay how much? I pay like 70,000, 80,000 naira and spread the rest to how long am I going to pay off and all of that. So, and you understand that the way we do here, because our interest rates, we have the MPR, the monetary policy rate set by the CBN in terms of credits and all of that. We don't even follow it because banks will say they give you 32% per annum and they split it into 12. There are so many loan apps now around and they don't even follow the CBN guidelines. Yeah. They don't follow the CBN guidelines. MCN gives you a credit of 200 naira and they charge you 15%. One off. So in all of this, we are not able to regulate until such a time that we have data, and we even have, system that says, I left this job and I'm doing another job. And if you go into my name or into my personal data, you're able to see that I've moved apartments I've moved jobs and all of that, so that the person, the creditor, is able, to assess. Until such a time, I'm not sure that this is going to work.
If memory serves me right,
okay,
isn't this similar to what wrecked Nigeria Airways, where members of staff were having to fly almost, at reduced rate, almost free, and that just killed the airline?
That was part of it. You know why? Because members of staff, were aware of such opportunities. I mean, if I know
their family members too could join in.
But that's one of the perks of working in an airline.
No, but we abuse it.
Yes, so
we abuse it.
I think
so. There's a tendency that we might also abuse it.
And I think because Nigerians have a complicated and a love-hate relationship with credit facilities, it won't work. It's dead on arrival. Because I love what when you touched on the loan apps. You see how loan apps pretty much breathe down people's neck, even print obituaries, harass friends and families of people who take on loans, because Nigerians don't pay, really. Though I know that those ones they usually go overboard. But Nigerians, I'm sorry to say I'm Nigerian, but we are not honest. Dishonesty is a part of it. We abuse a lot of things.
You know why we are dishonest? Because there are loopholes.
Because there are loopholes.
There are loopholes. Like I said, you can't trace some of these things.
Yes, so it won't work. Just like Moses said, the government should think of how to increase purchasing power, reduce inflation, and just make life easy for us.
It's not, because if you increase purchasing power, probably technically speaking, increasing purchasing power actually means pushing down on inflation.
Yes.
Because if you, like what NS is asking for now, the moment you increase minimum wage to 150,
and you announce it, the market woman increases her price. Everybody.
The vulcanizer increases his, and everything just goes up.
So at the end of the day, what I come up with is that the government is just trying to panic measures to ensure that, to look good before the people, especially as we are entering an election year.
I think they are confused, really.
That's the word. That's the word, confused.
With the number of things they are putting out, good ideas, but they're just confused.
Let's run to the papers now. Let's move away from this conversation. We'll probably get back to it some other time. But let's looking at Daily Independence. These are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independence. Nigeria UK business boom. Banks, fintechs, creatives drive jobs surge. Hefty investment. 2027, ADC steps up preparation with comprehensive governance plan. Tinubu asks appointees seeking elective offices to resign before March 31. And we also have Nigeria's 2025 oil block bid enters next phase as NUPRC clears applicants. Use second term to consolidate on achievements, Shetima tells Soludo. NEL Fund disburses 206 billion naira to over 1 million students since inception. There you go. Federal government launches Fly Now, Pay Later. Well, that's it. We just talked about it. This is for domestic flights. There's a rider here. Let's see. OK's electric buses for civil servants to boost local auto industry. I was even going to talk about why not fix the roads and ensure that the roads are secure and the roads are good. That way, people can use roads to yes.
Curb insecurity.
Curb insecurity. Let the roads be pliable. People can move around freely.
Build rails.
Build rails. The rails are trains are derailing.
How can two trains collide?
Did they collide?
Yes, that's what happened.
Yes,
we talked about. They collided.
It happened.
Two locomotive trains. So
they say it was because of problems in fixing and all of that.
We have a big problem in Nigeria. And it's not just the government now. Let's be honest.
No.
Even the people have their part to play in all of this. We've seen Nigerians steal the metal, those metal bars that were using laying the rail tracks.
Even third mainland, those bars,
those blinkers, the bars. Nigerians go there, steal them,
so
and sell to fellow Nigerians.
Is that hunger? What is it?
We are just a nasty set of people, to be honest.
Yes, that's what we are. So, like you said, so most of the time it's shared responsibility. I don't blame the government all the time because Nigerians constitute the government. Nigerians, they are not Americans or Liberians that are government. It's Nigerians like you and I who go to mosques on Friday to worship and churches on Sunday. And on Monday morning, they go to offices and inflate contracts and sit on top of people's files. And every other weekend, we go back and pray to God, asking for a better Nigeria. It doesn't work and it's not going to work in that manner.
Things are created to make your life easy, and then you steal them, you destroy them, you spoil them. If there's a riot, if there's a protest, people will start busting street lights. And you start to ask yourself, why? Why are you spoiling
and the
this
person
thing?
that is their target has light 247 in his home.
Exactly.
He doesn't even know.
It's hard to comprehend how some Nigerians think.
Honestly.
Well, terrorist attacks. Tinubu orders service chiefs to relocate to Maiduguri, says Nigeria won't succumb to fear. Atiku condemns bombings, urges Tinubu to change strategy. On the bottom strip there, SEC shuts over 400 fraudulent investment schemes. Now, those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent.
Let's move us back to the Nigerian Tribune. It leads with outrage over killings in Maiduguri explosion. The judges have no power to order lawyer to kneel down in court, NBA. Tinubu directs ministers, other political appointees who want to contest in 2027 to resign by March 31st. Eid el-Fitri, federal government declares Thursday, Friday as public holiday. Court finds EFCC 500,000 naira for seeking multiple adjournments in Emefiele's trial. Cats may hold the key to treating human cancer. Scientists. Trump says U.S. does not need NATO support in Iran crisis. ADC government to designate kidnapping, banditry as terrorism, says Mark. Those are the lead stories on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune.
Well, that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines. At 10 o'clock, we'll go deeper into those headlines and help make sense of them all. Now, let's get into one of our conversations for this morning. The very first one, actually. Nasir El-Rufai alleges ICPC warned him to stay away from 2027 politics as condition for release. Interesting. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
And welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. This is VOP This Morning. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has accused officials of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, of attempting to coerce him into abandoning politics as a condition for his release from detention. The allegation is reportedly contained in a 30-page criminal complaint filed before a court, where El-Rufai directly named ICPC Chairman Musa Adamu Aliyu and 4 other officials. Well, according to court documents, the former governor claimed that operatives of the anti-corruption agency told him his freedom depended on his willingness to withdraw from political activities. The claim, detailed in paragraph 12 of the filing, stated that while in detention, ICPC officers allegedly acting on the authority of the commission's leadership made it clear that disengaging from politics was the price for his release. While further details in the supporting affidavit, particularly in paragraphs 22 to 24, alleged that El-Rufai was repeatedly warned that continuing his political involvement will keep him in custody, while agreeing to withdraw would secure his freedom. The allegation forms the basis of count 6 in the suit, where the embattled politician accused the officials of wrongful confinement with intent to compel an offense punishable under sections 264 and 267 of the Penal Code. We have been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we're broadcasting from, by Mr. Darlington Agombo. Mr. Agombo is a lawyer and as well as a political affairs analyst. We also have Comrade Ibrahim Momo. He's a teacher, lecturer of political science at the Ambu Sali University, Ekboma in Edo State. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
My pleasure.
Okay. I also understand that Professor Esua, the Dean of the Department of Religious Studies from Benue State University, has also joined us. Good morning, Professor, and thanks for being part of this program. Now, let's quickly start here from the studio where we have Mr. Agomo. Mr. Agomo, you're a lawyer. You listen to El-Rufai. El-Rufai says, well, ICPC has told me, except I disengage from politics, well, my detention will become interminable, unending. So in all of this, from all that he cited, do you see politics at play? Is he playing politics with ICPC? Or is he playing politics with the federal government? Or is he being factual? And as a matter of fact, does it look like the ICPC has anything against him? What are his lawyers doing? I mean, if he's free of the allegations, the charges against him, why are the lawyers not going to court to say, bring our client to court, let us rough it out in court and all of that? Help us make sense of what is happening between the El-Rufai, ICPC, and the ruling APC.
Whenever a man is unduly detained in this manner, just be sure that his rights have been violated. What El-Rufai was accused of is a bailable offense under our law. It's a bailable offense. Everybody knows that. And that is why they always go to court to ask for an extension of his detention, which is equally wrong. Because what exactly are you investigating? You have gone to his house. You have gathered some evidence. So what else is delaying his bail? You cannot explain that. So what El-Rufai said now is possible. That is just the truth. It's possible. In fact, this has exposed the federal government on what they have been doing all along. That whenever they see you as an obstacle, whenever they see you as a threat, they will look for a way to confine you in detention with all manner of charges. It's as simple as that.
As simple as that, Mr. Agomo. Now, let's look at it from this other angle. So does it look like El-Rufai is clean? Because if he wasn't, some people have argued, if he was not clean, the federal government will quickly charge him to court, rush through the investigations and prosecution, and now send him to jail, where they will permanently, at least for a while, put him out of politics, instead of having to ask him to negotiate his way out of politics. So does it look like he's a clean person? Like you said, they have gone to his house, conducted searches and all of that, and yet they are still extending, his detention and all of that. It does appear from your explanation that the man could be a clean man.
I said whatever allegation. I didn't say here that El-Rufai is a clean man.
No, I didn't say. You said, I'm just asking. Does it look like impliedly?
Whatever our laws is based on acquisitorial system. That means you are not the one to prove yourself. The person accusing you had to prove that you have done wrong.
Okay.
So if they claim that El-Rufai have done A, B, C, D, fine. Take him to court. Why are they keeping him in the cooler? That is the question here.
Which is the question I asked.
Yes, so keeping him there means that there are other motives. Not what you are accusing him of, which is a bailable offense. They just don't want to see an El-Rufai out of detention. Because when you have been bailed, you can be going to your court from home.
Okay, but before I run to the guest in Benin City, Barrister, between keeping him in detention and sending him to jail, which one would be better off for the federal government?
Good. Look, a case like this, you don't rush it.
Okay.
El-Rufai will have a legal team. It's not something they are going to rush. The usual adjournment and all that is there. So the federal government know that they cannot finish this case in 1 month. They know. And within that month, they don't want to see an El-Rufai moving about.
Okay, so
yeah, that is just the truth.
So apparently the federal government is also not in control of the cause, as we have assumed so many times. That's what you're saying. If they know that they cannot run through this case in just like 1 or 2 months. and put him out.
You are talking as if El-Rufai is the only case the courts have. I don't understand. It cannot be. They have avalanche of cases in court. So why would they pick El-Rufai's zone and say, oh yeah, we are going to treat this case today, tomorrow, next day, you know? I mean, how can you do that? Over what?
All right, beautiful.
So the adjournment and the extensions and all that, the lawyers of course, they are going to put a counter affidavit and all that. So this doesn't happen in one day.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Agomo. Now let's run to Mr. Ibrahim Momo. Comrade, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Comrade Ibrahim, I'll need for you to unmute your device so that we can have your audio feed. Okay, looks like we are having problems there. Okay, unfortunately we have lost connection with him. So let's quickly run to Professor Utswe, who joined us from Makurdi in Benue State. Good morning to you, Professor, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning, sir. Good to have you. Now, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. The thing on the table here is that, well, El-Rufai has said, ICPC said, for me to get out of the detention, I must have to pull out of politics. He's gone to court, you know, to challenge his continued detention and all of that. So what do you make of the fact that El-Rufai is saying this? Does it look like, as a matter of fact, let's have your reaction to his complaint. Does it come to you as a surprise that El-Rufai is saying this? Do you see this government as having the capacity to say, well, if we don't want you in politics, and if you are in politics, then you remain in detention? Let's have your reaction.
Well, I want to take El-Rufai's wordings with a lot of caution. Why so? I know El-Rufai has two faces. El-Rufai can tell you this, and the following day he will tell you the other. So he's a figure that has two faces. This is a figure that told us why he was the governor of Kaduna State, that they brought in terrorists from other countries to come and dislodge President Jonathan. And so he had a lot to answer about the insecurity in Nigeria. It is the same person that denies his knowledge of the insecurity. So for me, somebody like El-Rufai, who would have been one to look at, but it turns out to have two faces, then whatever he tells you, you should be cautious in saying, yes, this is what it is, until proving to be so. So for me, I want to allow that particular judicial system to come up with a proper statement of their dealings with El-Rufai before I will be convinced that this is what it is. For now, I have some reservations.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. But would you consider El-Rufai that much of a political force in the scheme of things right now for the federal government to say, look, you are a threat to us, or what you represent is a threat to us, basically, and we want you to step aside, step away from politics in the time being? Is it that much of a threat, especially to this administration? Professor?
Because if he can organize even foreigners to come and destabilize Nigeria, if he's left outside to be roaming here and there, he still had the contacts of those who he had organized. He still knows them. He knows how to communicate. He knows how to get around. And we want peace in our nation. So somebody who has organized terrorists to come and disturb our nation, that person is himself a terrorist. And so we should be fearful of that kind of a figure. And I believe the federal government, if they are worried about him, I think it's a genuine worry.
Accusation. The federal government has not listed his name. I mean, we haven't seen his name as part of those sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. So allegation that you just made is quite heavy.
I am not saying he's a sponsor, but I am saying
he brings
what he himself said. El-Rufai said this on television, that he was among those who organized for these terrorists in other countries to come and dislodge Jonathan's administration if Jonathan fails to hand over power to Buhari. This is what he said. Except if he comes back again to deny what he said on television.
All right.
So if somebody who has that capacity to do that, we should be wary of that kind of a person.
Be wary of that kind of a person. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much, Professor.
Yes.
Barrister Darlington,
Yeah.
let me come to you. Now, what impact will this have? You know, the ICPC, and I'm a representative of the government, a government organization, accused of this, whether it be true or not. You know, this has been put out there, basically submitted to the courts. Affidavit makes it quite troubling. Now, what impact will this have on national stability? That, you know,
my brother,
government agencies are delving into political issues.
It is a very big shame. It now shows that all the institutions of states are what? Are instruments in the hands of the government in power. Simple. EFCC, ICPC, DSS, police, army, you know, name them. They are just instruments in the hands of the ruling party. There is no other way to describe it. And it is a very big shame. Moses, can you see why we are not moving forward? So, if you don't like my face, you can now say I should walk into the detention and stay there without following the law. Look, El-Rufai may have done things in the past, fine. Who is clean here? Even God said all have sinned and come short of his glory. He was acting under APC. Whatever he did it with in cahoots with APC leaders. They cannot exonerate him. El-Rufai should not be made a scapegoat. All of them are guilty. The only reason why they want El-Rufai out of circulation is because he said it himself that he was the one that brought Tinubu to power, and he is going to remove him. These are his very words, his very statements. And they know what they did. El-Rufai is an inner circle member, inner chamber. He knows what they did. And he has been very, very vehement about it. You know, so he knows what they did.
Well, he's not the only one in it. He wasn't the only one in APC at the time.
Inner circle
member was also in APC at the time.
There are many people in APC. We are talking of those who played a major role. Even Jesus Christ, he had three people that are his henchmen. Those who he go about with. The Buaneji, the sons of thunder. These are the people that Jesus Christ went about when he was here. So there are inner circle members in APC, and El-Rufai was one of them. Even APC member, they confirmed it.
So he's a formidable force.
Yes, in APC, yes. That's why he was so vocal about it. And so the people he was talking to, they knew.
No, sorry, Barrister. When Moses says, so he's a formidable force, I want us to go back to the question he asked the professor. Do you think that federal government feels that El-Rufai has a capacity to upset the system? That is why they are keeping him in detention.
Is it not obvious?
Okay.
Is it not obvious? When you have refused to grant him bail in a bailable offense, that alone is suspicious. Under the law, I can't sit down here and say, El-Rufai was the devil. He did this, he did therefore he should remain there. No. That's not what the law says. Everybody
so let's compare notes. Let's compare notes, because Malami at some point, I think he's still being detained too. So does he also have the capacity to upset the system? So why
he has a big war chest now. I mean, financially, yes. Look at all the people that they are keeping down. Is it not people who have the financial muscle to do things? Look at them now. Are they the only devil in the polity? Why then?
Amechi has also said, well, I know the secrets of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I'm going to bring him down in due
He better watch it too.
But he's still a free man, you know, walking around the street.
He better watch it too. They are going to lay minefield for him. And I wonder how he will sidestep all those minefield since he has started running his mouth. since you know the secret, they will call you one day, come and explain your tenure. They are going to look for something and put on his head. So these are the reasons why.
Barrister, but since you've established that they are keeping him under lock and key because he's very, very influential and could upturn things. So do you see him still being held even up until the elections come and go, or will he be let off the hook at some point this year?
It is possible they may keep him there, depending on how the negotiation goes. It depends on how the negotiation goes. He may remain there until after the election. They will now say, By that time, whatever he will say will be useless to the government. Nobody will even listen to him. That's the truth.
All right, Professor, let me come back to you now. In all of this, the Nigerian people are at the sidelines watching, and ordinarily, elected officials the government basically, should represent the interests of the people. People from Kaduna who feel that El-Rufai as a governor misused their resources will probably be asking for justice. There's some other people who feel that their lives were put at risk by statements that the politician made, would also be seeking justice. But in all of this, does it seem like government doesn't even care about the position of the people? And what role can the populace play? What role can the Nigerian, the ordinary Nigerian, play to either ensure justice is served or ensure that whoever is accused falsely is let off the hook?
Thank you very much. That question is very difficult to answer because our democratic system is in quote a democracy of a select few, and so we use it for certain purposes and that's it. But in reality, as one of the ordinary citizens, we have no power. We can manage to say something, but if the government is not interested in it, that's it. Like the security situation in Kaduna during this El-Rufai's administration, it was very glaring. Southern Kaduna has suffered so much. Let me tell you, thousands died in Kaduna, Southern Kaduna. And nothing serious happened. So they kept on crying here and there and so on and so forth until this man has vacated that seat. And now there is somebody there. You won't hear the killings that took place during his administration and the way they are happening now is much, much, much less. So in terms of the government of Nigeria, it's happening, the masses have less to say. If we, for instance, the law that permits the electronic transmission of results, this was the aspiration of the masses.
Okay.
We even made some protests. We wrote, we talk, we do whatever we thought reasonably within the ambits of the law. And yet, the National Assembly, who claims to be representing the masses, went ahead and said they will not allow that to happen. There should be no electronic transmission of result. So the kind of government we have do not respect the ordinary voice of the ordinary person, whether we shout or we do. If you want to protest, they will use the force of the armed forces and deal with us. And so this is where we are.
So the people...
so it's very difficult for us to say anything meaningful and that will be impactful and the government will listen to us. It's very difficult.
Well, members of civil society organizations will argue that. They will disagree with you. Some will say Nigerians are not using their power well enough. But thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel Usue. Barrister, let me ask you the same question. The role of the people in everything that has to do with governance, especially as it concerns individuals put on trial. I mean, Yaya Bello is there. Some people from Kogi are still aggrieved at the way he ran the state, the way he administered the state. But we understand that he might be getting into the Senate in 2027. And Nigerians want answers to the questions on their minds. But can they get those answers? Do they have what it takes? Or is it that the Nigerian people mean nothing in the scheme of things when it comes to politics in Nigeria?
Government all over the world, they exploit the people according to their level of political literacy, their political awareness. The government in Nigeria and even in Africa, they exploit the people because they know that the people, they are weak and they are politically illiterate. In an environment where people are aware, where people are educated, where people are politically aware, you cannot try this nonsense. You cannot. Take, for example, where we copy this democracy. Can they try this type of nonsense in America? You know it's not possible. Donald Trump, with all his powers and everything, he cannot try this nonsense. That day, they will impeach him.
Really?
Barrister, really?
I said that day.
They will impeach him.
They will impeach him in
Barrister,
America.
let's talk about briefly. Let's talk about the Epstein files. Between Donald Trump and the Department of Justice, how much have they tried, to stop the?
Listen, this thing did not happen today. Please, it's still under investigation.
Okay, so why are they stopping the investigation?
Because Donald Trump, immunity covers him.
Immunity? No, immunity doesn't cover him from being investigated.
Yes, they are doing that.
Barrister, why is it that Trump is working so hard, to stop the DOJ from releasing the Epstein files, even when the DOJ had at some point said, well, we are going to release, and people inside had saw Trump's names over 3,000 times in that file. So why has it not been released?
Mr. Okoro, nobody said that Donald Trump is free. After all, there is
but that's what you're saying.
No, there's a judgment waiting for him.
Okay.
Why didn't he stop it? They are waiting for him to step down from office. That one is a fact. Have you ever done that in Nigeria? Have you ever done that in Nigeria? Since you want to prove a case here. A case is waiting for you.
We are asking the questions, and it's up to you to provide answers.
You said this kind of thing can't happen in America.
We just
cited one. That is going on.
Examples.
You know what I'm talking about here? This open rascality in the polity, you can't try it in America. The institution will not even allow you. This open rascality, openly. Look at what they are demonstrating in office because they have the federal power and all that. Is that how democracy is run? So,
Barrister,
yes.
I like that you're talking about the judiciary, which you belong to. With the fact now that they've dragged,
I don't even know whether I belong there again. With what is going on?
All right. But now that the judiciary has been dragged into this controversy, what will become of the numerous, court cases that would fall off from the 2027 elections? What will become of them?
Is it not when you get to the bridge you cross? We don't even know whether there will be any case at all, whether the opposition will take part in the election. We don't know. We cannot presume that now because we don't know where the 2027 election is going as at now. We don't know. Let us get there before we now talk of the situation that the occasion will present.
All right, thank you very much.
That's what I think.
Darlington Agumo,
so
lawyer,
the people are just being exploited. That is what I'm saying. Thank you for
your time, because we understand that we have to wrap up this conversation. Let's put a pin to it. Also, thank you, Professor Emmanuel Usue. Thank you for your time on this one. Stay with us as we get into another conversation. Now we'll be talking party politics. Labour Party crisis deepens as Abure-led NEC dissolves Nanadi Usman committee. Let's delve into this when we come back from this break.
Imagine.
Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The leadership crisis rocking the Labour Party escalated on Tuesday as a faction of the National Executive Council loyal to Julius Abure announced the dissolution of the Caretaker Committee headed by Esther Nanadi Usman. In a statement issued in Abuja by NEC Forum Secretary Abdulrahman Chindo, the Abure-aligned bloc declared the Caretaker Committee illegal, accusing it of inflicting incalculable damage on the party since its emergence. The faction comprising elected state chairman and secretary said the decision was reached during a virtual NEC meeting held on March 17, 2026. Amid ongoing dispute over the party's legitimate leadership, the group reaffirmed its loyalty to the National Working Committee, NWC, led by Abure, insisting that his leadership remains the only structure recognized by the party's constitution. In a further show of authority, the faction directed Abure to initiate formal processes with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the conduct of primaries ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, though this remains subject to the outcome of ongoing litigation. With us is Somi Uranta, the public affairs commentator and an author, and also engineer Fimba Ajegu, chairman, Safety Engineers, Anambra State, member of Anambra State Anti-Corruption Strategy. He joins us virtually, and we still have Professor Emmanuel Usue with us virtually as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time on the program. Let me start off with you now. The fine guy from Port Harcourt, Port Harcourt Freshers. Well, let's talk about what's been going on in the Labour Party. I mean, just when one thought, yes, it's all over, we can rest and the party can, start picking up itself and elect officials and, go into 2027 campaign for 2027 elections, we see that it doesn't seem to be over. What's your broad reaction to this?
Nigerian democracy is in a dire strait, completely in a dire strait. If nothing is done, only God can tell exactly where the thing will lead us into. But it's not going to be in a fine place, I must say. But you see, the way the whole system is tweaked, it's like Labour Party will just be in the same shape like PDP. They will not field any candidates, just like PDP. It's even doubtful if ADC will. And on a program,
it's doubtful if ADC will field the candidates.
Of course, because the same disease, the same corruption that has corrupted PDP, in another way, has entered or has been in after the 2023 election. That same, corrupting tendencies have eaten into Labour Party, and is there in ADC. So we might as well just not waste all the money, close to ₦1 trillion, in election for 2027, so that the money INEC is supposed to spend on that, let's use it to do something else, if that would be possible, if people will not also pocket that one. Because there's no point wasting our energy. We have a president who is the political octopus. the master negotiator, the master strategist, the willy dealer. He has negotiated everything and everybody is happy and Nigerians are happy. So why do we have to waste our time conducting an election? Man, we all have to just take a chill pill. The president is fixing Nigeria.
Okay. Okay.
He is.
I
wanted to.
You said Nigerians are happy. Everybody is happy. I see that
are you
as.
not happy? Look at
I see
Moses
that
is
as
smiling.
No,
Jen
no,
is
it's
smiling.
not because of.
You're also
It's
smiling.
not because of the government of Nigeria. It's because of my personal work, hard work.
Okay.
So
Nigerians are hard workers.
So are Nigerians happy? Are
Nigerians are hard workers.
But are Nigerians
You
happy?
better be happy because if you're not happy, someone will just die of high blood pressure and all those, you know. So just be happy. Find something to amuse yourself. Because the scene is very comical. You know, there's a comic joke around that God created all the nations of the world and gave them different things, and then one day they decided to do an inventory of their blessedness from the universe. And some say, we have just one resources, different ones. You know, they now go to Nigeria. They discover that Nigeria has all the resources, both human and material resources, underground, on the surface. They say, why would God be so partial? Yet he said he's a very impartial God. He said, look, let's go and ask God. They went out to occupy heaven, and God came
All right,
out.
let's not go into that story now. But let's get other respondents into the conversation. We have joining us virtually from our Benin station, Comrade Ibrahim Mama. Good morning to you. Well, you might need to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. Can you do that for us? All right, we seem to have a bit of a problem connecting to our Benin station now. But let's take this conversation to Engineer Fimba Ajegu. Engineer Fimba, can you hear me? Let's establish communication with you. All right then. Well, I guess we have a network problem, so we'll bring it back to the studio here. Now, let's talk a bit about the Labour Party. Some would say Labour Party seem to have lost steam, you know, with the exit of Peter Obi. And some would expect that whatever would be the rancor of those that had issues with Labour Party would have been put to rest. You know, because, I mean, the man that brought the party to limelight, as it were, has left the party, has gone to another party. And even though that party, I'm talking about the ADC now, has its own internal issues, whatever was going on in the Labour Party would have eased off by now. Could that be a reason? What would you say is the reason they're still having issues in the Labour Party?
You see, Peter Obi actually left Labour Party. And Labour, there's still the fear in some quarters that he might still go back to Labour Party.
Oh, really?
So they want to ensure that Labour Party do not, stand. That they don't want to ensure that Labour Party goes the way of PDP. So that at the end of the day, they will not be able to. They don't want anything coming out of that party. So that's the problem. But you see, this is not democracy. I've said it over and over. Let's look for another name. Let's use something else to describe what we have.
Our own kind of...
It's not democracy. It's not even full-fledged civil rule. Because only recently, Rivers State a military man was called to rule over the affairs of Rivers State for 6 months.
Sole administrator.
The sole administrator. So we have not even achieved proper, full-fledged, 100% civil rule. So we have to find a name for what we have.
But the law guarantees that, especially when there's trouble in a state, the president can actually appoint a sole administrator. So does that how does that affect the democracy that we operate, since it's in our law books? Okay, then to the point, is it the law book that also said that the governor, elected officials should be suspended, like headmaster or principal
giving some disciplinary measure, to erring students and all that. We are just a joke, huge joke. It's very unfortunate.
Okay.
Because when people are outside these shores of Nigeria, when they watch what we are doing, they'll be wondering, these people, what kind of... Do you know that there are still some people in the West that still believe that black people have tails, that they live on trees?
They lack knowledge.
So maybe you are thinking of physical knowledge, psychological.
They should get that. Well, I understand that we've reconnected with our virtual guests, and Comrade Ibrahim Momo, do we have you on the line? Can you hear me? If you can, we'd like for you to unmute your device. Let's establish communication with you. Comrade Ibrahim Momo joins us from Benin City. He's a lecturer and a public affairs commentator.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, good to have you. Good to have you. That was very powerful, that entry there. Now let's talk about. We're talking about Labour Party now. The Nanadi Usman faction has been asked to get up and go, while the Abure faction seem to have been endorsed, and one would say again. What's your broad reaction to that statement? I mean, that news, that report, and the infighting still going on within the Labour Party?
The challenge, I knew as Tommy, and a political scientist, so I knew that it was not Uhuru with Labour Party because even in Peter Obi's defection, we still saw that his vice presidential running mate, that Baba Ahmed remained in the Labour Party. That one spoke volume. And even when he decided eventually in December last year to decamp, or before he decided to decamp, some of the interviews he conducted, Peter Obi, he reiterated that there needed to be some conditionalities that were clarified before he would decamp. And then you have heard repeatedly the obedient movement, that is the collection of supporters, broad collection of supporters of Peter Obi, saying it is Obi or nothing. Obi or nothing. That speaks to the fact that there is still a chance that Peter Obi will run under the flag of the Labour Party. So I didn't expect that someday. I didn't expect that someday, when the court has pronounced that Nadi Usman is now the acting national chairman, that the Julius Abure crew and gang or whatever, or friends of Julius Abure will go to sleep. No, I never thought that would happen. So for a while, there was some calmness in the party, and that was okay. But so when this one happened a few days ago, I said, yes, I predicted that this was going to happen. So it is in nature. People tend to mistake democracy, for aristocracy or plutocracy. Democracy is not the best. It's not a government by the best of the best among the people. No, it is not even the government of the nobles. It is simply majority rule. So if you have majority of the citizens of the people as people who are not politically socialized, people who are maybe not Nigerian. Now, if you have a society that majority are fools, excuse my French, they will only elect their kind, whatever, to lead them. So Nigerian political parties are a reflection of our society. Just like the American, America elected Trump, for example. Donald Trump, and what he's doing to the world today. America elected him. That is about some of the biggest democracies in the world. So even in India, the largest democracy in the world,
all right,
they elected a race.
Let's keep it here in Nigeria because we have our own issues and we really need to look for a solution.
No, I'm looking at it from democratic, broad democratic
I want to ask
you that it is not the government of the nobles or government of by the best of us. That's not what democracy is. Democracy is majority rule.
Majority rule.
So if the majority,
well, some would even argue that. Some would argue that and say, do we have majority representation in our democracy in Nigeria? Do you think we do?
again, that argument, evidence says yes. If, for example, majority of the people, if about the majority rule, decide that they won't come out and elect their leaders, that's a decision. That is a vote. Your decision not to vote is a vote in itself. You are saying effectively that we yield the floor to whoever others choose. In the last presidential election, of a voter registration count of over 93 million people, only 28 million came out to vote. That's even good. In the first term of Charles Soludo in Anambra, only 5.1% of registered voters elected. Only 5.1% of registered voters elected him as governor. So when the majority of people don't come out to vote, what you are doing is that you are yielding the floor. And it was William Bill Clinton, that said this point successfully, said, bad leaders don't need you to vote. They need you to abstain.
All right.
So if
land.
Okay. It is we, the people that have chosen the bad governor, are complaining about.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I think that was a very smart one because Moses wanted to pin you on the issue of representation regarding the number of people that actually voted for the current president, about 9 million or so, in a population of 8 million, a population of 230 million people. Let me stay with you. I'd like for us to talk about the legality, of this decision. You recall that at some point, and the role of INEC in all of this, at some point, the Supreme Court had said, Julius Abure, your tenure has expired. Now, the same Supreme Court also said, well, in matters affecting the leadership of a party is the internal affairs of the party itself. But the court didn't say that you cannot put up a suit on the process that led to that leadership. So these are two different things. You understand that at some point, INEC also recognized the Nenadi-led, Usman-led caretaker committee. So what is the place of the NEC in coming up to say, we have dissolved this caretaker committee and we back Abure? Who is Abure in all of this? What is the legal position of Abure? And you have to understand that the NEC is the highest decision-making body of the political party. So let us look at the legality of all of this. Should the NEC come out and say, well, we recognize Abure when the Supreme Court clearly says your tenure has expired? What's the role of INEC in all of this?
Indeed, when the politicians want to play smart, they give you half. When politicians want to play smart, they give half information. If NEC meets, one of the things you see from that meeting is roll call. Who were those in attendance? Who were those who were absent with apologies or represented? And who were those who were absent without apology? That's a duly constituted meeting of NEC. But in this statement that was put out, you will not see those kind of information that emanating from there. So how many people make up NEC? How many of these NEC people or NEC members attended the purported NEC meeting? How many signed that presser or that state precedent that was put out? So it is enough, like we see in PDP today, a few people, 10 people can meet. PDP, that behemoth PDP, 10 people can meet and they will have it, and they will have some of their allies seated, but the real NEC meeting, NEC members are only about 10 or 12, and they will say NEC met and took XYZ decision. So it is one of the challenges in democracy. And I tell my students this, because some people believe that democracy is the best form of government. I often ask the question, in what sense is it the best form of government? Is it that because it is an all-commerce affair? Is it because everybody picks and chooses what kinds, quote unquote, of democracy they are practicing? What makes democracy the best? Is it that it is failure to abuse? Is it that it is failure to manipulation? People who come out to vote mostly are induced to vote. across the world. But these are not Nigerian. It is the challenge with defeat the democracy itself. What better option? But that also does not make democracy a perfect system. So we have that challenge. Some of these things, you see the kind of shenanigans going on across Nigerian political parties. It is in the character of democracy to have all these challenges.
All right, comrade, thank you so much. Let's take the conversation down to our, we'll be back to you, we'll come back to you shortly. Let's take the conversation down to our Orca studios where we have Engineer Thimba on standby. Good morning, Engineer. Good morning, Engineer.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be here.
Okay, please, can we have your reaction to all of this, especially the infighting going on in the Labour Party?
Yes, quite frankly, like you all know, it is the handwriting of the APC. Of course, I wouldn't want to give another party that credit. APC is credited to that because it's a deliberate action. And APC has re-engineered our political atmosphere towards deterioration. And this is very bad for all of us, inclusive them. And because our children and our grandchildren, I worry. Because certainly they think that this is going to end at this 2027. No. As they keep re-engineering our political system to deteriorate, many other people are looking for many other ways to deteriorate many other infrastructure, institutions, and all other things that are good to our system. It is very, very bad. You see, the leadership of NLC, certainly you have Abure, and then today you later have the court judgment that brings in Nadi Usman as acting, and then again you come, you see the APC going inwards to the various chairmen and the secretaries of the various states to perhaps lobby. It is very clearly written that APC is looking at ways to destabilize every other political party, and then you have one state, APC in the whole country like Nigeria, with over 200 million people in population. And then you keep getting elections where we vote 20 million, 10 million, where you have 200 million individuals. You need to be looking at foreign elections where they have a large number of people who can vote freely from the comfort of their homes, from the closest polling booths. They vote conveniently. We need to learn, but it's unfortunate that this current day and time, that our political leaders, our political institutions, all of them are gearing towards deterioration. They're making a mess of a lot of things for us. And I'm afraid, I'm sincerely afraid. I'm really, really hopeful and want to recommend that with this opportunity that is coming before us, very rare opportunity, very, very rare, 2027, we must make a stand. And by the grace of God Almighty, whom many of us believe in, be it Muslim, be it Christian, be it Yoruba, be it Hausa, be it Efik, whatever tribe, we believe that this 2027 we must make a difference. People must come en masse and vote. Let us vote out these political shenanigans.
All right, Engineer Thimba, you indicted APC earlier and said that they are obviously behind what is going on. But a lot of analysts have said that the crisis rocking the Labour Party is because they grew so fast in 2023 without even having internal structures in place. So do you think that the current crisis rocking the party is because, you know, they grew faster than their structures, you know, could handle?
Exceptional. One man came in and Labour Party grew so fast. Yes, it is not out of place. You can find that in an atmosphere where you see that the people are tired of one particular party taking over, or one or two political parties taking over and running affairs of a great country like ours. We are tired of APC. We are tired of PDP. Labour Party came in with the character, competence, and credibility which one man stood in for. And then a lot of people rallied around that political party. That is exactly what happened. It is not out of place, my dear. It is what you find when the people are tired. It could also happen around ADC. ADC is coming up, but a lot of influence is coming out from outside, so that they see that ADC does not have such a standing which Labour established. It is very unique. ADC could also have even something much better, but they are looking at it and they don't want it to stand because you have find a lot of court cases already going on. Court cases already going on, so that APC will not have anything to stand upon. It is just what they want to do. I don't think it's out of place for what happened in Labour Party.
All right then. Well, let's bring Professor Emmanuel Usue into the conversation. Okay, I understand that we've lost connection to Professor Oswe. Well, we'll bring it back to the studio. Let me. But the question I have for you, Mr. Oranta, is what's your reaction? What's your reaction to the part? And I would also like Comrade Ibrahim Momo to react to this question when after Somi Ranta. The part of the Electoral Act that says, look, if you're a registered member of one political party, you cannot register under another party, and that will attract severe punishment. I think it even proposes jail term for people that do that. How do you react to that?
I see this whole thing, this whole arrangement, as a collapse of institutions in Nigeria. One senator, whether ex-senator or so, once said that the judiciary and the legislature in Nigeria are not departments but units in the presidency or in the executive. Now, the INEC, INEC is also a unit in the presidency because they have to do everything. You see, in the US, one of the laws where a lot of big men have had to face jail terms is insider information. When an umpire somebody now happen to have an insider knowledge about what will happen, or when something now, in fact, a situation where they had to now, INEC is working as if it's part of a political party, creating every situation. It is what we want. Then it's not democracy. All the laws they tweaked in that Electoral Act, everything is just for one party to dominate and stay there. So that is why I keep saying there's no point wasting our energy. Let's not waste this close to a trillion naira, budget for INEC, because it will not amount to anything. Do you think you even have the power to vote? Do you have the capacity to vote when they unleash terror on you? It happened in Lagos, happened in other places, and what will happen in 2027? Somebody was saying opportunity in 2027. Where is the opportunity? That is it. What we are seeing today, before 2023, parties could go out and campaign in their different areas, talk to their people. Nobody was trying to stop them. But in 2026, from 2025, you want to go and campaign, you better have to organize yourself properly, because they will stop you. They use every means possible. Is that democracy? So there is no point wasting our energy on this thing.
All right.
No point.
Thank you very much, Somi Ranta. Comrade Ibrahim Momo now. Now, if you heard the question, or better still, let me repeat. What do you think about the law that says if you're registered under one party, you cannot register under another party? Now, I ask this question in the light that before this announcement was made, before it was made public, we saw a lot of APC local government areas call for registration. Sometimes they tell you before you benefit from certain largesse, you have to register as a member of the APC. And a lot of Nigerians, in fact, where I reside in Lagos, there was a time where buses would go around with, speakers calling for people to register. They go into the marketplace, ask people to come register. And people went to register because they believed that they would get one or two things given to them. And now the law says if you've registered under one party, you can't register under another party. That would attract some punitive measures. How do you react to that statement? Seeing that there is freedom of association in Nigeria, at least according to our constitution. Comrade Ibrahim Momo, please.
For me, it's a mixed brew. One of the challenges we have had in our democracy is the indiscipline of our political actors. You see a governor, and there's so many of them. in the last, when they elected under the banner of the People's Democratic Party, have defected either to the APC or, interestingly, to AFCON party, that's the Osun State governor. 9. This is a man, in fact, in the case of Rotimi Amechi as a selected American, the party was, the court was clear, that the vote belongs to the party and not to the candidate. Meaning that the person who won the primaries owns the votes the party garnered at the general election. So one of the greatest indiscipline that we have seen with Nigerian politicians is this defection. At the last count, I noted that about, I think, 78 senators are now of the APC. That's a clear majority. 78. The ADC didn't have one before, now has 9. Even the PDP that has 26 before only has 7 senators to its name now. That's the highest level of indiscipline. In fact, the Constitution, Nigeria Constitution also requires that a legislator defects from one party to another when there is no crisis, loses the seat. But tell me, which senator has lost? In fact, there was a case with Eyinaya Abaribe, who was going to threat from AFCON. They assisted him not to fall into a trap because now there is no issue in AFCON on the basis of, so they assisted. Ordinarily, he should have lost that seat so that he will learn his lesson and others can learn from it. But no, because it's a cabal, kind of, the politicians are one and one. You see, people deceive ourselves that Nigeria is Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Ijo, Bini, or Nigeria is Muslim, Christian, and so on and so forth. Nigeria is a class-based system, like every society. You have the elite, the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, and you have others. Those people who are telling themselves that you have I'm Yoruba, no, I'm Igbo. You are only a tool, a vessel in the corrupt system, political system that we have put in place. Well, not we, because I'm not one of them. That the elites are put in place to hoodwink and deceive the people. I say that because if we truly implement that rule, it does not affect the electorate. The main fact that you are not, majority of Nigerians, the APC that went to town to register, how many people did they register? Is it more than 10 million? They had insider information, they had a head start. How many? Do you know the population of people registered as members of APC? It's up to 10 million. It's not for 10 million. Majority of Nigerians don't even believe in political party. The obedient movement, which was very loud, 2023, they are not members of the Labour Party. And they made the Labour Party tick. They're not even registered members of Labour Party. So I think that in a sense, it is a wonderful thing if they will implement. But the challenge is that these laws are not made for the elite. They are made to punish their enemies or their political rivals. Because once they agree, these laws are on paper. It's only when they disagree, that's when the issues come out. Who knew, for example, the provision we argued around?
Broadcast on TikTok revealed Sonny and his associates in an open public space before he concealed his surroundings after detecting a screenshot notification. Screenshots from the session show participants identified as Umar Sanda and Ibrahim So alongside chat messages in Hausa and Arabic. Analysts say the footage highlights the group's casual online presence even while preparing for criminal activities in Nigeria's volatile northwest. Videos further show Sani in an armed convoy navigating dusty trails on motorcycles while chanting Islamic verses. Security experts note that these visuals expose operational details that could assist tracking efforts and reflect terrorists' growing reliance on social media for coordination. The revelation comes amid reports of over 50 deaths in the similar Zamfara raids in 2026, underscoring the ongoing threats in the region. Comrade, I think I would like to have your take on this. Comrade, are you there? Comrade Momo? And, okay, can we have Engineer Fimba react to this, please? All right, let's bring it back to the studio. Mr. Oranta, what do you think about this? Because it appears as though there's an absence of political willpower to go after these guys. Because this is an overwhelming evidence. We have their location. We even have their names. What exactly is happening?
Nigeria have stated it over and over, and I'm reiterating that Nigeria is a huge joke in the hands of this political elite. Just say something. There's something I will say here now. No matter where I run to, they will pick me up. Conduct an election, transmit it electronically. Our men, the lawmakers, the almighty lawmakers, honorable members, that Professor Pielo Lumumba said, are you honorable or dishonorable? It's a question they are yet to answer. They say no. Chifojo Zokalo, you know, the first governor in this republic, he said in his village, there is no network. But look at it, terrorists are
using network.
Having a community is different, but there's a difference between you making call. But when you now have a community, that means your bandwidth, everything will have to be very high. Maybe not 5G they are using, and they can't trace them. But how would they trace them? Why? Why should they trace them?
Doesn't it Nigeria? And after a while, we see hundreds of American soldiers in Nigeria come here. They tell us, well, they are going to help us on intel and tactical operation support. And we have, what is the value of American intelligence presence in Nigeria here?
Look, you see, these guys, they are very clever. But how I wish that this wisdom, this cleverness, this shrewd, acumen, political sagacity, how I wish that is they're able to translate it into good governance. How come they are very smart, no doubt. But how come they? So that means there's something. In fact, when they decided that it would be Muslim ticket, I knew a lot of us said that, started complaining that, look, there is a hidden agenda. It started from Buhari. Jonathan was overwhelmed by some of the actors now who wanted to ensure that the guy does not stay. And he saw it, he said, look, my political ambition is not worth the life of any Nigerian. I dare any of these people in power today, let them say that. Today they are playing with the lives of Nigerians. They're dancing on the grace of Nigerians. And they think nobody is going to question them. If Nigerians are so cowardly that they cannot question them, Nemesis, Karma, the universe will question them.
All right then. I guess we're hopeful that the universe will work in our favor here. But thank you very much, Sumi Oranta.
Thank you.
An author and a public affairs commentator. Thank you for your time. We also must appreciate Comrade Ibrahim Momo. I think the network made it impossible for us to get his complete contribution there. Well, thank you very much for coming, and also Engineer Fimba Ajegu, Professor Usue Emmanuel. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time on the program. Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up in about a few minutes. Stay with us as we get into newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the top, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Patrice Lumumba, an influential figure in the history of Congo. He was born on July 2, 1925 in Onaloa, Belgian Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, and died on January 17, 1961. Lumumba played a crucial role in the fight for independence from Belgian colonial rule. As a charismatic leader, Lumumba co-founded the Congolese National Movement MNC and became the first democratically elected Prime Minister of Congo in 1960. His vision was to unite the universe Congolese population and establish a strong independent nation. Unfortunately, Lumumba's time in power was short-lived. Amid political turmoil and external pressures, he faced opposition from both internal and external forces. In 1961, Lumumba was overthrown and later assassinated, leaving behind a legacy as a symbol of African nationalism and struggle for independence. Lumumba's contribution to the decolonization movement in Africa continue to be remembered, and he remains an important figure in the history of Congo and the fight against colonialism.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos, Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, I have the gentleman with me.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And of course, Dele Fanimo is here. He joins the conversation. He's a reporter and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you this morning.
Good morning.
And we're also being rejoined by Mr. Darlington Nagumo, a lawyer and, of course, a public affairs commentator. Good morning to you, Barrister Darlington, once again.
My pleasure, as usual.
Okay, so let's dive into it. The papers are before us now. Borno bombings, killing spark fury. Defense chiefs are moving to Maiduguri. That's on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. And the writers to that story, Nigeria won't succumb to terror. Tinubu vows as 23 killed, 108 injured. Governors condemn bombings, demand action. Police clear blast sites. Families search for missing relatives. The Guardian says Borno explosions. Troops warn of fresh attacks in northeast as casualty toll rises. Of course, these are the headlines there. But by the way, the president is in the UK on a state visit, and this is going on. Some Nigerians will say that's quite insensitive. We just had three bombings, and the president, directed service chiefs to go there. I mean, it's not the first time such directives are being given, but some Nigerians would want their leader to be at home. Well, I know Chukuma will say, when he's here, what happens? When he's away, what difference does it make? But the presence, I think that being at home at a time like this and addressing the people, even if it's in a state broadcast or you just put out something there, let people know that yes, you understand, you feel their pain, and something will be done to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book. Even if you keep saying that, people will have some sort of hope as against hearing that, oh, this just happened and the president is jetting out, And I was yesterday. I was flipping, changing channels on television, and I saw some people say, "Oh no, he hasn't gone out yet. He might decide to stay." At the end of the day.
Exactly, yeah.
But before evening, we saw him being welcomed in the UK. Chukuma, let me start with you.
Yes, it's good to start with me because I just looked at when you read out the punch headline, it said, "Bono bombings, killings, spark fury. Defense chiefs move into Maiduguri." So they are now in Maiduguri. Okay, so let's say that something happens in Kwara. When something happens in Kwara, all of them will scamper away from Maiduguri and move to Kwara. And by the time they are in Kwara, another bomb goes off somewhere in Zamfara. All of them will scamper again, to Zamfara. And before you know it, they are in Ondo State. And after Ondo State, maybe in Enugu State, So, and life goes on. Nigerians are being killed, Like you said, that the president being around, to give Nigerians assurance and reassurance. But we have reached a stage where those assurance and reassurance, have become sound bites to the extent that they don't make meaning to Nigerians again. Zulum, Babagana Zulum, there were bombings in Maiduguri. As at the time those bombs took off, Babagana Zulum was somewhere in far away Saudi Arabia on a lesser Hajj. And you know what he said? He said, well, that the government has put in place measures to ensure that they protect the lives and property of people in Borno State. Akin to what the president told us, well, he said Nigerians are not going to succumb. Nigerians are not going to allow the agents of instability to destabilize Nigeria. And I ask, how many more Nigerians should be killed before the president understands that Nigeria is already destabilized? How many more Nigerians should go into IDP camps before the governor of Borno State understands that, well, he is not protecting the lives and property of people of Borno State? How many more Nigerians should be killed before our president says, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to call off, this foreign trip at this moment? Because we keep making instances. At some point, I understand that Emmanuel Macron was somewhere in Eastern Europe, and a young boy in France, 17-year-old, was stabbed to death, and he quickly called off, his trip.
A young boy?
A young 17, and came back to France, to say what happened, to put measures in place. But we have a situation where thousands or hundreds of our people are killed, and before you know it, our president jumps on a plane and jets out. But I've asked that question several times. The president is here, people are killed. We commiserate with them and say, okay, we have put measures in place. The president is away and something happens. So we are used to his absence. It doesn't really matter. So it goes back to what Atiku Abubakar said sometime, that Nigeria is on autopilot, maybe headless. Whether we have a head or not, Nigeria will simply run. That is what we have become as a people. We understand that there's a video that made out. We discussed it as part of the morning show. And a certain bandit, holding TikTok video with his colleagues and all of that. Americans are here. They told us that they were coming to help us with intelligence and tactical operational support. We have not seen all of that. Americans have been here in excess of 6 weeks or so, and bombs are going off in parts of Borno State. People are being killed in all parts of Nigeria. So what is the value of that intelligence? That is the question I keep asking. What are they doing here? Since they came here, the terrorists have doubled down. There's a surge, in the number of Nigerians being killed. Apparently, the statement that the bandits are making is, hey, you are not needed here, And I said it at that point that what is the value of American presence in Nigeria? Because if you try to do anything, the guys will double down, and by the time they kill, Americans are not going to put boots on ground. If they put boots on ground, you kill 2, 3, or 4 of them. Go to United States now. People are already whispering, what are we doing in Iran? Because 6 U.S. soldiers were killed, because a particular refueling jet was downed in parts of Iraq, not even in Iraq, and Americans are asking, what is the value of all of this? So the MAGA debate and the debate of the neoconservatives and all of that, we want to retrench and we are going back. So in all of this, it still tells me, and I keep going back to my earlier statement, that the only people that can solve the problem of insecurity in Nigeria are Nigerians. Not this kind of bilateral relations with Turkey, with Britain, with America. It's not going to help us. It has never helped anybody. It's an internal. And because the problems are internal, we have to develop internal solutions to all of that. The moment you internationalize it, it becomes bigger than you can handle. Like what is going on in Iran now. The thing is gradually trying to slip out of Trump's hand because Iran says, no, you don't decide when the war ends, we decide. The GCC countries, Gulf Cooperation countries, are being attacked and they are getting into the war. And so if we allow this our own local problem to be internationalized, it might just slip out of our hands and it becomes uncontrollable.
Telephone number, please.
It's quite unfortunate that we have all this going on at this time. And I was saying it somewhere yesterday that killings have suddenly become a data. And if you hear 23 killed, you just sum it up with the existing data. And then at your convenience, you just hear over 200, over 500 in a particular place. These guys are becoming too daring. The first bomb was at the gate of the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. The second and the third ones were in the main markets. So it wasn't as if they did this thing in the hinterland and we get to hear about it. So they are becoming more brazen. The terrorists that attacked Ondo State, they have moved away from far-flung places. They are just few kilometers away from the state capital. That Agamo, Iluabu, and all those places are just about 5-7 kilometers to the main city, which means they are here. The same thing in Oyo State. And gradually, they are encircling us. And there is no conscious effort for pushback. The other day, when over 200 people were killed, the presidency and the president said, service chief, move to Benue. Now, in less than 3 months, 3 suicide bombers attacked the capital city of Borno, Maiduguri. Now, service chiefs are headed to Borno. Like Chukuma said, if tomorrow comes, it is Oyo State or Abia or anywhere, then the service chiefs, how many service chiefs do we have? That they have to begin to migrate like nomads. And these are not proactive measures. These are reactive measures.
Reactive measures, absolutely.
And they also understand how it plays. Those guys are becoming too sophisticated for anybody to discountenance them. They're not just the ragtag, as said by one service chief in the past,
They are just ragtag. No, they are coordinated, they are sophisticated, and they are strategic now. They hardly miss their target these days. And they move like real army to unleash terror and retreat to wherever they want to retreat to. So they are now nomadic in nature. When they were static, Nigerian military couldn't do anything. Now they are dispersed. How are you going to get that intel to make sure that you rein them in? And as long as they come and unleash mayhem and escape without being challenged, they become more emboldened and will be worse off for it.
All right then. Barrister, please.
The greatest...
By the way, as you react, let me put out this headline too. Eid al-Fitr, security on high alert nationwide after Borno blast. Federal government declares holidays. Sultan asks Muslims to observe noon. Just wanted to put that out there.
Good.
Go ahead, please.
The greatest enemy of this fight against insecurity is the federal government, headed by Tinubu. His actions and utterances does not suggest to me that he's taking this matter serious. In the first place, why do you travel with National Security Advisor in a state of chaos? In fact, it's total chaos.
You travel with the Minister of Defense.
Minister of Defense.
Minister of Defense.
Key personnel to the fight against insecurity. Two key personnel. The intel you are supposed to gather, who will be at the head of it? Is it not Nuhu Rubadu, National Security Advisor? Every time, intel, gather intelligence. Am I the one to gather intelligence for the military? Or who? He traveled with these people. And it's not as if they are going to play any major role in that visit. No major role, nothing. He just took them away. Just took them away for nothing. Meanwhile, there is problem at home. This thing happened on Monday. On Tuesday, he left with these people. He didn't say, no, oh yeah, stay back. Chief of Defense Abusi, oh yeah, please see what you can do. Key personnel, you travel with them, and you are telling me you want this thing to end. How can that be? How can that be, Nigerians? Answer me. These are issues, because people who talk, you don't like Tinubu, you don't like APC. Are they doing the right thing? Mention any country where this type of thing can happen, and that is the time you will travel with a national security advisor. National. Not your own personal security advisor. It's unfortunate, seriously. In fact, I pity those who are still supporting Tinubu and then pampering him, telling me he's enough. What is the strategy here, Mr. Okoro? Is there any strategy in this type of behavior and action? No, what is the strategy? Because they keep calling him master strategy. Master strategy, and things are escalating.
Well, maybe we understand that he's going to sign a number of agreements, a memorandum of understanding. Probably one of them could be on the security.
Don't say probably. It's itinerary. Itinerary is well known. It has been detailed.
Okay.
Are you going to say the major one there is the 700?
But you said the major one, which means the other ones too.
Those ones you talk about, but security is not included.
No, security is part of it. They say there is no security is part of it. They're going to initiate, agreements, bilateral agreements for the UK to help strengthen Nigeria's security systems.
Okoro,
so probably that is why the NSA and the Minister of Defense are following him.
They told us this is the state visit in the last 37 years that no Nigerian leader has been able to embark upon. State visit. That is how they called it. That's why he went with the wife. Let us stop believing in what these people are telling us.
No, there are other things on the sidelines too. There are other things on the sidelines.
To make matters worse, he went to
the one you talked about, the NPA.
The person hosting them is the king, not even the prime minister. And
but the king is the head of state.
What are you talking about? It is the head of government that pilots the affairs of government in UK. The king is just by the sideline.
No, he's going to meet with Kestama as well.
But
the only thing that is missing in the street is the traditional meet with the opposition.
Listen, Kestama is not the host. It is the king.
Barrister, he is going to have a meeting.
He is going to.
You will go to 10 Downing
Look,
Street.
let us separate this thing. They said it is state visit that he has embarked on in the last 37 years. No leader have done it in Nigeria.
Okay.
Has he not been visiting UK?
What do you understand by state visit?
No, has he not been visiting UK? That was why it has to do with the king, the monarchy.
And I'm telling you that part of his itinerary is that he is going to meet with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and that a number of, is it King Charles that will sign the £764 million deal?
Oh, really? Oh, it's not King
So
Charles.
he's meeting with other agents, with other government operators, including the Prime Minister. And one of it is that he's going to strengthen bilateral security relations between Nigeria and the UK. And I'm telling you that the only thing missing is the traditional meeting. When you have a state visit, you know, a head of state visits another government on a state visit, different from official visit. These are two different things. You know, on the state visit, you also have the opportunity to meet with the opposition. But in this case, it is missing. Kemi Badnoch is not going to have access to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is the only thing.
It was deliberately done.
I wouldn't know.
They said that they have avoided the press from interviewing Tinubu. That's why the Minister of Information went there 7 days, in fact, a week ahead of time.
Okay.
They cleverly avoided the press, the UK press, to interview Tinubu because they listed what they want the Prime Minister to ask Tinubu about Christian genocide in Nigeria.
Okay. Because there's a group, there's a Jupiter group, as they said, was planning to embarrass.
That is the mining. They had issues with the mining license.
Look, what I'm saying here is that this visit is not properly structured. We don't know whether it is state visit now.
It is state visit.
No, we don't. From what we are seeing now, from what I'm seeing now and what I'm hearing, it is no longer state visit.
What is it?
What do you think it is?
Because we are talking of the King Charles and then the Prime Minister.
The head of state and the head of government.
Hold on. Look, has he not visited there before?
Officially.
So did you see King Charles in those official visits?
First, he was invited.
Hold on. Did you visit King Charles?
I don't understand your point.
My point is that
no official visit.
So what are you missing?
There was no official visit.
Not had an official.
He only went on medical trip to UK. But this is the first state official visit.
No, there's a difference between official visits.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a difference.
I said he is only there on state visit.
Okay.
And state visit does not preclude him from visiting the Prime Minister and the head of state.
And you are
is a monarchical establishment in the UK.
Listen to
the king is relevant, not that here, unlike here that Obi of Onitsha, Oni of Ife, or Sultan of Sokoto does not have anything to play in government.
My point is that all of you have failed in your argument here. So in this type of visit, you are now signing such a bilateral agreement, Abi?
Where would they have signed it?
No, under the king.
Where would they have signed it?
Under the king. You want to visit the king, and you are doing this type of business.
On the sideline.
Sideline. Are you sideline? Sideline, Abi.
Yes. And I just told you that he is going to meet with the Prime Minister as well.
Please, in fact, it's like you people have caught the bug.
We haven't caught any bug.
We are putting our correcting information. How can you do this?
Which bug?
Whenever you are visiting any country, your aim of visit is structure is known. There's no two ways.
There was
nothing opaque about this visit.
And you went with your
wife.
They
listed what
you went with your wife.
Who would they have gone with?
You went with your wife.
And now
you are going to sign such humongous bilateral agreement with the minister, a prime minister, and you are now visiting the king. So what
is wrong in this now?
What is wrong? What? Yes. If you are official visit, you go official visit. If it is state visit, you go state visit. That's what I'm saying here.
If it's state visit, so who would have visited?
You don't do the two at the same time. King Charles is just a monarchy. It's a monarchy.
It's not a monarchy. It's not just only a monarchy, unlike Nigeria.
Can you just see?
He's a monarchy.
It's not just a monarchy.
He's the head of state.
He's the head of state. That's what I'm saying.
Such discussions is not supposed to be involving him. We are going on a state visit. State visit is different from official visit.
What Nigerians have been told is that there will be meetings on the sidelines. And the meetings on the sidelines will involve Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister is on the sideline, Abi. The whole Prime Minister. whole prime minister is on the sideline. Are you serious?
I think the problem is that Donald Trump doesn't understand the process, the process of the conduct of diplomacy.
It's true.
Let's move away from
this. The one that understand it. Yes, you have started
that's my area.
This is not law. Are you a diplomat? Are you a diplomat?
Yes, I'm a diplomat. A trade one for that matter.
Who trained you? Who trained you?
A trade one for that matter.
All right, let's
and you didn't get appointment, from this conversation. You didn't get appointment.
Have you become a chief judge? Have you become a chief judge? I knew that you are a lawyer. Have you become a chief judge?
Let's go to Benin now. We have Rhoda Johnny. She'll be talking to Nigerians on the streets. Maybe Nigerians will support Barrister's stance that the state visit is unnecessary, or they will speak about the Borno bombings. Let's just hear what Nigerians would be talking about on the streets of Benin. Rhoda, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm at a newspaper stand this morning in Benin City to check on the dailies and also to get to find out how leaders are reacting on the various stories that is making rounds in Nigeria. So come with me, let's hear what they have to say.
Is decentralization, it would be the best option so far. The way I say so is that any state who cannot generate electricity would be held responsible. That is all.
It's a very good option if they can actually follow that trend. Because anything to be centralized, it will take an ambiguous process of getting light. So if they can easily even allow even private individuals, wealthy Nigeria investors to invest on powers, I think the issue of light of a thing will become a thing of the past. It will be reduced to the barest minimum. Because I can look at it like some European countries that are not even up to Edo State, not even up to Ado-Ekiti. They have light consistently. It's not because they are better, because of the sizable nature of that country. And moreover, every state, if you notice it very well, there's no state that cannot generate electricity. Like if you talk about Edo State has everything it takes to generate electricity without external or try to get whatever they want to use in generating electricity. Everything to generate electricity, most of the states, like if you go to Enugu can use tin to generate electricity. No, coal rather. Then you go to Jos equally have those things. Even when you go to even the far north, where the sun is there, if they concentrated on solar, I don't see a reason why the issue of light should be a problem in Nigeria if actually our leaders, they have something upstairs. It's an high time all these things should be decentralized. It should not be centralized. Just have the decentralized education where everybody can come in and invest into this power. And without this power, the nation cannot move forward. The economy cannot grow because we need all these are source of the strength of the economy. So that I know about it. The issue of decentralization is highly welcome by me. If actually the key to it, and if they are actually sincere, every state has everything it has to generate electricity.
That's this morning on our newspaper review. I'm Rhoda Johnny on VOP TV. Stay tuned as I hand over to my colleagues in the studio.
Rhoda Johnny there. Well, let's get back to the headlines here. And from the Punch newspaper, there are a few other headlines I would like to touch on very, very quickly. Nigeria secures £746 million UK deal to modernize ports. Hardship. Labour pushes 154,000 naira minimum wage. And, of course, refineries spend 5.7 trillion naira on foreign oil despite naira for crude policy. That's from the Punch newspaper. Well, let's talk about this one before we get into politics. Refineries spend 5.7 trillion naira on foreign oil despite naira for crude policy.
Moses, can we get some context, into this story so that because we would like to know the refineries they are talking about.
Wow.
Okay, so now this is we hear that despite its status as Africa's largest crude oil producer, Nigeria imported crude oil worth a staggering 5.734 trillion naira between January and December 2025. That's a lot of money. Subsidy had been gone
2025.
since 2025, last year.
Okay. But they're not talking about subsidy. They're talking
Between
about
January and December. Okay. And this is as domestic refineries grapple with persistent feedstock shortages, exposing a deepening supply paradox. Now, according to the Punch newspaper, they said federal government's much publicized Naira for crude policy designed to prioritize this comes, yet even the policy sought to channel crude to local refineries. Nigeria produced 530.41 million barrels and earned about 55.5 trillion naira from crude oil sales in 2025, highlighting a stark disconnect between robust upstream output and domestic supply shortages. Our data obtained from the National Bureau of Statistics, analyzed by the paper's correspondent, show that the surge represents a dramatic shift from 2024, where no crude imports were recorded, indicating a 100% increase year on year. But this doesn't speak to the refineries that may have benefited from this. Well, it says, as analysts of the NBS Foreign Trade in Goods Statistics report reveal that crude oil imports classified under petroleum oils and oils obtained from bituminous minerals crude became one of Nigeria's major import items in 2025, driven by supply shortages to domestic refineries. Well, that's basically, it doesn't say which refinery.
Who refined what, please? Who refined what? Is it not only Dangote that is functioning? When we did the sit and lies and stuff, for God's sake, look, I don't like hearing this type of thing. It's so embarrassing.
We hear there's a water smith.
You hear. Who have lifted any oil?
Are there no modular refineries in Nigeria?
Who have lifted anything there?
There are modular.
Are they working?
Yes.
Are they working? The answer is, are they working?
Yes.
You were here when they raised the land that nobody is giving them crude.
The fact that they are asking for crude means they are working.
They are working. And the fact that we are saying that we spend 5.7 trillion naira on imports alone means that they are, probably they are getting.
You see, the point is, remove even the 1.4 you are talking about. The JVs will all have their own quota from the 1.4. And the one that the past administration has used to mortgage us, using it as collateral, would have to be deducted. So what is left? Will they give everything that is left to the local refineries without selling? They would have to sell.
I think I read.
So there is no way the shortfall will not be mitigated by imports.
I read somewhere where the House of Representatives wanted to step in, to review that loan agreement where our oil was collateralized, for the loan. I bet
till 2030.
34. 30, I hear 34, And I don't know how they are going to review that, because it might amount to a breach. Or are they trying to pay off the loan? Probably, if they pay off the loan, we can now have access to our crude oil. Especially, and we are the receiving end of it all, because now Brent is at, I think, 105 or 105 per dollar, and that is the sweetest. So we could have been coasting home with a lot of money now, but whatever we produce, we just use a certain percentage of that to settle debts, and it doesn't help us. So even in the midst of the windfall, we are still not receiving as much as
and that means you and I now we are taking away, we are dashing away our fortune.
That's not
because
dash.
It's not dash.
Hold on.
Not dash.
You borrowed the money.
Hold
you
on.
borrowed money.
I'm coming. As at the time you entered into this agreement, what was the crude price? Now it has gone up somehow. You are still selling it to them. Don't you know that that difference would have been our gain? But whether it is $200 per barrel anywhere, you are going to give them the crude they want.
But you entered into the agreement.
Without a caveat.
Well, I have not seen the letters of that.
Yes, but ordinarily, since our budget is pegged at $64.
Okay, benchmark.
The benchmark of our budget, and this crude sales, they were made in the Buhari administration.
Okay.
We should be gaining something from the interest, don't you think?
No, you see, it depends on the tenant of the agreement.
The terms of the agreement.
Now, the question is, even if they are going to draw that agreement, they will draw it on number of barrels of crude oil.
Not barrels, not the equivalent.
The equivalent
not the money equivalent.
Not the price. That's what I'm saying. And that's
you understand?
Because
the caveat would have been heavily on either of the parties. What if crude just suddenly drops to 20?
To 20.
Okay.
And so the lender will not agree to those terms.
You understand?
What they want is their barrel of oil.
It is the barrel of oil. That's the basis of the agreement.
If they can't sell, they can come refine and use it to do some other things.
If in the course of that agreement, oil suddenly drops to 10 to 1 barrel, it's their loss. Now it's their gain. Because as at that time, it was 60 something. Now it is 105. So it's their gain.
Look, that agreement was.
But the point is, what was the immediate and compelling need for that loan at that time?
At that time, and if you breach it, Okay, if you breach that agreement, now you'd have assets all over the world.
You can't.
They can even go to UK and see the president.
That is what I'm saying.
Separate now.
That agreement.
And probably have to start British Airways back here.
Was unnecessary. Seriously, because as at the time they entered into that agreement, that was when you lost 210 trillion from NNPCL, 2017 to 2020. Is that not what they told us? So if you had that kind of money to play around and throw away, why would you go and borrow money with our crude oil? Tell me. No, somebody should.
And you are meeting all of these targets and exceeding them, and we are borrowing a staggering £764 million to do what? To refurbish the tin can and the other care. I don't understand all of this. Maybe I don't know a lot of accounting, and mathematics. So I don't, but I know the simple economics that, is this a partnership? Is it a loan? Or when they say deal, it's shrouded in some form of, language that might hurt us at the end of the day. Because we might in the next 2 or 3 years, all of that. Why don't you go to Calabar?
As a matter of fact, any importer that is in the East should have made use of either Calabar port
or Port Harcourt.
Or Port Harcourt.
You just use One.
You dredge. That money is enough to dredge. To allow big ships,
ocean liners,
to berth in those places. But
hunch.
The problem is we major on the minor, and we minor on the major in this country. Those things that could assist us to leapfrog this country to a nation that we'll be proud of are neglected. But immediate gratification is what we seek all the time. And this immediate gratification has also fueled corruption.
My hunch is that UK, Kestema, please don't give them that money. This is the election. Look, hold on, I'm coming. This is election.
It's just a wishful thinking.
Hold on, this is
it has been concluded.
This is election time. This is not the best time for anybody to borrow money, not to talk of Tinubu. We have never trusted him with our finances.
Well, it's a good thing you're making the appeal, but
they should not give them that money. They should not give them that money after the election, at least.
Okay. They've heard you, but the deed is done. Now let's talk about. Let's just talk briefly because we're almost out of time. But let me take the headlines here, and then I would like for us to talk a bit about the president asking his appointees to resign, those seeking elective offices to resign.
He has not said anything new. It is in the electoral law.
So the headlines here is 2027. Northern Group mark
and then declare their assets.
Mark decry APC's stifling of opposition, abrupt economic policies. Middle East, WFP warns 10.4 million risk hunger in West Central Africa. FG earmarked 73.4 billion naira for tuberculosis drugs. Others, as WHO urges more funding. And yes, this story, I wish we had, one of the sports analysts. Well, sports comes up next, but I wish we had one of the sports analysts with us in the studio. CAF strips Senegal of 2027 AFCON title, declares Morocco champions. All right. I would have loved to get clarity.
They're on appeal. Let's see what happens.
NEL Fund disburses 206 billion naira to 1.16 million students in about 2 years. And also, Tinubu directs appointees seeking elective offices to resign by March 31. El-Rufai sues ICPC over alleged plots to make him politically irrelevant. Gentlemen, please make your peak and let's have your take. Barrister, let's have you go first. 1 minute.
Good. It is not enough to resign if you are seeking elective appointment. Declare your assets, please. Declare your assets, because if I can start with NEPA. Any RUC have told Adelabu, return 20 billion naira to people you made to pay for prepaid meter. They have said return that money to Nigerians, to Lagosians who paid for that prepaid meter. Are you going to resign with that money to go and do election in your state? These are part of it. So declare your assets before you even resign.
Very sir, did you take the money?
You take me directly
from any the head of NEPA? Who's the head of, is it not Minister of Power? You mean
Disco took money from these people. And Disco is in private hands.
He is the Minister of Power. All the box stops on his table. You cannot tell me that he doesn't know what is going on. This estimated billing, you mean I should take all the blame to Discos or what?
Disco is not part of government.
Who is now behind this prepaid meter we are talking about?
It's just like you are saying government should twist Dangote to reduce fuel price.
Well, Minister of Power was there when people were paying for this prepaid meter. So how come the sledgehammer Anna is on these people to return the money? You mean any RUC is talking rubbish?
Which is it? Is it?
The
was the money paid to personal account?
He's the head of that organization. He should know about it. You cannot tell me that. You mean if the probe Adelabu now, we cannot find anything on him? Is that what you're telling me? No, Adelabu is clean, Abi. Then let
Who is saying Adelabu is clean?
Then let him declare his assets. That's what I'm saying. Let him declare his assets before you go and contest that election.
Every other person in government would have declared assets. What I would have expected you to say is that does what they declared at the point of entry, does it match what they are going to?
Let them declare first.
But they are very smart at that anyway. Most of them they declare anticipatory assets.
We'll see the record. We'll see when you acquired it. Everything you had, the date of acquisition is there. We'll trace it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Then this other one you mentioned, Moses.
Yes. Right.
About what's it called now? NEL Fund.
Yes. NEL
Fund. Please.
206 billion.
Good. Have anybody? You see what I'm talking about? Data. Data is very important. At least you know whether what you are putting in match the result you are getting.
Okay.
Is that not what we have been saying here? Okay. That fund is just for the boys. They just give you number. They just give you figures. Have you cross-checked to know whether the impact is people are feeling it?
We'll question all of that. Okay. We'll have time to ask more questions in that regard. But now we have Afiz joining us. Afiz, good morning to you. Good morning, sir. Well, Afiz is a sports analyst, and yes, tell us what is going on with CAF, Senegal, Morocco, because we hear that. The winners of the just concluded AFCON, Senegal, they've been stripped of the title.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What is going on?
It just came in as a shock to everyone. That was last night. When people were in the aura of the Champions League, going on, CAF just dropped the bombshell, and to me, it's a massive indictment on CAF, especially the CAF president right now, Patrice Motsepe. He is in hot waters right now because this tournament is like 59 days after you are now announcing. And there are certain rules.
The graphs? Because I know that Senegal walked out of the pitch.
Yes, they did.
And they had this issue of towels being taken, goalkeeper towels, and all of that.
Yeah, why the Senegalese players walked out of the pitch was that there was a penalty that they were contesting, in the last minutes of the game. So they were contesting that penalty. They had to walk out. That's in
because
itself.
It felt like CAF was the referee was taking sides with
Morocco.
With Morocco at that point,
Yes.
it looked like it, but that was not the case. Okay. And for Senegal walking out, there's a rule that in the CAF regulations that when you walk out, you forfeit that game.
Exactly.
You forfeit it immediately.
Exactly.
And the CAF president was there. Even the FIFA president was in attendance at that point.
Exactly.
But the question now is, why didn't CAF take that decision there and
Right
then?
there.
Why did they have to wait for 59 days after?
Wait for them to complete the tournament,
Exactly.
pick up the trophy, and then 59 days after, you're stripping them of the
So
title.
what do you think might have
They
happened?
need to investigate
What
the
do you think might have
matter.
happened?
They need to investigate it now.
There's a lot going on in the background. People are saying it's because the WAFCON as well, that was supposed to be hosted by Morocco. So they are trying to put CAF in the middle, especially the CAF president now, that they are backing out so that CAF can look into their appeal. They've been appealing since the final.
They're basically, yes, they're basically blackmailing
CAF now.
They've been appealing since the final. CAF has been throwing out their appeal, but now, about 12 days to the beginning of the WAFCON, they pulled out from the hosting. South Africa, the country where the president is from, the CAF president is from, they tried to step in and said they wanted to host, but CAF did not recognize that. CAF still held on with Morocco. Now, about 12 days to the start of the WAFCON, where a lot of female players were already prepared, they threw it out.
Who is at the head of
So Morocco is backing out of hosting.
They backed out.
Okay,
As a form of blackmail.
So now that CAF Cup has been given,
they are looking to bring Morocco back into the policy.
This is Africa. That's Africa.
If I were Morocco, I would do the same thing because there is a rule which has been violated by Senegal. And nobody talking about it.
But the question is, why wasn't the rule
you need to investigate it. It's not something you take immediate action. There is investigation. And allow the disciplinary committee was headed by a Nigerian.
Yes.
Maybe Nigeria happened to Senegal.
All right, so the angle you take things from at times.
Is it not a fact that Nigeria is heading the disciplinary committee? Is that not how we do things here? So what are you telling me?
But it looks like they are trying to favor Morocco at this point because they could have done that, the rule, they could have implemented it there and then.
Right there, and then we'll not see the match go on to taking up the
and
trophy.
there was a penalty to Morocco. Maybe if that penalty had gone in, they wouldn't have led to any forfeiture.
They want to fulfill all righteousness before they take decision.
Oh well.
Yes.
Oh well. Thank you very much, Hafiz. Well, this is how far we go on Newspaper Review. Hafiz will be here with you as sports comes up next. I guess we have more stories.
Of course, there's a lot.
What else should we expect? Just one more story.
The NFF petition to FIFA concerning the Nigeria DR Congo World Cup participation has been rejected, and now NFF is looking to go to CAS.
There you have it. So much more. Big thanks to Barrister Darlington Agumbo, Dele Fanimo, and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adam, constitutional lawyer and spokesperson of the. He's going to join me in 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock.
Spokesperson.
All right then. All right then. Well, that's it from me. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you tomorrow. Hafiz, over to you now.
God.
Thank you very much. Bye for now.
I like to.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room. the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
He's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please,
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. But I'll find you, and I want you.
and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Good evening. I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maritime Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, I'm everybody that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana. Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. I will find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. There,
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a fiscal disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included when it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies, and one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Lifestyle, VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It was a long road to justice for victims of Ogundeji Happiness Ayodele and Prince Ogundeji Abiodun on Thursday, February 26, 2026. The Federal High Court in Akure brought the 11-year trial to a definite close. The couple operated what disguised as a popular care home in Ilu Titon, but investigations by NAPTIP revealed a baby factory where underaged pregnant girls were detained against their will. Their babies were then harvested and sold to highest bidders as priceless commodities. Justice F.A. Olubanjo sentenced the pair to 14 years in prison with no option of a fine. But the punishment didn't stop there. In a double-barrel judgment designed to strip the convicts of their ill-gotten wealth, the court ordered the following: property forfeited of 8 cars and 2 bungalows to the federal government. Cash forfeited of 4 million found in a car trunk thorough investigations, restitution of 1 million naira each to be paid to 3 victims who testified, funded by their auction of victims' remaining assets. NAPTIP Lagos Zonal Commander Mrs. Comfort Agboko, speaking on behalf of Director General Binta Adamu Bello, called the verdict as a landmark conviction. She emphasized that the 11-year wait for justice serves as a warning to human traffickers that they cannot escape the law regardless of their social status or how long it takes to
delivery of their babies to be sold to customers. In the course of the investigation, a search was conducted in the house and numerous items were uncovered, which included hospital cars, 8 cars with their keys, 2 bungalows, 4 million naira cash in the trunk of one of the cars, a poultry farm, various domestic animals, amongst others. A court order was obtained on the 12th day of May 2014 from the Federal High Court, Akure, to seal and attach, and seize the properties of the defendants found within the premises.
The case was originally referred to NAPTIP by the Nigerian Immigration Service in 2024. Officials say the verdict marks a major victory in the ongoing fight to smoke out traffickers regardless of their social status. From NAPTIP office in GRA, I am Monica Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
Patrice Lumumba, an influential figure in the history of Congo. He was born on July 2, 1925 in Onaloa, Belgian Congo, now the Democratic Republic of Congo, and died on January 17, 1961. Lumumba played a crucial role in the fight for independence from Belgian colonial rule. As a charismatic leader, Lumumba co-founded the Congolese National Movement (MNC) and became the first democratically elected Prime Minister of Congo in 1960. His vision was to unite the universe Congolese population and establish a strong, independent nation. Unfortunately, Lumumba's time in power was short-lived. Amid political turmoil and external pressures, he faced opposition from both internal and external forces. In 1961, Lumumba was overthrown and later assassinated, leaving behind a legacy as a symbol of African nationalism and struggle for independence. Lumumba's contribution to the decolonization movement in Africa continue to be remembered, and he remains an important figure in the history of Congo and the fight against colonialism.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a...
every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu holds talks with King Charles today. Omoyele Sowore dismisses Tinubu's UK visit, says it adds nothing. IGP visits Maiduguri, vows tighter security. ICPC defends El-Rufai's detention. Governor Soludo inaugurated for second term. INEC reports 2.6 million registrations this week. And in business, Nigerian Naira falls 1,385 Naira to the dollar amid Middle East tensions. In sports, Red Senegal rejects award of title to Morocco, heads to CAS. And in a word of entertainment, Wale Adenuga dismisses claim of Papa Jasco being broke. And now the news in full. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to meet King Charles III on Wednesday, marking Nigeria's first state visit to the UK in nearly 4 decades. The president and his wife, Oluremi Tinubu, arrived Tuesday at London's Stansted Airport. On Wednesday, they will meet heir to the throne, Prince William, and his wife, Catherine, before proceeding to Windsor, where King Charles III will receive the president for an audience followed by a state banquet in the evening. First Lady Oluremi Tinubu is scheduled to preach at London's Lambeth Palace on Thursday and meet representatives of the Church of England. Britain and Nigeria share strong diplomatic ties, having concluded a strategic partnership in November 2024 to enhance economic, migration, and security cooperation. The visit comes shortly after suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, Borno State, claimed at least 23 lives on Monday evening. Meanwhile, human rights lawyer Omoyele Sowore says President Bola Tinubu's trip to the UK offers nothing to Nigeria, describing it a diplomatic excursion. Explaining and speaking in a television interview, Sowore, the 2023 African Action Congress presidential candidate, claimed the visit holds no real value. Since assuming office in 2023, President Tinubu has undertaken several foreign trips, which his administration says are aimed at attracting investment. But Sowore argues that none of these visits have brought a single dime into the country, adding that musicians and other artists often return more tangible benefits during their foreign tours. Away from the president's visit, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has visited victims of the recent improvised explosive device blast receiving treatment at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. During the visit, the IGP also assessed the Monday market bombing site in Maiduguri. He later met with officials at the Borno State Government House and the State Police Command Headquarters to review security measures and strengthen coordinated response efforts. DSU commiserated with victims and their families, assuring residents of the police force's resolve to dismantle those behind the attacks and prevent a reoccurrence. He added that security in Maiduguri has been significantly tightened and increased deployments, enhanced surveillance, and joint operations across the city to ensure public safety. In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says the federal government led by President Bola Tinubu has lost the moral authority to lead amid renewed terrorist attacks in Borno State. In his post on X, Atiku accused the administration of prioritizing political opposition and re-election over tackling insecurity as insurgent attacks continues. He criticized the government's security strategy, saying the last and the latest attacks recall the peak of Boko Haram's violence in 2014 and stressed that Nigerians care more about results than official statements. Atiku also raised concerns about the welfare and equipment of security personnel, calling for stronger support to improve operations. Moving on, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has clarified the legal status of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. In a statement, spokesperson Oko Ode says El-Rufai's continued detention is based on an existing court order, not a new directive. The commission maintains that El-Rufai remains in lawful custody under a valid court order. Moving on, Governor Charles Soludo and his deputy Onyekachukwu Ibezim have been sworn in for a second term as governor and deputy governor of Anambra State. The swearing-in ceremony held at Alex Ekweme Square in Oka was attended by Vice President Kashim Shettima, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and Goodluck Jonathan, the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, the Oba of Oni, the Obi, I beg your pardon, of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Achebe, and former Commonwealth Secretary General Chief Emeka Ayoku, amongst other dignitaries. Our correspondent in Anambra State, Ndo Paleze, has more in this report.
Operation was a product of the November 8, 2025 re-election of the DO by the people of Anambra State. Vice President Kashim Shettima, while speaking on the occasion, commended Soludo for what he termed his nationalistic views and approach to leadership. He said the federal government is committed to partnering with states and governors with such development mindset, and charged Soludo not to take the oath as mere ritual, but one that will always remind him of the people entrusted in his care.
The people of Anambra State are today renewed not just a mandate, but a covenant of competence. And as Dr. Onyeka Chukwu Gilbert Ibezi takes this oath once again beside him, the state is also a part of the leadership. It's not only about the brilliance of the man at the top, but also about the skills, loyalty, and discipline of those who help translate deep into order and order into progress. One of the beautiful lessons Professor Soludo has taught us is that differences in political parties need not be invitations to hostility. They can and should be opportunities for collaboration. In this business of serving the people, we are often more alike than we are different. Because whatever banners we wear, the true burden before us is the redemption of our people. Professor Soludo has shown that it is possible to see beyond the dangerous shenanigans that so often pass for politics in our time, and to keep pace with the higher calling of public life.
Soludo, in his inaugural address, enumerated what his government was able to achieve under the first 4 years, to include revolutionizing Dr. Emayokpara's agriculture with oil palm and other seedlings, giving out to millions of people for commercial farming. He said his government has been securing strategic land spaces as Anambra's land bank for future development, having foreseen a geometric progression of the population that will make up the African Dubai Taiwan. The next 4 years, he said, will be realization of the ideas and deliberate policies of his first term, adding that a gas master plan is ready for implementation in the state, while construction work is already ongoing at the site of an electoral police project approved by Mr. President.
This administration, therefore, carries a historic responsibility to lay the enduring foundation for the next Anambra, setting the state firmly on the path towards realizing its manifest destiny as an African Dubai, Taiwan, Silicon Valley by 2070. By 2070, it is estimated that about 38 to 40 million people, up from the current 9 million, will be resident in Anambra, and probably over 50 million by the end of this century. These people will need transport infrastructure, power, jobs, housing, sewage, and waste management, schools and hospitals, care for the vulnerable and the elderly, and so on. So far, over the last 4 years, every step, every project, every program, law or policy has been intentional with one question in mind. How does it align with the long-term vision? Where will it leave Anambra not only in the immediate and medium term, but more fundamentally over the next 50 to 100 years? Intergenerational sustainability and alignment to the destination drive our thinking and action. This is a new chapter on how we do business in Anambra.
Former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan graced the event, just like the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Ayoku, and former Anambra State Governors Dr. Chris Ngige and Dame Vejie Etiaba were also present. Most Anambra's born entrepreneurs also attended the event, including Chief Allen Onyema, Sir Emeka Ofo, Chief Cletus Ibetu, and others. The Nigeria Police Band and her sister agencies displayed a guard of honor for Soludo.
also a graduate, physics department.
Ndo Opalese, VOP TV News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima has hailed the contribution of Governor Chukwuma Soludo to national development, saying the current administration is a beneficiary of the Anambra leaders' insights into issues affecting Nigeria. Shettima, who spoke in Oka during the swearing of Governor Chukwuma Soludo and his deputy Onyeka Ibezim for a second term. Shettima, a former governor of Borno State, asked Soludo, who is of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, to see the second term as a chance to work for the people, hailing the governor as his giant stride in 4 years. Away from that report, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says over 2.6 million Nigerians have completed registrations in the second phase of the continuous voter registration. In this week, 10 updates as of March the 13th, INEC reports that more than 1.5 million registered online, while about 1.09 million completed fiscal registration. By state, Jigawa recorded the highest number of registrants, followed by Lagos and Kano, while Anambra had the lowest in the figure. Female voters make up the majority, accounting for 57% of registrations, with males at 43%. Youths aged 18 to 34 dominated the exercise, representing over 68% of the total. Students formed the largest occupational group, followed by those in business. INEC also says more than 37,000 persons with disabilities have registered so far. Still in the news, the African Democratic Congress has unveiled an interim policy framework ahead of the 2027 elections, signaling its readiness to move beyond opposition politics and govern Nigeria. Speaking in Abuja, ADC National Chairman David Mark and Policy Committee Chairman John Odige Oyegu said the document is not just about policies, but about showing the party as a serious alternative with a clear plan for the country. The interim report addresses economic reforms, social welfare, and security. It proposes gradual reforms that protect vulnerable Nigerians, exempt survival income from taxation, and calls for a Social Protection Act to stabilize welfare programs. On security, the party recommended faster justice for kidnapping and banditry cases, suggesting such crimes be classified as terrorism for stricter penalties. Mark said the final manifesto will serve as a binding guide for elected officers, and the interim report is only the first phase, with the full document expected at the party's national convention in April. Oyegu added that the framework marks a shift from rhetoric to action, positioning the ADC as a credible choice for Nigerians in 2027. Away from that story, the managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Kaide Okwefa, has announced the full restoration of train services on the Abuja-Kaduna route following the disruption earlier this week. Okwefa, in a post on X, assured passengers that safety and operational standards have been improved after the incidents on Monday, March the 16th, 2026. He praised the swift response of the Nigerian Railway Corporation for keeping disruption minimal and reaffirmed the corporation's commitment to passenger safety and reliable service. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of this story now in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo, a lawyer and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation.
Afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
Okay.
All right, let's start off with this situation coming from the Nigerian Railway Corporation director, managing director. I'm talking about Kayode Okwefa, who has announced a full restoration of train services on the Abuja-Kaduna route following the disruption earlier this week, on Monday precisely, where there was a major collision of trains in that axis. What do you make of this story? Owing to the fact that, yes, he said operations have been restored, but reasons for that particular collision, which he did say was as a result of coupling faults, has not been fully addressed. Nobody has been held accountable. And this about the second time under his watch. You would recall in 2024, I think, where there was that particular accident around the same Abuja corridor. As it stands, Barrister, is there a possibility that the person of the managing director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation can take responsibility for these actions and maybe, like some are saying, honorably step down for a more efficient leadership in the Nigerian Railway Corporation?
How will that solve the problem? Because when you go out there and buy obsolete equipment, you should expect half-measured services. Is it the fault of the man or the equipment they bought or the people even actually running the train stations? These are the issues. Removing the man will not solve the problem because the problem is multifaceted.
Okay.
It's not a one-off thing. You have the standard gauge rail that is not standard. Then you have a train the locomotive that is not of international standard. I don't even know whether it is the Tokumba we bought or brand new one. These are things that needed to be interrogated and investigated. Because if you don't do this and you remove just a man who is doing his job, you have not solved the problem. That's the truth. Remember, you have terrorists in the mix who are always relaying those routes, Abuja, Kaduna.
Yes.
So how will removing the man solve the problem? They should look in west. There is something wrong with this thing they bought, Amechi bought for us. Yes.
So you think, as it stands, the multifaceted problems or situations that have bedeviled the Nigerian Railway Corporation that nobody is talking about, and that's inclusive of the National Assembly, who again are supposed to have carried out a major investigation plus an oversight on some of the locomotives that were bought during the Jonathan era. Looking at these conversations, Barrister, can we then say that the National Assembly is not really up on their game on the part of checkmating all of the executive actions and, of course, their decisions as well?
This National Assembly is like a nightmare. I want to wake up and forget. This particular 10th Assembly, they are the worst thing that can happen to any country. They are not just there, seriously. They are not there. If they are actually there, if they are the National Assembly, the parliament that I know of other countries, 90% of what has happened in this country wouldn't have happened. They would have been there to checkmate the executive. They would have been there to give the executive a marching order. They would have been there to keep the executive on their toes. They would have been there to give orders to institutions and they will follow it up. But are they doing any of these things? The answer is capital no. Rather, the executive is controlling them. So how can such a National Assembly perform? A National Assembly that said that whatever the executive brought before them, they will just approve it without even going through. You don't know what their Senate chairman told us. So with all these things, can you beat your chest and say we have a National Assembly? The answer is no. Seriously.
Now, what is the implication of the Look Away Act of the National Assembly, Barrister?
The implication is what you are seeing now. The implication is what you are seeing in the country today, where nothing is working. And the National Assembly is not talking because they don't want to offend the president. Most of them. In fact, it was one that installed Akpabio as the Senate president. He's the one. Didn't you see when it happened? Were you not there when it happened? Why do you think Akpabio is telling you that whatever the president brings before him, he will just approve it? He knew how he came into that office. The man that rigged the election for him is serving jail term. And he's there sitting as Senate president. Did he contest the election? Did he? So you can see.
All right, then let's talk about some party politics here. The African Democratic Congress has unveiled an interim policy framework ahead of the 2027 general election. And of course, you know that this is signaling a readiness to move beyond opposition and, of course, opposition politics and govern Nigeria, as it were. This policy framework includes several, well, they've said this is about a serious alternative with a clear path for the country to follow. What do you make of this interim policy framework as released by the ADC? Now, in that particular framework, there is a part where it addresses economic reforms, social welfare, and of course, security. Do you think that this might build some level of confidence in the heart of Nigerians who are, again, looking for somewhat alternative to the ruling party?
Yeah, it can, for those who want to listen. Those whose mind have not been polluted by APC and their policies. Those who are seeking for change. Those who want the country to move forward. Those who have not sold their soul to APC and what they are doing. These are the people that may look at that policy framework a second time. But to those who are just there to collect what the APC can offer, they are not interested though. They are not interested. All they know is that APC all the way, even with what is going on today. Is it not surprising that some people still drop a kind word for APC and Tinubu? Is it not surprising to you? With the way things are, with what has happened, some people in this country today, die-hard supporters. So they are talking for those Nigerians who are interested in the country moving forward. And I hope those people can listen to them.
Well, the die-hard supporters you mentioned clearly have their power of choices to make, and their choice is staying with the APC. But let's look at the path of this framework that was released by the ADC. On security, the party recommended a faster justice for kidnapping and banditry cases as an alternative if, of course, getting into office, suggesting that such crimes can be classified as terrorism for stricter penalties. You think that would have a way of installing confidence and, of course, giving much more strength when it comes to fighting terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria?
Of course. If this government in power had been dealing with the terrorists the way it ought to, they would have learned a lesson. The people that are coming in, the terrorists, they would have learned a lesson. They would have given themselves advice, knowing fully well that here is too hot for them to stay. But because the government is almost in bed with them, the government is giving them a soft landing. That is why they are becoming brazen and bolder every day. So if they can listen to what ADC says, and I don't even think they will, because the relationship between the government and the terrorists is inexplicable. Completely inexplicable. I don't know how to explain it. So it's like APC is pouring water on stone. This government will not listen. They will not.
Even with rejigging the service chiefs?
I said these are just paperwork. The real hard work, nobody wants to touch it. They are not interested.
Help Nigerians understand what is the real hard work?
The real hard work is dealing with the terrorists. I mean, don't give them a breathing space. David, when you see countries that want to fight insecurity, you don't need to be told. And I have a very good example. In Philippines, the last two presidents of that country, When he was contesting the election, he was campaigning, he said that these drug pushers, he would deal with them. Because as at that time, these guys wanted to use the Philippines as a, as a heaven. The man saw it and said, no, he cannot have. He campaigned, they thought he was joking. David, he eventually won. After inauguration, the following day, this man put on his military fatigue and selected the well-disciplined soldier and went into the den of drug pushers in Philippines. He was shooting from all cylinders. David, the president of that country, the UN cried out. They were talking of human rights. The man didn't want to listen. They ran out of that country without their shoes on. That is how to know a man who wants to do something.
But then again, Barrister, we've been told that the insurgency that we are faced with is not the conventional war that we naturally would, of course, admit to fighting. Because you would also recall just a few days ago, the military head is saying that there's a possibility of some suicide bombers even in Borno State. So these are not the conventional war. Do you think that the military is also not getting it right with some of these information?
There is no excuse they have not given you and I for this insurgent or this terrorist. No excuse on earth have they not given us. Because even the military, some of the men in the military, they have sympathy with the terrorists because of religious and tribal sentiments. And so no excuse is worth it for you to be telling us one story or the other. For a terrorist that have killed our military. Is it not surprising to you that whenever they manage to capture these guys, some military top brass and the government used to rehabilitate them back into the military, into the civilian life? What does that tell you? You heard what Shegumi have been talking about, giving them amnesty and then paying them money and all that. So Bello, a Nigerian that has been holding court here, a known terrorist, government used to send emissaries to him and they will dialogue and discuss after they will come back. Is that the attitude of somebody who wants to end something?
It's interesting you've mentioned the part of reintegration into the society as of course done by some of the governments, both state and federal. Of what impact is that going to have on the confidence of the Nigerian army, knowing for a fact that we caught these guys, we arrested them, but they have been de-radicalized and reintegrated into society? What impact, what moral impact would that grant to the Nigerian army who again are serving?
The impact is that the morality of the military has been dampened. It has killed their morale. They are no longer enthusiastic about fighting these guys. These are guys they face in the battlefield. That is a question of life and death. And when they manage to wriggle out of it, you will now bring them back and they will now meet them. They will meet them in their military by their camps and they will be talking and laughing. The same guy that they fought in the battlefield. I mean, you cannot explain it seriously. You cannot. You cannot explain it. No explanation is good enough for this kind of nonsense.
All right then. Well, Barrister, let's get to another conversation quickly. INEC has reported 2.6 million registration this week alone. 2.6 million Nigerians have gone to register, preparing for the next election. Some would say this is looking like a cheering news on the path of Nigerians who truly possibly want to have a switch in their lives. Should we celebrate this?
I will not.
Why?
There's nothing to celebrate here. It's not about those who registered. It's about allowing them to vote and allowing their vote to count. David, that is the real issue here. These people, with their vote to count in the next election, will you allow them to vote? So, if you cannot promise them all this, then what is the celebrating figures?
But the INEC said it's ready for the next election, even though they've asked for a certain amount of money from the federal government to prosecute that election. You think the INEC is not ready for the next election?
Already, the failure of INEC is already registered now. We have seen that this INEC has failed because the timetable for campaign have not started. Yet, a party called APC have started a campaign with the City Boys movement. And INEC is there. He has not even uttered a word, not even a statement to condemn what is going on.
Well, neither has the APC admitted that that was their move.
No, it is INEC that will call them to order because this is his call. It is INEC that will make a statement and, let it be known that, yes, they are not in support of what is going on. Have you heard this INEC utter a word?
Neither has the APC said that that is their move as well.
Look, their move. Who is the City Boy campaigning for? Can you imagine? No, City Boy movement. Who are they campaigning for?
Barrister, if the APC is not admitted to the fact that they, as a party, powered that movement, INEC does not have anything to hold on them, don't you think?
Please. As long as we have seen these guys campaigning for APC, you don't need any other explanation. APC will not come and tell you, no. Who gave them those things that they are using to campaign and all that? I mean, can't you...
Electoral laws?
Of course. What else? Is there...
Electoral laws?
Of course. What else? Is there any other law? Is it not Electoral Act? Is it not what any other law? Is it not Electoral Act? Is it not what INEC is going to use to conduct the election? So why should it be so? So when I tell you that the man has failed, yes, you can see it. All the facts are there.
Okay, now let me switch this conversation also to the recent statement by an opposition figure, and of course the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, saying that the federal government-led administration by President Bola Tinubu has lost the moral authority to lead amid renewed terrorist attack in Borno State. At this point, some are saying opposition is now being very vocal. Is this something needed at this time?
They started late.
But better late than never.
Well, there are some things that you don't need to wait or delay because of the far-reaching implication. There are things that you need to strike while the iron is hot. If they are talking now of what impact, is it not better to start pursuing the black sheep in the daytime before night comes? Is it not better? It's like closing the barn door when the horse has escaped. What are you closing the barn door for? The opposition should have been early in tackling this APC. Early in tackling them, but they kept quiet. They were moving from one infamy to the other, one infamy to the other, one infamy to the other. And they were looking at them. That is how they got this far. The most annoying thing is what Wike is doing. What Wike is doing. And nobody said anything, including those in PDP. Only for them to say, we have expelled you at the 11th hour. And the man simply snubbed them and went to court. So, I mean, they delayed their whatever they want to do now. It's like a belated action. Because the ruling party is not even interested. They don't even see them as an opposition, as a formidable force. That's why they are not paying attention to what they are saying.
Well, Atiku raised concerns about the welfare and equipment of security personnel, and of course he's called for stronger support and of course improve the operations within the military apparatus. Is that what it is about when it comes to fighting insurgency in Nigeria? Or is this just about a major political will to stamping out insecurity?
Of course, the political will is not there. The political will is not there. That is the major issue here. A government that wants to act, you will see it in their body language and their utterances. So when the government is not ready to do anything, what can you, who is a non-state actor, what can you do? Because the oppositions are now non-state actors. So whatever they are saying now, they will see it as a mere political talk. They will not take them serious because they are not putting force behind it.
All right then. Barrister, because of time, really, I need your position on this particular situation. Maybe in 30 seconds. The IGP visited the Maiduguri bombing site yesterday at the backdrop of the fact that Bayo Onanuga has said that the presidency to Borno State, and we could only see the IGP there. What do you make of this?
Thank God, because it is very, very uncalled for Bayo Onanuga to be giving service chiefs order. Seriously, it is uncalled for.
You think that was the order of Bayo Onanuga and not of the president?
He is the one that they heard his voice. Yes, he's the one that heard his voice. What happened to their commander-in-chief?
Well, he did have...
Because they said that he can rule Nigeria from anywhere.
But in fairness to the president, Barrister, the president did have a meeting with the service chiefs the night before the bombing attack happened, which again was the day he presented Tunji Disu to the other military chiefs. Don't you think that there was a communication in that space?
Look, when he had a meeting with them, the bombing have not occurred.
Right.
Good. It was after the bombing occurred that he left Nigeria, and then from wherever, he now told Bayo Onanuga. Apparently, that's why the service chiefs, you didn't see them, as you said. It was only the IGP. Yes, it's the one that maybe because of a tribal sentiment and all that, they can talk to each other. And that's why he went there. And I don't think he can do much because the situation is beyond the police. In fact, far from police, police can't handle what is going on there now. So the IGP just went there for photo shoot, maybe to tell the president that I'm loyal to you and all that. The military cannot be happy. They are not happy with what is going on. It's just that they don't know how to express it. Seriously,
well,
they are not happy.
Because of time, really, I would love to ask you other questions, but truly, we're truly out of time. I want to say a big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agumo, for joining the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, federal government declares Thursday, Friday, public holiday. This and more after this break. Please stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother Shaggy, man. Fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The
Glad to have you back. And it's still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People television. Now to all the stories. The federal government has declared Thursday and Friday as public holidays for Eid-ul-Fitr celebration. Interior Minister Tunji Ojo is in a statement signed by the ministry's permanent secretary Magdalena Jani, extended warm greetings to Muslim faithfuls on completing Ramadan. He urged Muslims to uphold the virtues of love, generosity, peace, and tolerance, and sacrifice, calling on all Nigerians to pray for the nation's unity and prosperity, and encourage responsible collaborations and celebrations and acts of kindness to the less privileged. Moving on to other stories now. The state government, Lagos state government, has reintroduced the monthly environmental sanitation exercise to promote cleanliness and public health. The exercise, which requires residents to clean their surroundings during designated hours, had been suspended for several years. Voice of the People TV sampled public opinions on the development. Our correspondent, Oindamola Lukoton, reports.
Has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue the sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do, let them do it. So we want Lagos to be clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced, while others raised concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasized the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities, communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental come back to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if their law is stand, it will clean. If their law is not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Indamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so very much, Indamola, for that report. Moving on to some business stories. The Naira is under renewed pressure in the foreign exchange market, weakening to 1,385 to the dollar amid escalating conflicts in the Middle East. The currency had currently held around 1,360 Naira to the dollar, but has slipped slightly over the past 2 weeks. While Nigeria's status as a major crude exporter offers some cushion, rising volatility in the global energy market is beginning to impact the domestic economy. The shift in the exchange rate comes as local energy costs surge. Despite inflation easing to 15.06% in February, petrol prices have jumped by more than 30% in the wake of the Middle East crisis. From business, we move straight to talking sports, where the fallout from the controversial final of the African Cup of Nations 2025 has taken a dramatic turn as Senegal's Football Federation moves to challenge CAF's ruling at the Court of Arbitration for Sports. In a statement, the federation confirmed it had received the decision from CAF's appeals board, but condemned it as unfair, unprecedented, and unacceptable. The ruling relates to the dispute final between Senegal and Morocco, which has now been awarded as a 3-0 victory to Morocco, following a future decision against Senegal. CAF's appeal board upheld a protest by Morocco's federation, citing competition regulations on misconduct and match forfeiture. It also overturned an earlier decision by CAF's disciplinary board, pointing to procedural flaws, specifically that Morocco's right to be heard was not respected. And from sports, we go straight to entertainment. A veteran filmmaker and CEO of Wale Adeniga Productions, Wale Adeniga, has dismissed claims by actor Abiodun Ayoyinka, popularly known as Papa Jasco,
that he is facing financial hardship. Ayoinka has sparked reactions online after alleging he was broke despite his long-running role in the hit television series Papa Jasco and Company. Adenuga called the claims false and misleading, explaining that Ayoinka is free to take on advertising and other jobs, provided he seeks financial approval to protect the Papa Ajasco brand. He described Ayoinka as a versatile actor, highlighting his resemblance to the original character he created in 1976, and said there has never been any serious disagreement between them. Adenuga added that the company has supported the actor over the years, providing him vehicles, including a Mercedes-Benz, and stressed that other cast members also take on independent roles outside the show. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get dry.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I'm sure you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So yes, today it's another day. So please get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And we're going to talk about a lot of things happening around you and happening in Nigeria. Yes, first on our list today, we are talking about popular relationship counselor and Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo has sparked reactions online after advising men to set higher standards when choosing life partners, including avoiding women who are financially dependent. In a statement that has gone viral, he emphasized the need for men to seek partners who can contribute meaningfully to a relationship rather than become financial burdens. And his comments were widely interpreted as urging men to stop marrying broke women. and a phrase that has fueled debate across social media platforms. So Okonkwo clarified that his message centers on building balanced relationship where both partners are responsible and supportive rather than placing the financial burden solely on men. So while some Nigerians on shared responsibilities, others have criticized the remarks as insensitive, highlighting ongoing conversations about gender roles, finances, and modern relationships. So my question about this whole thing is, Pastor Kingsley is not wrong. You see, we have normalized the fact that women now see men as, okay, yes, they are the providers, yes, but now we're now trying to make them like, this is what their job is. But that doesn't mean that women shouldn't work, because we are now having, recently we started having lazy women that don't want to work. They now feel that because, oh, the man, that this is their job, they now feel so relaxed and they can't work. Maybe the man has to provide for everything. So what if you don't have a man? Yes. So what if there is no man there to help you and provide for your needs? What will you then do? You will not go and work? Yes. It's how some ladies are now, they feel so careless. They are so, reluctant to do things, reluctant to work. They feel so lazy. I don't even know how to just say this whole thing, but it's really, really appalling. All right. A lot of people and fans have actually come out to say things concerning what Pastor Kingsley has said. Because me, I support what he's actually said. Men, please don't marry broke ladies. Yes, I am saying it that way. Don't marry broke ladies. If your woman can't sit down and work, if she can't go out and find money, please save yourself distress. Because I don't know what some women are turning into. They can't come on. I always know women as being industrious, being hardworking. But recently, it's something that really, they just feel that, that they don't need all those things, that the man will have to provide for them. And they feel reluctant to do things. So yes, I support what he said. All right, let's go over to our comment section. This is where people have actually come out to say, that Pastor Kingsley, you're trying to shade women and people should be coming down. Because what he said, there's no wrong in what he has actually said. All right, let's move over to the comment section. And Dr. Always Rosie said, stop saying don't marry broke women or broke men. Being broke is not the real problem. The real problem is laziness. Actually, I said that. And lack of discipline and lack of vision. A broke person can still have character and ambition, but a person with a poor mindset will remain a liability no matter how much money they have. Okay, and Essential Vic said, show me where this is written in the Bible. Written in the Bible as how? So you don't want to work, you want to stress. See, some ladies there, like, do you know that there's this joy, or will I put it, there's this pride that you have once you have your money. You get what I'm trying to say? And you go there your husband's house comfortably. Man no go they talk to you anyhow. But one, you don't get money, everything solely be on the man. And you will now come out when your husband don't talk one, you don't talk 100. Do you know, sometimes I feel like women need to start getting the knowledge that, that we need to start working too. You get? Because I see women trying to be lazy. Not that they don't want to work. They are just lazy. Lazing about. And this is just it. Seriously. This is just it. As Pastor Kingsley has said this, me, I 100% support. Please, men, don't marry broke ladies. If you're not going to work, if you're not going to do something, even if you're not getting plenty money in that thing, my dear, at least you're doing something. It's very important. Very important. Waiting your papa self no fit do for you. You go want make man where you want marry, do 100 times for you. But you yourself, you cannot even you cannot put food on your table. You cannot do anything to make yourself valuable. You make yourself add meaning to your life. You just relax and feel, okay, the man that's going to do it for me. So what if there's no man? Yes, what if there's no man? Let's take more comments and see what people are still saying about Pastor Kingsley's statement. Let's take more and more comments from our comment section. And yes, somebody said he isn't biased. And he says same to women. So it's okay to advise the others too. And cute Elema said, make everybody marry within their brackets. It's not about marrying within their brackets. If you have the mentality of being poor, you're going to keep being poor. You're not going to progress. Yes. Because if you feel that, you want to marry somebody that is below your standards, okay, fine. So what if that person, and you yourself, you're also below your own standards too. You cannot even, both of you cannot work, you cannot do anything. We will just sit down and be looking for each other, looking for how to borrow money and other things. That means you will have the mindset of being poor forever. Yes. Because tell me, somebody you're getting married is supposed to be someone that is going to help you succeed in life. A lot of people feel that, a lot of ladies feel that, they're going to get married and they're going to get married to an Odogu. It's not everybody that gets married to an Odogu. You might even build the Odogu. That is just the truth. Yes, you might build the Odogu. So don't expect that, you're getting married and yes, you're getting married to somebody else. So what if even if you meet the Odogu self, you're supposed to keep helping him to keep succeeding. See, it's high time that we ladies, level up. A lot of all these things are things that really cause the divorce, because sometimes ladies just feel so reluctant, so lazy to work, so lazy to do things. And now maybe their husbands are tired. Yes. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people are still talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, take away a man's financial capacity, you are left with barely nothing. So don't start this fight. Speaking as an independent, capable woman. And somebody said, so you are saying women in marriage do not contribute anything. It's because you are a pastor. If you outsource the service women are already doing in the home, won't you be paying for it? Because it's not financial doesn't mean there is no contribution. Kids, keeping the home, chores, nannying, etc. Go and pay for them now. All right, I want to come to the fact that the things that happens in the home, like fees, financial aspect of the home. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Where you have to pay your children's school fees, where you have to feed the family. I think this should be a combined effort. Because a lot of families have saying solely leave this whole thing on the men and saying, they need to provide for their family. And now everybody has this mindset like, the husband needs to provide. Where have you come to the stage where we leave the fact that this thing is a combined effort? You as the man, you as the woman has to come together to see that your family moves. So what if the husband doesn't have the money? The wife should assist. If the wife doesn't have, the husband should assist. That is what love is. I think that is what family is. But leaving the whole story to the man to fix is crazy. Now I see, when it comes to house chores, this is where men come out to say, it is the woman's job. Please, where is that written in the Bible? If I would ask, where is it written in the Bible? All these things are done with understanding. It's a combined effort. If you see your wife doing something in the house, doing the house chores, trying to clean, why don't you help out? Why don't you help out? I think that's why some men come out to say, that there are some men that are not well trained, because they are always having the mind. They already have the mindset of, this is the woman's job, and some women are also not trained, and they also have the mindset of, this is the man's job. Come on, this is the time where people do things together. If your wife is busy in the house cleaning the house, begin a mob house. You not be batting. You not be weak man. I've seen some men trying to say, if I start cleaning the house, I'm weak. I'm not the man of the house. Come on. It doesn't even take anything from you. Yes, it does not. Please, let's take more comments. A lot of people are really talking about Pastor Kingsley's statement. We have more and more comments from people. Let's see more on our comment section. And somebody said, so you're saying women in marriage do not contribute. All right. And Zinat said, what do you people expect from a pastor where they visit tattoo parlor? All right. Are you pained that he actually has a tattoo on his skin? I thought we've gone past that at Zinat. And somebody said, a man is a provider and will always be, okay? And that is where the mindset comes in. A man will always be a provider. That is why some women will still come out and say, a woman is always there to clean the house. Who tell you that kind? Where will they get these kind of stories? This thing is understanding. If both of you, see, a peaceful home is when two of you do things together. I'm telling you. If you bring out the man, bring out the woman, two of them go, they do combined efforts. If this one clean tomorrow, it doesn't really take anything from you guys. Now, everybody's just categorizing this whole thing. The woman's job is in the kitchen. I don't even like that statement. I've seen men that are chefs, men that cook, that even feel very comfortable cooking for their wives. Yes, cooking for the family. It's a lot, seriously. All right, let's take more comments. Let's see this comment. A lot of people are still talking about this. People bringing in their own experiences about marriage and stuff. And yes, Vop Ekania said, no woman is a liability in marriage. Pastor, women labor in marriage even when they are not working a traditional 9-to-5 job. Caring for the home, raising the children, and ensuring the family lives in a peaceful and supportive environment in real work. So when a family does not have the resources to outsource domestic duties, the woman often becomes the cook, cleaner, caregiver, and manager of the home, while the man goes out to earn income. That support system is what gives many men the stability and peace of mind to focus and thrive in their careers or businesses. If the home is not held together, the man may not have the enabling environment he needs to succeed outside. So no woman is a liability to any man. So even our mother's generation, women are providers in their own way. Women provide within home just as men provide. That is why marriage is teamwork. Thank you. Both roles matter and both partners deserve respect in the areas they carry responsibility. Thank you for that. And Survival T said, like this man is getting astray. Like, what do you mean? Men, please marry what you desire. Because if women begin to change, begin to charge for their values, house chores, cooking runs, prayer times, and stress, and many of us will go bankrupt. I feel the society undervalue women, and we all assume they should be financially contributing partners too. However, there is nothing bad for a woman to help us with finances when they can. Okay. And Patrick said, a man dating or marrying a broke woman doesn't love himself. Because tell me why. And Queen said, is this man even a man of God? You ask yourself that question. Well, so what doesn't make him a man of God? Because he said men shouldn't marry broke women. See, I understand the fact where Pastor Kinsey is coming from. A lot of women feel so lazy to work right now. They feel that, okay, this is a man's job to get. So what if you don't get a man? So you won't work, you won't feed yourself, you won't feed the family, you won't help the family, you won't assist. It's crazy how women do things these days. So I understand the fact that he's come. So, but some women don't really understand that fact. They feel that he's saying something else, like saying that women are weak, women are this. It's not, that is not the aspect he's coming from. So me, I totally understand that fact. That I've seen women that lazy about. They've not gotten the job. They just don't want to work. They just don't want to, assist. They feel so. If come on to, do you know? I've seen. See, I say women that even ask for money for pepper. You want to cook. You ask money for pepper and you can't afford it. No, the husband don't even give you money to cook. Ordinary pepper, you know, if you go buy. You tell him, oh, you don't have money. It's disgracing. Seriously. Let's take more comments and see what people are really saying about this. I have a lot of comments, and trust me, it's not really funny seeing women doing this. I always value women that have this that carrying themselves with pride. Yes, And somebody said, thank God I am married already, because when my husband married me, almost 9 years ago, I was broke. Okay. I didn't have a penny nor contributed anything to our wedding. All right. Looking for where to get nutritious, rich, and quality pap. All right. It's well with you, as you said, you're broke, but he actually saw a hardworking woman for him to have actually said, oh, I'm going to get married to you. One person Kingsley is talking about is people that are really lazy. Broke people that are really lazy. They don't want to do anything. All right, let's see what another person said. Told you Peter said, well said, Pastor. Now my standard be this. All right, and learn with Judith said, noted, Pastor K. But I also remember listening to your message when you said the earlier in your marriage you couldn't afford a toothpaste. All right, but he was hardworking. That's where you are mistaken. All right, Minded 006 said, instructions that are clearly in the Bible. Presently, people are clearly misinterpreting this sacrament of matrimony. All this gender war is irrelevant. I'll keep saying what I keep saying. My own advice is that as a lady, you're supposed to add value to yourself. Yes, if your husband is bringing finances and helping with the finances aspect, all right, you should also help to assist. And also the husband, if you see your wife doing things, this thing has to be a combined effort. If you see your wife doing things in the home and you thought to assist, why don't you assist? Help in raising your children. This has to be a combined effort. You don't just leave the man to do everything, and you don't just leave the woman to do everything. I've seen women that really strive in the family. Like they cook this, they do this, they clean the home, they take care of the family. Only the woman. And the husband will say, okay, my job is just only to go to the office, come back, and eat food. And it is way more than that. It is way more than that. High time. It is high time we start putting all these things in check. Yes, it's very important. Yes, very important. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about authorities at Kaduna Polytechnic have launched an investigation following reports that some students were denied entry into the campus over their mode of dressing. So during the Ramadan period, the incident which surfaced online showed security personnel allegedly preventing certain female students from gaining access, citing concerns about indecent dressing and the need for modesty during the fasting season. So the instruction has since reacted, distancing itself from the actions of the security officials and stating that the affected students' outfits appeared appropriate. Management emphasized that while a dress code policy exists, it should not be enforced in an unfair or excessive manner, reaffirming its commitment to maintaining both discipline and students' rights. All right, before we see this video, I would love to say this. See, everybody has their own religion. That's just the truth. Everybody has their religion. So you can't, because you're a Muslim and because you're Christian, you try to say, oh, because you're Muslim, oh, nobody should put on such wears to school. I don't understand. What she was actually wearing itself was not something that was really, it was inappropriate. She was wearing a nice cloth that was covered. So if you're a Christian, be the Christian to yourself. If you're a Muslim, be it to yourself. Do your religion yourself. Don't bring all this, I know that students normally wear skimpy dresses. That one should be general. But putting it the fact that, okay, because you people are doing your fasting season and stuff like that, that people shouldn't wear what they want to wear and come to school. I don't even support the fact that, where I'm even angry is basically what this lady came out to say, because the clothes she was wearing, the dress she has on her body, was not really revealing. Yes. So my own, this religious thing, I think is way much in Nigeria, because a lot of times people take this religious thing so serious. I'm not saying basically, I'm not siding anybody, but this is generally. The Muslims do their own, the Christians do their own, and I'm like, okay, please, let's normalize this whole thing. If you want to say, okay, this is the rules for policy for schools, you dress appropriately and come to school, it's understandable. All right, let's see this video of this young lady that has actually come out to say things concerning that.
What? Inside this heat, I should wear what? I should wear cardigan and be coming to school inside it because of what? They will say that they are fasting, we should cover our body. What you showing? For goodness sake, what you showing? This video is not going to sit well with a lot of people, but I'm going to make it nonetheless. I am coming from school. I have my school ID. This is what I'm wearing. This is what I'm wearing. I am fully covered. My trousers reach ground. There is nothing wrong with what I'm wearing. Tell me why I came here now. And the security already cleared me. Security already cleared me to enter inside the school. Only for me to enter, and one man in particular called me back. And this particular man is somebody that I've encountered in Soludo, that is always that students have to fight with him at the gate. Because he's been extreme. See, people are standing outside. People waited transport to come to school. And you are sending them back for very useless things. Tell me why you tell me that this lady, that the shirt of her hand, that the hand of her shirt is short, so she cannot enter school. That the hand of her clothes is short. What rubbish is this? Her breast is not showing. Her clothes is to the ground, and you are saying her hand is short. So look at students outside. They are not allowed. Card poly. I beg. I did not pay school fees for this rubbish. I did not pay school fees for this rubbish. I am fully covered. There's no reason why I will come to school, and you tell me that I cannot enter because that the hand of my clothes is there. Can you see my breast? Is there anything inappropriate showing? Is there anything appropriate showing? Look at what she's wearing, that she will not enter, that the hand of her clothes is short. People are she should go and clean the cortex of her nails. I'm sorry, I'm not in primary school. If I was in primary school or in secondary school, I would understand. I am not in primary school. They should stop this rubbish. I don't know if Catholics are aware that this is what their security is doing, but they should call them to order. I will not waste transport and come to school. Inside this heat, I should wear what? I should wear cardigan and be coming to school inside it because of what? They will say that they are fasting. We should cover our body. What is showing? For goodness sake, what is showing? I don't know if Catholics know that this is what their security is doing, but this is enough is enough. This has been going on for like a week and 2 weeks now. We don't like it. We don't like it. See this lady, see the gown she's wearing. Look at her clothes, look at her gown. That the hand is short. That this hand is short. Look at the hand of her clothes. That it is short. That it is short. It is short. That it is short. That they
You see this religion thing, I don't want to really buttress this whole thing, but trust me, we are doing way too much. There's nothing wrong with her dress, for crying out loud. There was nothing wrong with that dress. She was well covered. So if you would keep students outside because of what they are wearing, so what of those people that wear skimpy wears that are supposed to be outside? So what should they wear? They should cover their whole face and not come into the school premises. It's really, it's something else. All right, we're going over to the comment section where we have people that have actually come out and to say things concerning this whole situation about Kaduna Polytechnic. All right, let's go over to the comment section and see what we have there, because a lot of people are really, really sad about this. All right, somebody said, Kale said, it's sad that people have to say it, that this girl is a risk of being killed just for speaking up. So sad. And the reality for saying what people should know by common sense to show you how wicked the entire concept is. And as Samuel said, this imposition on our Christian sisters is entirely wrong. All right, and Blaze said, heat stroke is real. And Kelly said, this is so wrong. And Kadio Lifestyle said, Islamic colonization. Okay, and somebody else said 2027 is coming, be wise. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are saying. And Queen Celia said, how is someone's fast another person's business? Do you not learn discipline and self-control? Why can't other people with different religion and way of life have peace? I have never seen a religion so oppressing. And Winnie said, if those young women are not covered enough, men should go build their eyes in the real problem here. Exactly. And Baba Lo said, hindrance to those who want to have education in northern Nigeria. And then Michael said, it's always this fake religion disturbing people's peace. And somebody else said they started pushing Islamic agenda in Nigeria. It has gradually entered. All right, and then somebody said, and northern Muslims do not really value education like that, especially for their girls. And somebody else said, it is wrong, but kindly do the same when it affects the other religion. I can remember some Muslim students were also denied access to write WAEC or JAMB examination some years back because of their hijab. And they were asked to remove the hijab before entering the school premises. I think this religion thing should be for yourself. Seriously, if you're a Muslim, yes, do your Muslim, like be that Muslim to the core. If you're a Christian, do that. You don't bring that and, try to drag other people into your whole matter. It's crazy. These students are really wearing clothes that are covered. Yes, they are covered. They are not wearing any stuff that is exposing their body. And the school authorities should put this in check. There are Christians there over. Come on, let's think this through. It's really sad seeing them standing outside because of the clothes they are putting on. This is really serious. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this. And somebody said, these people really want to Islamize Nigeria. Okay. And somebody else said, Muhammad married a 6-year-old who still played with dolls. And African Lord said, I would choose Trump over Sharia law. All right. And Debbie Auntie said, mind you, Kaduna was once a Christian-dominated state in Nigeria. And somebody said, thank God for social media. Imagine the number of people they have silenced due to lack of coverage. And somebody else said, so now I hate Ramadan. Okay, you can't hate somebody else's religion, please. And Kale said, it's sad that people have to say it, that these girls is at risk of being killed just for speaking up. So sad that the reality for saying what people should know by common sense to show you how wicked the entire concept is. I just feel that anybody that is, like the school authorities should also put this in check. We have Christians, we have Muslims. They should be treated equally. There shouldn't be any time you come tell students that what they're putting on, except the child's or the students' wears are inappropriate. But if they are well covered, why don't you allow them go into the school premises? Why don't you allow them go on with their daily job? I don't know why you will bring up this kind of, this one I don't support at all. I don't support this one at all. Seriously, these are things that needs to be, needs to be checked, because a lot of people might be facing this whole situation and they'll be chased out of school because of the way they are dressed. But come to think of it, we have Christians, we have Muslims, everybody is doing their thing. Let's take more comments before we move over to the next story. And Ogidi Eric said, let's be factual and keep sentiments aside. Kaduna State is currently over 36 degrees, and the level of the heat this high temperature brings is so unbearable. Our institution needs to apply some human to stop rules and laws. We are in a civilized world and people should be comfortable in their learning environment. The government has to do something about this. It's a federal institution, for heaven's sake. And Minizi said, keep strong, darling. They are wrong again. Forcing is their favorite action. And somebody else said, I school in Card Poly then. It's not like this. You all have to speak out more on this. They are trying to enforce religion on you guys. You have to protect it as, you have to protect, it has to stop. School is not church or mosque, okay? And African blood, somebody else says, such a brave young lady. Well done for not remaining silent. I feel hopeless watching this. And somebody else said, pray for Nigeria. Arike said, thank you, Jesus. My parents, thank you for letting me know Christ. And somebody else said, let's be factual and keep sentiments aside. Another person said, Islam fatigue. All right. Miss Big T said they started pushing Islamic agenda in Nigeria. It really started. And Cold G's said, what nonsense is going on in Nigeria? And Matthew said, somehow, so everyone should stop living because of others' religion. What do you Muslims do to fit into learned? I fully understand the bright young woman. Stop forcing religion on others. See, I'll keep saying it. Religion, yes, everyone has their own religion. So why don't you stick to yours, but don't drag people into it? Don't bringing it into the school premises and all those stuff it's too much. It's way too much. If students are well dressed, why do you drag them and say, oh, they are take them outside and say they should stay outside? They're not well dressed. I think this is high time we start doing better in schools. Schools has to be checked. A lot of things are going on there. It's not the children's dressing that is the facts right now. A lot of people are facing things inside that school, inside schools. There are other things that are of main concerns. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more talks to talk about and more gist to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maritime from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Strip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
And yes, welcome back to you, my beautiful people. Yes, to the Spotlight Show, and it's happening here on VOP TV. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi, because we have been talking about a lot of things around you, happening around you. And yes, next to our story is we're talking about right now a disturbing incident has surfaced in Enugu State, where a man was caught on video allegedly attempting to lure a young girl with the promise of 1,000 naira. And the situation, which gains widespread attention on social media, was exposed by a local content creator known as Lord Sales, so who confronted the suspect after the girl reportedly refused his advances. So according to reports, the man had asked the child to follow him for an inappropriate purposes, sparking outrage among viewers. So during the confrontation, the suspect denied the allegation and at one point claimed to be the girl's father, a statement the child quickly refuted, and eyewitnesses at the scene offered mixed reactions, with some attempting to defend the man by suggesting he was mentally unstable. The incident has since raised fresh concerns about a child's safety and exploitation, as well as the need for increased vigilance in protecting vulnerable minors in public spaces. And this is really serious. How can you be trying to lure a young girl with 1,000 naira? That's why it's good. See, this is where women has to start, teaching your child. Very, very important. Even your child is not supposed to be outside hawking, for crying out loud. A young girl like that's supposed to be in school. At that time, hawking. Say this young lady, young small girl, we're supposed to school. They think of her future. They learn. She dey outside, they hawk. All these things that waiting they cause all this kind of problem. And some men that cannot keep to themselves. It's crazy. All these kind of people, they suppose they arrest them every day because I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, let's see this video and see what really and what actually happened. Let's see this.
If you get some wine or the long wine, you like Fiambuari. Tell my Fiambuari, I'm a million now. I'm not a talent Belunda, I'm a million now. Some the wicked. Some the wicked, or get their life. Unebunezina, Umazi, wine, Fiambuari. Tatabo 15th of March. Nicodina, Papuno Nesiluba. Oman Naluyade. Why had the long mind on you look at certain times? Oh no, Bobel and Wakita. Only I take you one debatia, or when you hear men. Oman is there. I got great. Here, what you have,
So this man was actually approached and asked what he was actually doing with this young lady, this young small girl, and he said, "Oh, that the child is the girl is his daughter." And it happens to be that that's not true. And now they asked the young lady, what was the man actually saying to you? She said, oh, that he told her that he should follow her somewhere so that he can give him 1,000 naira and touch her. Like, why? Sometimes I always say that this whole idea of sending young children outside to hawk is really wrong. Children are supposed to be in school. There are now platforms, NGOs that you can take, even if you don't have the money to take your child to school. Why don't you join those NGOs that can help your child to be in school? It's free, for crying out loud, than allowing them be outside selling stuff. Now, if something happens to that child, that it will be, oh, that this man did something. It's how some parents think. For me, it's crazy. All right, let's go back to the comment section where people have actually come out and, to bring out their own experiences and say a lot of things about what Los Zeus has done. All right, let's see. Gucci Otto said, Zeus, use your Timberland well. You for use a match and there. All right. And Casey Donald said, I expected one of his eyes to be blind. If Zeus did not show up, he will succeed with his evil act. No two ways about it. And Made of Ink said, we are Godi Ishaya. All right. Another person said, that man on red supposed chop better beating walai. And somebody else said, why you go wear Timberland, they use hand. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And Mr. Blink said, Timberland just the waste. Okay, and Sam said, they for leave that man focus on that one on red, since he won't carry the matter. And within Abba said, he know well, but his All right, that man on red deserves a slap. All right, White Interiors said a madman knows that money can attract a girl. You would have matched him with that Timberland for an ear. Seriously, is how they said, oh, that he's a madman. That person doesn't look like he's mad. For him to have said that the girl is his daughter, that means it's something to be asked questions about. It's crazy. That means he knows what he's doing. He's not mad. Someone that acts like that is not mad. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are really concerned about this whole situation. And somebody said, please stop giving birth to so many children with little income, please. Daddy and mommy, I beg. Please, because this is really bad to watch. And that's true. See, plenty children you don't get to train. Born the one where you fit train. Not be to born 110, carry them, come out for who you want. Still, you know, go still provide for those ones. The ones that you are capable and able to provide for. Why don't you give birth to at least few children? Not that they born up and down. If you born finish, you know if you train them. You will not be seeing them on the streets, hawking and begging. It's really sad to see young children that are supposed to be in school. And somebody said the man shouting Araderoya followed, they should hold him too. And somebody said these humans are all the same. I am sure apart from Zeus, the other men didn't even see anything wrong with what he is doing. They will blame the child. All right, Tofiakwa. And official Igwe Ifoma said, make una know they leave me for this kind of fight. Even if na midnight, wake me. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more. Somebody else said, all those neighbors are complicit in pedophile. And they all saw it and kept quiet. Now you went to do something. He suddenly became unwell and they gathered to rescue him. Like, do you get it? All right, and Nan said, if only everyone would protect kids like this guy, children will be safe. And that's true. And Dozie L said, Omo, that man is healthy and knows everything he's doing. He even wanted to walk away immediately he was confronted. And bad girl tender said he's not well, but he could offer her 1,000 naira and also take her to a perfect location. Do you get? Oh God, and you're telling me that this man is not okay, that he's mad. Really? All right, and he said location to commit the crime. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are really saying about this whole situation. And Rich Follow said, thank God the girl is outspoken and not timid. Thank God, because if you see the way she was really talking when she was asked, you will know that she knows what if she even told the man that, one of the ones that can't actually say anything, the ones that cannot talk. So this man would have done what he wanted to do and go scot-free. Yes. All right, Egocha said, these are the issues. The ones yelling he's not well should equally be beaten because what do you mean? He's not well, but he can approach a literal baby who is literally all bones and even offer to give her money. And Philip Official said, I'm disappointed, bro, Zeus, when he positioned his face was expecting you to match it with that Timberland of yours. I'm no well, but him one choke. All right, and Spice said, no, leave that man. He has to go to jail. Carry him. And this video give police. All right, another person said, I am open to the criticism of all because our society has failed to understand the law that governs it. Too wrong cannot make a right. The elderly man is wrong and violated the law by soliciting sex from a minor. He should be handed over to the appropriate law enforcement for prosecution. And Lord Zeus is wrong for taking laws into his hands and physically, please, Lord Zeus is not wrong for taking laws into his hands. Because if you don't do anything to that man will go scot-free. Do you get? And Tetra is also saying that Lord Zeus is wrong for taking laws into his hands and physically assaulting the old man. What Zeus did is jungle justice and can easily escalate to a fatal situation. Let's be properly guided. Channel all grievances to the appropriate authority and remain law-abiding as we continue to clean our society. But if they don't slap that man, if we no open him mouth talk, he has already started lying, obviously. So he has already started lying. So how you want to take no when they talk true? If you leave her, make them not hit him. As well. All right. Let's go over to the next. I don't really like the fact that young children are outside hawking instead of being in school. Parents are now I don't even know how to put it. They don't put a check on their children. They born children when you know fit train. Seriously, you go there, they born 10, 20. What happened to family planning? What happened to the fact that, oh, you already know, say you don't get the money? That, see, oh, Lord, help me. A lot of children are outside, hawking, begging. And that's why they've always said, anytime when they see any child, they beg for streets, now to carry and go jail. Yes, because the begging is not too much. It's as if you see them today, give them the money, tomorrow you go see them again. They are open to all sorts of things that are not even supposed to be. All sorts of things. You see young children becoming what they are not supposed to be. Stealing. A lot of things. Now you now put the blame on the children. What of the parents that are the main issue that we have, not training their children or protecting them? It's a lot. Really, this is really, really sad. And all these kind of people, they suppose not even need to talk too much. Carry them, arrest them, make them stay inside jail for the whole rest of their life. At least others, when they want they try that kind of nonsense, go learn. Because don't tell me say this kind of man no go get pikin for house. Obviously, he would have. He would have. It's really crazy, but he's well. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your stories with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And yes, until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays,
8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight. On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, I would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from Congo Republic, where the president, Denis Sassou Nguesso, has been re-elected with 94.82% of the vote, extending his nearly 42-year rule, according to state television. The 82-year-old faced 6 little-known challenges in an election tightly managed by the ruling Congolese Labour Party. Main opposition parties boycotted the elections, citing lack of transparency, while two prominent opposition figures, General Jean-Marie Michel Makoko and Andre Okombi Salisa, have been jailed for nearly a decade. Human rights activists were arrested, opposition parties suspended, and public gathering monitored ahead of the vote. Turnout was reported at 84.65%, despite short lines or no lines at many polling stations in Brazzaville. Sosel's closest challenger, Mabio Mavungo Ziga, won 1.48% of the vote. Defeated candidates have 5 days to file a challenge, and the Constitutional Court has 15 days to examine them. Moving on, the Law Council of Elders has written a letter to President William Ruto seeking urgent intervention in the dispute surrounding former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju's Dari business park in Karen, Nairobi. The appeal comes after police barricaded the Karen property. The letter, dated March 16, 2026, and signed by Chapter Secretary General Peter Oyango, expressed concerns over the heavy police presence and shutdown of businesses at the property. The elders claim Tuju has made several attempts to settle his debt obligations, but was frustrated in the process. They also questioned the handling of a related court process, alleging a scheduled court of appeal matter failed to proceed as expected. The dispute involves a 4 billion Kenyan shilling debt linked to Dari Limited, with Tuju challenging the auction of his property. The law community is calling for fairness and transparency in the matter, with some leaders urging respected figures to speak out. Seven suspects have been charged with orchestrating a fake tender scam within the office of the President of Kenya, allegedly conning a Swedish national out of over 60 million Kenyan shillings. The suspects, identified as Michael Musyoki Ngubi, Evans Simwoto, Godfrey Were Odondi, Alan Motahi Kariuki, Purity Njere Njamu, Muriano Jared Masinde, and Kokoria Simata, posed as senior government officials and staged meetings outside Harambe House. They are accused of conspiring to defraud Talal Yusuf Sultan of $470,750, approximately 61 million Kenyan shillings, by falsely promising a government contract to supply ambulances. The suspects used forged documents and impersonation to convince the victim of the legitimacy of the deal. The police investigation revealed that the suspects were arrested at Harambe House while negotiating another deal. Authorities are tracing the financial trail and determining the role of insider linked to the office of the president. Still in Kenya, in another development, a new survey by Cigna Healthcare reveals that about 87% of employees in Kenya are experiencing stress, primarily due to financial strain and the rising cost of living. The Cigna International Health Study 2025 identifies mental health as the top health concern, cited by 38% of respondents, surpassing the global average of 25%. The survey found that 39% of respondents needed health care but didn't receive it, while 40% couldn't afford medication. Financial well-being scores are low at 15%, reflecting household strain. Young adults aged 18 to 24 report the highest stress level and declining well-being. Despite these challenges, Kenya ranks third globally with a vitality score of 79.3% above the global average of 63.2%. Still talking Kenya, the Future Hospitality Summit, that's the FHS Africa 2026, will take place in Nairobi, Kenya on March the 31st to April the 1st, 2026 in Nairobi Upper Hill. The summit will bring together over 500 hospital leaders to discuss investment, innovation, and destination growth in sub-Saharan Africa. According to a statement issued by Travel and Tour World on March the 16th, 2026, the summit will focus on conservation, community development, among others, highlighting Africa's hospitality industry as a powerful lever for inclusive growth and experimental travel. The event is organized by the Bench and will feature keynote speakers. Meanwhile, the nationwide death toll from flooding in Kenya has risen to 71 persons, with the majority of victims being men, according to the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. The ministry reported additional fatalities in multiple regions, with emergency teams continuing rescue operations and assessing the disaster scale. Flooding has affected several counties and damaging homes, roads, and infrastructure, and forcing thousands to flee. Emergency response teams are deployed to assist affected communities, coordinate evacuations, and deliver relief supplies. The Kenya Meteorological Department forecasts continued heavy rainfalls, warning the situation would worsen. Authorities urge residents to take precaution and follow safety advice. Moving on, African nations are expected to borrow $155 million, billion dollars in long-term commercial debt this year, a 10% increase from the previous year, to refinance maturing debts and navigate growing fiscal obligation, according to the report by S&P Global Rating. The total outstanding sovereign commercial debt is projected to reach just above $1.2 trillion, equivalent to about half of the country's economic output by year end. Egypt, South Africa, and Morocco are expected to be among the biggest issuers. The cost of debt varies across the region, with an annual median of $1.5 billion for 27 related African issuers. The report notes that favorable external financing costs provide some reprieve for governments to refinance upcoming foreign currency maturities at lower cost. Moving on, the federal government of Somalia has denied accusation that it is arming militias in southwest states, saying it is closely monitoring developments in the region where instability has intensified. The government, in a statement by the Ministry of Interior, Federalism and Reconciliation, framed itself as a stabilizing force, insisting it has never been a part to the unrest and is working to resolve disputes through dialogue. The statement did not directly address the origins of the allegations or provide evidence to refute claims that weapons have been distributed to local militias. On Tuesday, Somalia's southwest state said it was suspending all cooperation and relations with the government in Mogadishu, accusing the federal government of arming militias and trying to unseat the state's president, Abdaziz Hassan Mohammed Laftagaren, a development which analysts say is the latest sign of strain in Somalia's federal system, with relations with and between Mogadishu and member states frequently marked by mistrust and political standoff. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumore, a lawyer, and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation. I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then, joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is comrade, I call him comrade, Mr. Nicholas Oyo, a human rights activist and a political leader. He is the Secretary General, Free Kenya Movement. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Nicholas, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Colleague in the
Well, I'm struggling to get your audio from my end, but maybe my technical team will work on that as well. Also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Professor Exen Iraki. Professor is the professor with the University of Nairobi. Well, I understand Prof is not joined the conversation yet, but also from Kenya is Mr. Martin Serere-Njue, founder, CEO, Wellsgate Insurance Agency. He's also a financial advisor. I also understand that Mr. Martins also hasn't joined the conversation. But let me start off this conversation from you, Mr. Nicholas. This situation coming from Somalia is beginning to be quite an interesting one by the day. Some have said Somalia trying to, I beg your pardon, Somalia's federal government secretly trying to tell the people that they are not involved in these arming of militias. Is Somalia's federal government secretly arming militias while publicly denying involvement? And who benefits from this chaos in the southwest state in Somalia? Mr. Nicholas, this question is for you.
Not be a first time to have that kind of situation where somebody is doing something on one side and yet claiming the other. It has happened before. We've seen this before. And they could be making money out of this because you see, funding wars and what have you require a lot of finances. And so they could be using that as a way to ensure that they raise a bit of some resources at the back. This would be unfortunate, but we hope that that is not the case.
All right, then. Well, let me still stay with you. I mean, there's concerns are being raised about the fact that the Southwest state has suspended every cooperation with the federal government. Do you think that this might just pose some level of collapse from the federal government? And of course, authorities coming from the federal government. Is this the beginning of the end for the federal government of Somalia?
The federal government will suffer a lot because of that. It could actually signal the end because, you know, when you now get a situation where you can't generate a lot of funding and what have you because that blockade. I think let's see how it goes, but it's a very tight situation that they found themselves in. And let's see how it goes.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, this situation where the federal government of Somalia has clearly denied every accusation that it is arming the militia in the southwest state, saying it is closely monitoring developments in the region, while, of course, instability has intensified. What do you make of this? Plus, there are other conversations about the fact that the Somali government has failed to build trust between Mogadishu and the member states after decades of federal experiment. What's your position about this, Barrister Agumo?
Now, David, you see, when you look at the way, is it not the government of Kenya?
No, Somalia now.
Somalia, sorry, yeah, Somalia. When you look at the government of Somalia and the way they are going about this, their issue with Al-Shabaab, Somaliland and all that, you will discover that the summary is that the government is weak. A weak government would have sorted out, a strong government would have sorted out itself over the years. But you discover that these things are still with them up till now.
Up till now, they are always in the news for the wrong reasons. And so, how long will it take? And the more you have this insecurity, David, the more development is lacking. Because in a state of insecurity, you cannot make progress. You can't. So really, I don't sympathize with the Somalia.
Now, here is another concern, Barrister. The Southwest state is suspending every cooperation with the federal, indicating the fact that, of course, alleging as well that the federal government of Somalia has been arming the militias to cause so much unrest in the Southwest state. These accusations the federal government has denied. But with the experiment of the federal government for over a decade now, not bringing to book these militias, is this an indication that the Southwest state is truly right with their allegation of the fact that the federal government is arming the militias in the Southwest state?
Yes. Remember that was exactly what happened in Sudan when the Sudanese government was arming the Janjaweed and pretend as if they don't know what they are doing. In fact, it's like it has become a sort of a trend in Africa. You see the federal government playing a role of insecurity, yet they are crying wolf. They are crying wolf over a problem they created. The southern states in Somalia cannot be wrong, because the experiment has been done elsewhere. And even we are seeing some sort of it in Nigeria. So, why would they deny it? Why would they deny? Why can a state accuse the federal government of their country of arming the militia? It's a very serious issue. But anyway, like I said, it is the problem of Somalia. If they don't want to stamp it out, then let it stay with them. Let me see how they will make progress.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister. There is also the conversation of how much of an impact would these mistrusts have on the government of Somalia. This is a government that is still battling with the Al-Shabaab, for how many years now, and hasn't been able to stamp them out. Looking at these conversations, Barrister, this is not about the first time it's happening, because in the 2017-2022 era, there was also this accusation by the Southwest state suspending cooperation, which again brought about the major tension in Jubaland and Puntland.
Yes.
Now, how much of an impact would these have on the economy that is still fragile in Somalia?
That means if care is not taken, another insurrection may break out from the southern states. With what you are saying now, I see a certain state that want to break away from Somalia. And that, what would that tell you? And so the earlier Somalia government become reasonable, the better. It is a very serious issue for your people to accuse you of arming a militia group against them. A very serious issue. Before you know it now, another insurrection will occur. You will now be battling with Al-Shabaab, and then there's Somaliland, and now this other group again. And all these things were created by the government because of either their body language or what they did or what they refused to do.
Okay. All right, then let me take this conversation back to Nairobi, where Mr. Nicholas is still standing by. You are a human rights activist, and most importantly, you stand for several of these kind of conversations in your country. Looking at the political counterpoints that is being spewed around the opposition in Somalia, some have said that Mogadishu is destabilizing states to consolidate power, while of course the government, the federal government, is insisting it is protecting unity. From your perspective, would you subscribe to the sentiments by the opposition, as it were? And of course, you did hear the lawyer here say that there might be some level of insurrection with these kind of developments in Somalia. Now, don't forget,
Somalia is battling with Al-Shabaab and is still ongoing as we speak. What's your sentiments and, of course, your position as well?
Yeah, it is not the first time that the Southwest state has made these accusations, apparently. It is something that seems to have been running through for quite a while. And it looks like, something repeated means that it has not been challenged well. And that means that there could be credence of some truth somewhere. And so the Somali government must shape up and organize itself because this may be a problem for them. And as my colleague is saying, you're dealing with Al-Shabaab, you're dealing with the question of Somaliland on the other side.
Yeah.
You're again dealing with the Southwest, which might actually now decide the next step may be that they are thinking of actually succeeding because if they feel that Somali, as a federal government, does not answer to their needs, then it's going to be a problem. So I'm looking at an engagement where the rest of the nations should find a way of maybe having that discourse around this issue very quickly before it emerges into another war front in Africa, in the African area of where there is a lot of these wars going on. Sudan is there, and we have so many other issues going on around this area.
But let me stay with you, Comrade. Interestingly, I want to come on the angle of the economic part of the situation here. Somalia presently is still rattling with its fragile recovery of her economy. How much of an impact would these have should the Southwest states stop every level of cooperation, which again they've suspended right now, every cooperation with the federal? How much of an impact would that have on the fragile economy that is trying to recover itself in Somalia?
It's going to be several levels. First of all, it's a level of trust where people can see that Somalia is not to be trusted anymore. It will create a trust to withdraw some resources that Somalia would have benefited from. The Southwest has its own, Southwest states has its own resources that Somali would want to, the federal government would want to exploit and what have you. So it creates a situation that can actually end up into an economic melt point for Somali and Somali federal government. And I hope that they will look into themselves and feel that they need to have diplomatic engagement as opposed to throwing, what call it divorce, and a messy divorce at that, because that would create an opportunity for other people who are actually watching, like the Al-Shabaab, who may be just watching and saying, now the opportunity is here. So they should really take a diplomatic engagement here.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Barrister, I'm changing gears now because S&P reports clearly have said that African nations are set to borrow $155 billion in long-term commercial debt in 2026. Now, this is a 10% increase from the previous year, to refinance maturing debt and to navigate growing fiscal obligation. Well, this, like I said earlier, is according to reports by the S&P Global Rating. From your position, does African nations, again, need this level of borrowing for, like I did read earlier, to refinance maturing debts and, of course, a growing fiscal obligation?
I don't think so. The thing is that most of the money borrowed is shared. They are not put into use at all. They are not, seriously. Because I don't see why Africans be so indebted. Meanwhile, they have borrowed so much money, yet they are indebted. So what did you use that money for? The money you borrow, you're supposed to put it into productive use so that it can pay itself. It can pay itself. So all this borrowing, in fact, they are using it to mortgage Africa. Africa is mortgaged as it is.
Interesting you mentioned the mortgaging of Africa, because the total outstanding sovereign commercial debt is projected to reach above $1.2 trillion,
really?
equivalent to about half of the country's economy output by year end.
Okay, fine.
So that clearly means that a future seems to be bleak here.
Very, very bleak. David, very bleak. There is no hope anywhere. Forget about those who are talking about renewed hope. There is no hope, not to talk of the one you are going to renew. Is it not when something is there that you can renew it? There is no hope here. David, no hope. You can imagine Africa. What they are very good at is stealing money. Like we are looking for 210 trillion naira from NFPCL up to today. Have anybody told you where that money went to? But the president is going to UK to go and sign for another deal. Almost 700 million pounds. What does that tell you? So they are very good in borrowing money and sharing it. They have not asked themselves, this money we are borrowing, is it not somebody that made that money? Is it not somebody that owned that money? Is it not somebody that is going to collect interest on this money? You can see how we are helping the Western world to grow. They just did the dragnet and make sure that you are coming in. You know, when you are a fisherman, you spread your dragnet and the fish will be coming in. When it is free, they will just pull it up and they go and harvest the fishes. That is what they are doing with IMF and the World Bank and the rest of them. They know that you must come for loan. They know. And they are living on that loan. The interest alone is 10 times higher than the loan itself. Can you just imagine? The interest alone is 10 times higher than the actual loan. So you can see how you are empowering the Western world.
But Barrister, some economists have said borrowing is not a problem. But when you're borrowing and not producing seems to be the problem. Is there a possibility that African nations clearly are not looking inward, particularly in trying to harness more of our resources to making much more than what they are going to borrow out there?
You see, whoever invented that English in governance is the worst person I can think of. The person that are telling government there is nothing wrong with borrowing. There is nothing wrong with borrowing. How much has China come to borrow here? Have you ever heard that China is owing anybody? With over 1 billion human beings, China still have enough to give you, David. David, which kind of Africa did you get yourself into? China is taking care of over 1 billion human beings, and yet they still have enough to give you Africa. And the African leaders are not even ashamed. With the resources in Africa, do you need to go and borrow money? Whoever invented that language, that there is nothing wrong, there is everything wrong in my own dictionary. Look at individually. Is there anybody that is very proud in going to borrow money? Is there anybody, any human being that the government will be so proud to go and borrow money? What does that tell you? A very bad example. It's not about, don't borrow. Look inwards. Manage your resources. Manage your resources, David. The 210 trillion, you don't know the impact of that money in an economy. Yet you have stolen that kind of money. You have wasted that kind of money, and yet you are going to borrow money. What is the wisdom here? Where is the wisdom in this now? Tell me. Where is the wisdom?
Well, the Senate,
foolishness of the highest order. Foolishness of the highest order.
The Nigerian Senate has started looking into that.
They are looking for how many years now? How long? Will they get to any? Will it see the light of day? How should the Senate be? Why can't they call EFCC? Name those who took this money, and you are going to borrow money. Meanwhile, the one at home, you have squandered it, you have wasted it, and you are going to borrow money.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Kenya, where Comrade Nicholas is still standing by. Comrade, again, this conversation about borrowing, interestingly, as it stands, I did mention earlier that Africa would have borrowed a projected $1.2 trillion, equivalent to about half of the country's economic output by the year, and I'm talking the countries, 54 countries in Africa, outputs by the year end. How much of an impact has this borrowing been seen in several countries in Africa?
First of all, 155 billion US dollars is a lot of money. And if you look at the fact that this is not just for this year, you imagine all the borrowing that has happened.
Exactly.
In Kenya here, we are trying to trace what that money has done, and you can't see it really. Most of it is borrowed using some way that is not according to the constitution, because we have a way that if you want to borrow money, it has to be for development only. And you have to look at what that money came and did. But if you look at our borrowing, you find that it either disappeared somewhere in the overseas or did not even, you can't even point what it developed. So borrowing is not bad in itself. I don't subscribe to the fact that borrowing to that ideology that borrowing is bad. But I think there is a way to do it. And we cannot have leaders who basically borrow to get an opportunity to run away from the constitutional checks and balances, to use the money in the way that they want, to take those monies in other countries, in other capitals, to go and hide money there. These are the kind of things that we must deal with in Africa. We must ensure that, first of all, and as my colleague is saying, look inwards first, and then there are countries that have demonstrated. Burkina Faso, for instance, is demonstrating to us that once you look inward, you can actually take care of your issues. And you can actually deal with the question of debts very quickly. I think debt is probably another word for Africa if somebody had enough time to look at it. IMF and World Bank came in 1940s, and after that, it is just Africa that seems to be the customers who pay the highest interest rates.
Oh dear, I think we lost the connection there, but I'm hoping that he will join the conversation in the course of the show, because he was trying to land on a thought there. And Barrister, let me come back to you. He did mention IMF coming to Africa in the 1940s, and of course Africa has been the major customers of this World Bank and IMF. Looking at the realities of this, let's talk about the economic debate. Should Africa prioritize borrowing for growth or austerity for stabilized debts?
David, they should not borrow. David, they should not borrow. In fact, I've been saying it and I mean it. With what we are seeing here in Africa, in Nigeria, I want to use Nigeria as a test case. David, who took our 210 trillion naira? You mean you have that kind of money and you are still borrowing money? You just squandered it. What is the wisdom here? Tell me. These are my issues. You have money. Use that money to develop your state, develop your country. Stop depending on the Western world for easy money. Easy money. Mention how many African countries can lose that kind of money and they will still be existing. 210 trillion naira disappeared in Nigeria. That kind of money, is it spirit? Did it just disappear? The people concerned are not even denying it, but they are telling me now that they misplaced the money. David, did somebody misplace 210 trillion naira in Nigeria?
That's on today's budget, about 4 years of today's budget.
That is my issue. So you have this kind of money. You have wasted it. You have stolen it. You have squandered it, and you are not going to borrow money. Where is the wisdom here? Tell me. Look, don't borrow. For me, there is no need to borrow, because China cannot be this wasteful. China that gives you money, they cannot be too.
Now, Barrister, you've mentioned China not once, not twice. On the part of governance, some would say copying the style of governance of China might not just help our democracy. But what's your position with that sentiment as well?
Let us copy what is good. Their economic lifestyle, their frugality, let us copy it. Let us copy it. Those things that can help us to grow, let us copy it. Like, you can't see this kind of money in China and see, who are you? You can't take $1,000 in China as a government official and live to eat it. David, and live to eat it is not possible. But in here, the 210 trillion that have been identified, is that the only money? That is not the only money. So, what are you borrowing for? At least when you want to borrow, you say you don't have. You don't have. Yeah, we can agree. I mean, nothing. But you have. But you are wasting it. So why are you borrowing? That is the issue here. That is where my own argument stems from. That we don't need to borrow money if we can use what we have. But you see the money you have, you go and dump it in the Western Bank. You dump it there in their coded code. I mean, a coded account, a vote. And then you come back and tell me there's no money. We don't have money. How do you rationalize it?
All right. Well,
somebody was telling me that when he came into office, there was the treasury was empty. Nigeria almost collapsed. It was mere bankruptcy. But 210 trillion was missing in the same economy. In the same economy that you said there was no money, David. You can see how these people twist our brain here. This is a question Nigeria should be asking. So, how did the 210 trillion disappear since we don't have money? How did it happen? That money was generated in this country from an agency of government. So, how did it disappear since we don't have money? The economy almost collapsed. You didn't see any money. Who took the money?
Well, the group GMD as well has said that it was not from his tenure, and we should possibly trace it to the tenure of Kyari.
Really? You can see that they are passing the buck. You can see. They are passing the buck now. So, they can identify somebody, Abi, and nobody has asked that person, where is this money? Oh, my God.
All right, Barrister, really, because of time, really, let's jump into another conversation. The Congo Republic President Denis Sassou Nguesso has been re-elected with 94.82% of the vote, extending his nearly 42-year rule. But this is coming from the state television. 82-year-old, and he's faced with several contenders that, of course, didn't see the light of the day when it comes to election.
In African setting, in African mode of governance, 82 years is just like 22 years. The man just started his administration.
Oh, your sarcasm seems to be very loud there, Barrister.
No, not sarcasm.
82
you
years.
were here when Paul Biya in Cameroon told us that at 94, his best is yet to come. You think he's the only one who knows how to twist people's brains? At 94, his best is yet to come. So this other man now, 82 years in Nguesso, he just started his tenure. He just started. He's going to hit 100 and something before we will now feel his impact. The years he has covered, can you tell me the impact to the people of Congo?
Well, I understand that Mr. Nicholas has joined the conversation again. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation, comrade. You were going to land on your thoughts before the network took you out a bit. Now that you're back, I would love you to land on your thoughts and, of course, react to the story about coming from the Congo Republic, where President Denis Sassou Nguesso has again been re-elected and, of course, extending his 42-year rule in power. What's your position with that as well? Comrade, are you still with us? I can barely hear you.
Did he mute himself? I'm mute now.
All right, then. Well, because of time, really, let me come back to Barrister in the studio. But I understand that Comrade's audio is a bit not good. So, Barrister, he's been there for 42 years. And you just said that his tenure is just starting.
Yeah, just starting.
I mean, again, like I said, that sarcasm seems to be loud. But do you think that the people of Congo, as it stands, seem to
have that confidence in him to want to re-elect him.
Who is in Congo now? Who is in Congo now? That is, the people of Congo have all left town. He has driven them into exile. Some are in prison. So what he have there in Congo now are his slaves. Those he give handouts, those who answer at his beck and call. There is nobody in Congo now. That is why this nonsense is going on. And that is the first thing every dictator does. He makes sure that critical opposition are silenced. And silence can come in different forms. Either you are neutralized, or you are sent out of the country, or you are in prison, so that he will not dominate the scene. So when you say people of Congo, who is the people of Congo? You mean people gave him 90 something votes, 92% of the votes, Abi? Who is that person in Congo? Mention the person.
Well, interestingly, Barrister, the turnout of election in that particular country, from what got to our news table, about 84 turnout was reported at 84.65%, with many polling stations in Brazzaville, no lines at all, or either short lines. So one would wonder, where did the vote came from? If Brazzaville, the capital, seemed to have a major low turnout of voters.
But result came out. Results came out, and nobody had uttered a word. That is why I told you that there's nobody there. The people you have there now are slaves. They are not citizens of that country. And the man is comfortable with it. So, what else are you saying? You will even see for another re-election. I hope.
Okay, but Barrister, let me finally see if Comrade Nicholas' audio is fine. Comrade, I want to say a big thank you for joining, but because of our time, maybe you just sum it up in 1 minute. The position of opposition in Brazzaville, clearly about the fact that 84.65% voter turnout produced about 94.82% of votes, re-electing Sissoko as the president of the Congo Republic. What's your position in 1 minute, please? Because of our time.
It is a continuing mess in Africa that continues all the time. We've seen this before across African countries, and Denis Sassou Nguesso should really just go home and let Congo be, because we are seeing a situation where this kind of repeating situation, where you find that every person who has been thrown in jail, or maybe they have been sent in exile, or they cannot function. And then you say that you are going against, no, actually nobody. The people who are running were just people who are basically puppets. And then you hear, you go to polling stations and you find there are no people, but the numbers, 84% participated. So these are figures that somebody must really tell us where they came from. Right. And then you get 90%. That is, this Africa with the 90% is really something questionable.
Okay, then. So this is what we're going to do. We'll definitely be talking about this conversation in the coming days. And most importantly, I want to say thank you, Comrade Nicholas Oyor, for joining the conversation this afternoon. We deeply appreciate you and your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Also, thank you so very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo, consistently having your voice on the African News Analysis. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, African business and sports stories will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Medical supplies to clinics dealing with Sudan's humanitarian crisis could run out within 2 weeks unless shipments are rapidly rerouted. Save the Child has warned. The charity reports $600,000 worth of essential medicines are stuck in Dubai ports due to disruptions caused by the Middle East conflicts, including airspace closures and shipping halts through the Strait of Hormuz. About 90 Sudanese government-run clinics serving roughly 400,000 patients rely on these supplies with no in-country alternatives. Sudan's 3-year conflict has displaced millions, triggering one of the world's largest humanitarian crises. And from that story, we move straight to talking African business. The South African rand strengthened slightly in early trade on Wednesday as traders awaited inflation and retail sales data, which will provide insights into the country's economic outlook. At about 7:26 hours GMT, the rand traded at 16.6250 against the dollar, up about 0.3% from its previous close. Economists expect annual inflation to come in at 3.1% for February, down from 3.5% in January, while retail sales are forecasted to increase at 2.5% in January. The South African Reserve Bank is likely to hold interest rates steady at 6.75% when it meets next week, given the uncertainty surrounding global tensions and oil prices. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Senegal has condemned the Confederation of African Football's decision to strip them of the African Cup of Nations title, labeling it unfair, unprecedented, and unacceptable. The decision was made after Morocco's appeal was upheld, citing Senegal's walk-off during the final as rounds for disqualification. Senegal had won the final 1-0 with an extra time goal, but not before working off the pitch for 14 minutes in protest of a penalty awarded against them in stoppage time, an opportunity Morocco also failed to convert when play resumed. However, CAF's appeal board ruled that Senegal contravened tournament regulations and forfeited the game, awarding Morocco a 3-0 win. The Senegalese Football Federation, that's the SFF, said it would now be taking the matter to Swiss-based Court of Arbitration for Sports, seeking to overturn Tuesday's decision. Abdoulaye Sedel Sow, the Secretary General of SFF, described CAF's decision as a travesty. According to him, the decision has no legal foundation. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dilio Tommy, because this is the Maritime Frontier Show on VOP Television. The port sector, the maritime sector is undergoing so much transformation this time, and we will take a look at the impact of this transformation. Of course, we know that the single window project is going to be launched, inaugurated on 27th of this month, and it kicks off. There's, of course, the port modernization project, the various policies that the federal government is introducing. Today, we have a guest on the show who will take a look at some of these policies and programs, the impact, positive. Of course, we know there's going to be a whole lot of positive impact, but also we take a look at its impact when it comes to the cost of doing business and the cost to freight forwarders and the general public. To discuss this with me today is Comrade Akim Ayobiojo. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you so much.
Comrade Ayobiojo is the chairman of Association of Professional Freight Forwarders and Logistics in Nigeria, AFCON. Tinkan chapter. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah. So, tell us, there's, like I just introduced, we have the transformation going on in the maritime sector.
Yeah.
The national single window will come up in about 2 weeks' time, on the 27th of March this month. And of course, we know that there's been this dedication by the Nigerian Ports Authority towards modernizing the ports. You know, the infrastructures getting old. The port quays are, a lot of them are at the point of collapse, and a lot of the physical infrastructures are being, transformed to suit modern needs.
Exactly.
Let's start with the national single windows. What do you think about it?
Well, once again, Mr. Daly, thank you for having me here this morning. When we talk about national single window, to be precise, national single window is a digital network provided by Nigerian government to facilitate trade in Nigeria. And all the agencies, all government agencies working in the port are to key into the national single window platform for easy and facilitation of the trade in the port.
Okay. I know that the national single window, by definition, is a portal meant for documentation, by importers and exporters of products in the Nigerian, economic sector. Of late, there's been a whole lot of complaints. I think about 2 days ago and yesterday, I was with one importer who was complaining that they've not been reached out and they don't know what the single window is all about. Even though I was also, like you were a few days ago, at an event organized by the National Window Project, where the director, Fakolade, was, educating people about the objectives of the National Single Window Project. What do you think that enough education, enough sensitization has been done before this project kicks off in about 2 weeks' time?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Fakolade team of National Single Window, they have tried their best, but I want to say the best is not enough yet, because as I am talking to you now, some freight forwarders, stakeholders, importers and exporters are still lagging behind to know much about this national single window. And come March 27, which is the takeoff day, I want to believe if Mr. Fakolade-led team of National Single Window, they have tried in conjunction with Nigerian Customs Service.
Okay.
They have tried their best, but I want to implore them to see how they have to integrate more, importers and exporters into the system so that there will be no fallout at the end of the day. People are still complaining. Even my fellow stakeholders too are complaining.
Okay. Part of what he said, Mr. Fakolade, at the launch, as a sensitization then, was that the national single window is not a platform for taking away the roles of any agency, not one to take away the revenue of any agency, not being a tool for the National Revenue Service, not also being a tool for exposing non-tax payers, not here to compete with agencies, but to collaborate. These are the fears of stakeholders, that these things are actually what the national single window is meant for. What do you think about
Mr.
that?
Daly, let me be frank with you. Everybody knows that. Let me just speak the minds of some agencies.
Okay.
Do you know that
government agencies this time around?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If this national single window comes to fruition, definitely some agents will be out of their jobs.
Okay.
Right. Even not only government agencies, even we stakeholders, we freight forwarders, we licensed customs agents. Because assuming that, okay, you as an importer now, you are well trained on how to operate national single window. Definitely, at the comfort of your room, you can transact your businesses without even contacting anybody.
Any freight forwarder.
Do you understand? So definitely, if that could be possible, I don't see any reason why I need any freight forwarder or to have interface with customs, shipping companies, and since at the tip of my fingers, I can operate,
Get your documentation
get
done.
my, yes, you understand? So this is why some of us, these freight forwarders, the customs, and
the other government agencies.
Yes, thinking
They are
that
afraid.
definitely if care is not taken, most of them may be out of job.
Okay, let me also read again what it says about what the national single window is all about. It says the national single window is to provide a single entry point here, to create just one single portal, to always take a single submission, to provide a segregation of duties, has traceability and auditability features. It also provides a centralized sharing risks.
Yeah.
This point is just made about the objectives of the national single window. Yeah. Should it not put to rest the fears of all the stakeholders and the other government agencies?
It's enough to put them, you know,
put their minds to rest.
Right. But at the same time, those who wear the shoes know where it pinches.
Okay.
Because by the time we get this national single window practicalized, we know where exactly we are going. And I want to thank the CG of Customs for the introduction of, you know, local indigenous network. Yes, Godogu. You know, because we are still looking for how both
the two platforms
will, you know, cooperate and work together. Because if we look at it from the angle of national single window successfully, I don't think it needs to
be in place anymore.
Be in place with, work with Godogu. But as far as customs is concerned, to keep them relevant in the system, right? That is the essence where the Godogu is concerned.
Mr. Fakolade, I know one of these, this question was put to him. This answer,
yes, I was there.
Yeah, you were there. And he gave a definite answer that the two will run side by side.
Yes, he said so that the two will run
But he did not explain how that is going to be. The two platforms for documentation. Yes. And one is run by the customs, and one is run by the larger
single window.
Yes, the single window project, which incorporates all government agencies and importers and all stakeholders. So how is it going to work? The two running side by side. If you can tell us.
Well, to my understanding, you know, there are two different
platforms.
One is controlled by customs. The other one is controlled by
federal
government. You know, even though the customs still works under the federal government, so they have to find a way of fine-tuning how the two platforms will work together. But by and large, to keep everything working and possible, I think the understanding between the two agencies, the National Single Window and Customs, has to be solidified in a way that everything will be okay for both the stakeholders, the importers, all the agencies that has to work with National Single Window.
Yeah, I learned the main objective of this National Single Window Sorry that we are taking so much time on the national single. There are other things we talk about, but because this is coming, it's almost upon us in 2 weeks. It is said that the essence of it is, 1, to cut the time used in the documentation. 2, to cut costs. And 3, of course, the major one, to raise revenue, to block all revenue leakages. How do you think this is going to pan out?
You say
as in the implication.
Yeah. You see, I have one belief, and this is it. If national single window can be operated globally successfully, I don't see any reason why it should not work successfully here in Nigeria. But the point is that, how sincere are we to make this
Make
thing
it work?
Now, they have just said national single window to encourage revenue and to block leakages. And you know, Nigerian factors when it comes to business of kind of goods and services. I mean, in the ports, we know how we get it done. And reason why customs emphasizes much on compliance. If the importers, the agents, and the customs are ready to comply by following the due process, present the document that has to do with the job itself, not otherwise a document. Well, I want to believe that the national single window is good to go, and everybody will be happy for it. As long as we are Nigeria and we want Nigeria to develop and to grow in a global form. But in the absence of that, where we still find it not to be complied with necessary things to do, I don't see us achieving this result.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you talked about our culture, business culture, business orientation.
Tradition, yes.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of people still want the human interface to be there, so that the means of getting gratification will still be there, if not totally, but to some extent. And these are the things that will form, battle against the national single window. And of course, some people have raised the issue of threshold in customs, in the clearance of goods clearance processes. Now, using the national single window, the tariffs and duties are going to be paid. And now are they now going to be specific, or there will still be some level of a compromise? How is it going to work out? The audience there need to know.
Well, that area needs to be very, very taken seriously, because this has to do with revenue generation. Right. And when we talk about revenue generation, compliance has to be followed, like I said earlier on. We have to discourage all the ideas of, our traditional ways of doing our businesses. Then I want to believe too that the government has lots to do in this area. Possibly the National Assembly to legislate against any fraudulent practices in the ports that could, debar the progress of national single window from achieving its objective. So that's just it.
We'll come back to the national single window because there are still certain questions I need clarifications from you. Now, we're talking about the port modernization, let's say effort by the Nigerian Ports Authority to modernize the ports and make some of them look like At least what we have right now in Lekki.
Yeah.
That's the benchmark now for the country.
For other ports.
Yes, it is modern, it is automated, it is fast when it comes to clearing of goods.
Yeah.
And predictability within that port is it's high. The amount of time spent within clearing goods there is shorter than any other place within the country.
Exactly.
Now, they want to make a whole lot of the ports look that way. But do you think they really have the political will? I know the Apapa port is old. Tinkan port, the keys are collapsing, like somebody said. And the eastern ports have been neglected for a very long time. You think there is the political will to do that?
Yes, certainly. Yes, there is the political will to do it, provided the government wants to do it. Just like you have said, as far as Lekki is concerned, it's superb. And the MD of NPA,
Dan
Soho, I want to believe is trying his best to make sure that all ports, are being modernized to meet up with the current status. I can see some of that modernization development going on at Sinkan Island there. I can't say much about Apapa Port. And the eastern ports you mentioned, I want to believe they have started working on that as well to make sure that, it has a befitting looks to do businesses there. So, like you said, they have the political will backing by the current federal government of Nigeria, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is part of his renewed hope agenda to make sure that everything works right in Nigeria. So I want to believe they have the political will to do it.
And why I asked that question is that a few weeks ago, an agent of the Lagos State government, when the MPA talked about working at the Warri Port, modernizing the Warri Port, and the amount of money that they budgeted to it, and then they want to go into execution of the contract of modernizing. An agent of the Lagos State government said something to the effect that developing other ports will also make them to ignore those ports in Lagos. I mean, it does not look like if that will form a kind of it's portraying the mindset of the government, since it's the same government that's in Lagos as also at the federal level. Yeah, that's why I'm asking that question. Will there be that political will to really put the money where their mouth is, as in really doing the modernization thing?
Well, everything still boils down on the political will and the government's readiness to do it. And I believe the current Minister of Blues and Marine Economy is seriously taking action on all that moribund ports, especially Warri and the eastern ports, that they should, come back to life to decongest the interest, being placed at the Lagos ports here. So I want to believe they have the will to do it.
Yeah. The maritime industry, according to some experts, say is worth annually about 90 trillion naira. And we are not scratching at the surface at all. Looking at the figures made by all government agencies in 2024, that of 2025 is yet to be out, or 2024, it's just about, they all made just about over 7 trillion naira. That's just a scratch on the surface if you consider the potential. What do you think they should do differently to be able to realize this potential? I mean, there's a whole lot of difference between 7 trillion and 90 trillion. That's a whole lot of gap.
What they need to do is just to improve on their means of, generating these revenues.
I'm talking about it holistically. Yeah. The maritime sector is not just about import and export. It's about shipbuilding. It's about ship maintenance. Yeah. It's about fishery. It's about ecotourism. It's about fisheries. It's about developing the exploiting the aquatic life and the minerals under the local, there's a whole lot of things there to do, which will give us main part of this 90 trillion naira as what do you think? Don't you think the federal government should do more in terms of investing in those areas rather than just building ports alone and then for import and export? There are so much to do to make money from the maritime sector, like other nations of the world. Don't you think?
Of course, you have nailed it in the head. But like I said, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, where all these, agencies are under it, is seriously working towards achieving all these goals. Because I can see the collaboration between him, the NIMASA head, the NPA, So, and coupled with some informations and I gathered from my friends in NPA and the NIMASA, I believe they will surely achieve the goal.
Yeah, talking about collaboration, and one of the points that Mr. Fakolade made about what the national single window is not all about. Do you think the agencies have collaborated enough or they have sensitized themselves enough? Because this national single window, we are going back to it now, is about all the agencies having a common portal where importers and exporters and their agents will come and impute the information to get their proper documentation for their goods to be cleared. Do you think they have all been properly sensitized?
Yeah, well, I want to believe they have been properly sensitized, but it still behoves on them to, to key into the system. Like NAFDAC. NAFDAC just introduced another platform to, operate on their own, which we are expecting them to see how to, integrate themselves in the national single window. But I'm surprised and happy to see an information from them that they are ready to work with national single window. So then, the Nigerian SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, have not heard from them to know their stand. And I have it in mind to go to their office next week, either Monday or Tuesday, to see one of their directors who is very, very close to me to, find out what is their stand, what is their, because out of all these trainings we have been going with the national thing, we have not noticing their presence in the...
And they are an integral part of the whole system.
Yes, so that is what makes me to think maybe by next week, Monday or Tuesday, I have to go to their office to go and find out what is their stand, what is their disposition towards this national single window.
Okay. That sensitization, a whole lot of issues were raised against the same NAFDAC you talked about their lack of willingness to comply with the rules. Maybe bringing in issues where there are no issues, and then always trying to cause a snag within the system and slow down the process. Now, this national single window is coming in. It's going to take a whole lot of things away, responsibilities away from a lot of them, because it's going to be streamlined. It's going to streamline the operation.
That is it. That is to
Don't
save
you
time,
think
to
there will
save
be more
cost.
of these issues that people complain about at that sensitization?
Well, we expect to see such incidents. We have been facing it before, so we are expecting to see how it will repeat itself when this national single window, fully commences. So we are looking forward to see how to, counter their, unnecessary delays when it comes to cargo clearing, because this is an agency that before you start operation on their work, you have to go and get the first stamp, second stamping before you get your goods released. So we are also hoping to see how this will be possible when the national single window comes to be, because these are the areas where we are experiencing delays, wasting of time, wasting of resources, not only NAFDAC anyway, including SON, quarantine. The only agency I can say that we don't think we can generate much problem, you are the trading on Tuesday or Thursday, where this NDLA representative came to come and find out their stance that they have not been carrying along during and the representative, the lady was, was told how and why they have not been, taken along so far. Not that they neglect their agency, but they still carry them along. The issue is that they don't issue certificates to import drugs. Okay. So that is why they were not taking so much, but not that they neglect them in the system.
They are more or less like an enforcement. Arm of
yes.
The government. Yeah. Okay.
So, and they are
and besides, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency was a unit of the Nigerian Customs, so they can always work with them.
Yes, they work together.
Yeah,
they work together in the port.
Yeah, sir. What about what's the place of the Maritime Police here now? Because they have acquired this, sorry to say, notorious reputation as regards the processes. When goods are cleared at the port, a few meters away, the Maritime Police people, they flag it down and they put it on notice. Or what's going to be their place? at that sensitization, I still did not see the police there. So what is going to be their place now?
Well, I want you can recall that during the sensitization training on Thursday, Mr. Fakulade was asked that question as regards Maritime Police and many other agencies that would just block consignments in the port. The issue of Maritime Police has become an issue that maybe the new Inspector General of Police has to wade into this, because my president, Otumba Frank Ogunjemite, has led us to...
That's of AFCON.
AFCON, thank you. Has led us to the office of Maritime Police. I think we have been there twice to visit their AIG in charge of the Maritime. And during the course of our visiting, we made mention of the reasons why containers should not be blocked and why are they blocking containers. And if they are interested in blocking containers, why don't they come to the port as a Nigerian police? Despite the fact that we have resident police.
It's still the same Maritime Police, they are the port. Are they not the same?
They are the same.
So why is it that
we have resident police in the ports taking care of the ports. And when examination of goods are taken up, they are part of it. They are part of it. Right.
And they also report to they are under the Maritime
Police. That is what we don't ask them. Since you have a resident police officers
who go through the processes of
why don't you take reports from them? Why don't they send reports to you that the examinations they have done today, this and this are the reports? So you can use that as your own yardstick to know what is going on, instead of you
always intercepting
cargoes on the road or blocking containers from the terminal operators' system. Sometimes in the shipping company, sometimes they did it with the customs. It took our intervention with our controller in Tinkan, Controller Frank Oyeka, to stop the enforcement DC from taking instructions from Maritime Police to block containers.
Oh, they were also giving instructions to the enforcement, customs enforcement officer.
They will send official message. And if you see the message contained in the letter, you will not be surprised that upon all these informations, criminal informations, alleged that the suspect
of the cargo
on the cargo, under 24 hours, if you go there, you get those things released, you get back. But
and what would have happened? What magic would have happened that those allegations
were not? That is the issue.
Money changes hands.
Oh well, you know, Nigerian system. Part of what we are talking about since morning.
Okay, so
now we have been able to resolve that from customs, from shipping company. Maritime Police are now passing through using Nigeria Shippers Council as a means of blocking containers. Last week, one of my staff went to go and obtain TDO at AP Mola. In the system, they have blocked the containers. He called me. I told them to go to the Shippers Council to go and get the reference, because that is where they will send the reference to. Before I now sent it to Maritime Police, where it was unblocked, before the containers could be allowed to go.
Several. Specifically, what did they say was wrong with it? Why did they block it?
Is there any reason?
And what did you do to have it released?
We on the air, you know how it's you know how it goes. This is Nigerian system. This is Nigerian system.
This we may be laughing, but that is a very serious issue.
Very, very.
It is the reason why I asked this question. What is going to be the fate of the national single window if this kind of thing persists? Well, people have not been properly reorientated.
Good.
It's still the same old people, the same people that have been handling things are also going to handle these new platforms.
Yeah.
Have they really been properly trained? Have they really been properly reorientated? Have they really been told the importance of using this particular platform?
That is why I said National Single Window Team, led by Mr. Fakulade, still has a lot to do, you know, in engaging all these agencies, possibly one by one. Because all these collective collaborations we are having ourselves in a hall, give us training, this and that. I think the individual agencies still need to be, you know, addressed, possibly in their office, or possibly to invite all the agencies as they invited shipping companies recently. You know, they are all working for the federal government of Nigeria, and the federal government of Nigeria wants the system streamlined.
Yeah.
To ease trade.
Facilitate trade.
To facilitate trade. You understand? To ease it. So I don't see any reason why they should not all come together and, you know, find a lasting solutions to the success of these projects.
There's palpable fear out there that once this thing comes on stream, it's going to be a gold mine for shipping companies and terminal operators, because the teething problem that it's going to cause will make them, you know, to be smiling to the bank per second. Yeah. Because of the issue of the container deposits that are there, storage charges that will increase, and the delays that it will cause initially. Do you think that is going to happen? Or?
Yes, those are the expected fallouts that we have been anticipating to happen. And this is where Nigeria Shippers Council needs to be, you know, functional as expected. The shipping companies and terminal operators, it's like they have turn Nigeria to, you know, a gold mine where they can just make us to stupor. I said one thing the other time, legislators still need to do some active works as regards this maritime to pass legislations that will stop these shipping companies from arbitrary charges. It's like the Shippers Council cannot control these things again. Of recent, in January, we had an issue where we staged a protest. We invited TVC, invited some media guys. On seeing those media outfits on ground, it sent a, cold shivers in their spine. CEO has to instruct his staff, especially Mr. Sarumi and Dr. Bashir Ambi, to meet us at MSC.
As a shipping line that
started MSC shipping. Yes, it was from there we now went to their conference room upstairs. They had a meeting with us and agreed on a meeting date at Shippers Council. That's on the 21st of January. That was where they told the shipping companies to suspend all the charges they have increased. We agreed to meet again, but we have never met.
That's over a month and a half ago.
Yes, we have never met, and they have increased their charges.
The charges increase
Yes.
still subsist. And the Shippers Council is not doing anything.
Now instructing shipping company and stakeholders to go and see how we are going to find solutions to the increment.
Basically throwing you people to the dogs, the stakeholders to the dogs.
You can imagine that. So what is their responsibility? And I believe one of their core responsibility is to
protect the Nigerian shippers and
the interest of shippers.
Stakeholders, yeah.
So having had such a comment from the CEO that the shipping companies and the stakeholders should find means of, resolving this issue, I think it's unbecoming of any CEO of Shippers Council.
And now that takes me back to the question I asked earlier.
Yeah.
If the economic regulator of the maritime sector in the Nigerian economy is speaking in such manner, they gave an approval for the shipping companies and terminal operators to increase their charges. The stakeholders protested and they temporarily suspended it and said that you guys are going to meet and resolve it. Almost 2 months after, the meeting never held again. Just last week, like you said, the manager announced that you and the shipping companies and the terminal operators should go and sort yourself.
Sort it out. That shipping companies should.
So if that is happening now, that's the reality at the moment. Now.
Yeah.
You people is like to your tent to Israel. Everybody go answer your papa name. That's what they just told you, basically on your own. So where will the political will be to do other things?
Wow. That is the real issue. Because
sorry, sir. Before you answer the question, sir, we have it on good authority that although it's speculation everywhere, that the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, is interested in becoming a governor in the state.
We had that.
He's not in most cases been around to do his core duty at the Nigerian Shippers Council. Most of the jobs have been done by his lieutenants. So where will the political will be to do other things?
When he himself
is not
available to attend to
the primary things that he's employed to do.
It's a serious issue on ground. So, like you have said, I would not want to compare the ability and responsibility of the Shippers Council to compare it with other agencies.
Okay.
Right. It's a different ball game entirely. It's just that the current CEO of Shippers Council is not living up to expectation at all. And that is why my president, Otumba Gujemte of AFCON, said some other time that it's an advice to the federal government if an appointment is going to be given to anybody to head Shippers Council. Such a person must come from Shippers Council, not from external body.
Or maybe not specifically from Shippers Council, but from the maritime sector.
From the maritime,
somebody who understands the terrain, who has worked in this terrain. A square peg in a square hole.
You understand? To head who knows.
Okay, it's not without over belaboring the issue of the Nigerian Shippers Council. Although they are, if they are efficient, the maritime sector will laugh for it.
Very well.
But right now, it's complaints galore from every storm they can carry that is involved within the system.
Here and there.
And so we will continue to talk about their roles, the performance of their roles, or
I think that
lack
is
of
that is the area of you media guys.
We will continue to do
Yes.
that. We'll continue to do that. Now, let's go back a little bit to the issue of port modernization and the policies of government as regards what they want to do with the different ports. We know that the Lekki Deep Sea Port is so well run because it has the private sector components. The government influence in it is minimal. Both the federal government and the Lagos State government, they have shares
there
within the ports, with the run of the port. This is the phase one of the port, $1.4 billion worth of investment there. And a lot of Nigerians are happy that it's working. Do you think they should also replicate what has been done at Lekki with other ports, as in probably giving it to private hands?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's something wrong in that. Because we have seen several areas where agencies were given to we Nigerians that were unable to perform, except otherwise when it was concessioned out.
Okay.
PTML is there, for example. AP Mola is there, for example. When they were under MPA, we knew how it was run.
No, it was run by the government, not. And we all know that they say it everywhere. Governments are not good managers of resources. Maybe if they had given it to Nigerian private hands.
So, well, I will support it if they can concession it out to, private, in a kind of a joint
partnership.
I want to believe
maybe starting with maybe one of the eastern ports, maybe Warri, Calabar, or Port Harcourt.
I think Calabar will be better if they can start with Calabar.
Okay, but again, talking about the port concession anyway, there's still complaints about the concession not meeting the objectives. What do you think about that?
Wow. See, once the infrastructures are well in place, the manpowers all in place, and monitoring from federal government. Properly. Right. I don't see any reason why it will not achieve its purpose.
But the concession agreement, I've never seen it. Have you ever seen it?
I've not seen it as well.
Was it not supposed to include the renewal of all the infrastructure?
Well, I think if it is not, well, this should be the time to,
I think it will expire this year. The agreement will expire in 2026.
I think some has expired, if I'm not mistaken.
The agreement was done in 1996. That's to be 20 years this year. I think it was a 20 years concessional agreement. If it expires
that should be this year.
Since there should be a proper,
overhauling of the.
Let them even do a proper accounting of the whole system, auditing of the whole system to know where was it when we were handing it over, and where
is it now?
Has there been any kind of improvement? And what is our vision for this port?
The next,
before they do not take the next action. I mean, it's a lot of people complain that the infrastructures there are still very, very, very poor, and they need to be. Of course, we said it several times here that they need to be, brought to the modern, standard.
Yes.
So, do you think that the same set of people should also continue to run these ports, or they should be maybe newer person, better?
When we are talking of development has to involve so many things. You can't expect somebody who has been in charge for some time to continue there when we still have some able hands, new hands with new intelligence and all that stuff to continue. So they have to imbibe new hands, that are well trained, well experienced in the modern system.
One of the tools needed to make the national single window work properly. Oh, there are so many of them. I'm talking about physical infrastructure. It's a non-intrusive equipment. That's scanners. I think the only place where scanners are working perfectly well is at Lekki, like we just said. We don't have too many of them at the Apapa command or at the Tinkan command. We have some. Don't you think these things should be put in place first before you talk about deploying the national single window?
I think they are in place, like Apapa port. I can remember vividly sometimes last year, the new CAC, Mr. Oshoba, during his, he commissioned some scanners last year, right? And I believe they are still functioning very well because we have some containers at Apapa recently that, we have to scan the containers before we, So the scanners are still working, though not all anyway, because I learned some have been, sabotaged. They don't, one way or the other, just very few of them are working. And when we're talking about these scanners, I learned that AP Mola wanted to buy some scanners, which we believe is the responsibility of the Nigerian custom. Because if AP Mola should venture into buying scanners, that is going to be additional cost for us to bear when we are, getting our bills, our invoices from them. So we believe it should be the customs responsibility to provide the scanner there. So, and I believe the ones there are still working, even if not all. Then comes to my chapter here, my command here, Tinker here. I think we have a epileptic system of scanners working there. They are working, but not as expected.
All right, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. Your parting shot, sir, your advice to the federal government and on this single window, just in 20 seconds, sir. And generally.
Like I have said, my advice to Mr. Fakolade-led National Single Window is that not all stakeholders, not all freight forwarders, not all importers and exporters are still
having sensitized
on this project. They still need to work more on getting them sensitized. Then number two is the agencies. They have to get in touch with each and every one of them one by one. If there is need for them to call all of them, just like they did for shipping companies, share the ideas. What are the areas they feel can, impede the success of this single window? Let them have the, Then, like I said, Shippers Council. Please, help us to pass the information to them that they need to be up and doing.
Thank you so
And
much.
if the federal government is bringing another person to head the Shippers Council, that person should be an in-house maritime.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Akim Ayobiojo, the
so
chairman of Think and Chapter.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this program for this week. We hope you'll join us next week for another scintillating edition of the program, the Maritime Frontier Show. My name is Dili Utomi. Have yourself a lovely week ahead. Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where citizen stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. It's quite sunny here in Lagos, but somewhere in the UK, it is all glamour. And of course, I believe you understand what that means. Tinubu's UK visit, a diplomatic excursion. This is coming from Shore, and
Of course, I actually blew hot today. But we'll be talking about that and even more on the show this wonderful afternoon. Join the conversation with experts, insights, and seasoned perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savio Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Reps passes dual party ban with jailed term. The House of Representatives has actually passed an amendment to 2026 Electoral Act prescribing a 10 million fine or 2 years imprisonment for dual party membership, voiding both memberships. Supporters called it anti-fraud. Critics, including that of SDP Adewale Adebayo, says it bridges constitutional freedom of association and, of course, targets to defectors ahead of 2027. All right, we'll be dissecting that and more through our analysts here in the studio this wonderful afternoon. And away from that particular one, Igbo clerics condemned Tinubu's UK visit after Borno blast. The concerned Igbo ministers blasted President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for traveling to Britain hours after Borno bombings, which actually killed about 23, calling it criminal negligence. They urged him to cancel and fly to Maiduguri and, of course, use the trip to press for Nnamdi Kanu's release, arguing IPOB's Eastern Security Network has kept the Southeast safest. This is quite a very, debatable comment there. But let's move on to Osun's quarters now. Osun Governor Adeleke backs Tinubu 2027 bid despite local government crisis. Governor Ademola Adeleke says it will work for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election, calling him our Southwest leader, even as a violent dispute over Osun Council control with the APC persists. Adeleke, now in Accord Party, urged aides to mobilize grassroots support. Both parties are in court over rival local government mandates. This is quite a very, very, controversial one there coming from Governor Adeleke, because you just moved to, Accord Party. And are you telling me that no one would actually come out, under the Accord umbrella as a presidential candidate? So you would rather leave your own presidential candidate to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? I think that's also another, anti-party situation there. But we'll look at this particular one would unfold in the coming days. Away from that particular one, let's talk about PDP's conversation here. PDP picks Bala Mohammed Saraki to lead reconciliation. The People's Democratic Party will launch a formal reconciliation after Salah with Bauchi Governor Bala Mohammed heading the governors and, of course, ex-Senate President Bukola Saraki leading Nyesom Wike's faction to harmonize demands following the appeal court nullification of Ibadan Convention. The joint team's agreement is to be submitted to court and bind both camps. Okay, some way, somehow, whichever one we want to call it, PDP has actually, smuggled itself into our Wednesday conversation again, and I think this is actually a back-to-back thing, that we've been seeing in recent times. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're talking about our presidential trip, that is actually making rounds on national dailies and, of course, on social media. Tinubu's UK visit, a diplomatic excursion, says Shore. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Omoyele Shore, the 2023 African Action Congress candidate and long-term government critic, used a Wednesday media appearance to tear into President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's state visit to the United Kingdom. Nigerians are first in nearly 40 years with Tinubu and First Lady, Lady Oluremi, meeting King Charles III at Buckingham Palace and pitching Nigerian port upgrades and trade deals. Showore called the mission a diplomatic excursion that burned fuel and public money without delivering a single verifiable investment. If you have it right, investors will come to your country. You don't need to travel, he said, noting that foreign tours by Nigerian musicians often repatriate more earnings than presidential jets ever attract. And of course, the presidency frames the London trip as part of a broader investment to drive the whole Europe, Asia, Gulf situation as a potential, partnership since 2023. And of course, officials says talks cover, port modernization, defense cooperation, diaspora engagement. London hosts one of the largest Nigerian communities abroad. Showore counters that particular recurring travel bid, and of course, it outweighs any returns, and that the government is deceiving ourselves by treating photo ops as policy. It suggested that the president might also be visiting doctors given the month-long gap since his last foreign outing. Showore's, critic gained extra bite because Tinubu flew out, hours after suicide bombers struck Borno State, capital Maiduguri, killing at least 24 people and injuring dozens. Police says normalcy has been restored, but opposition's figures argue that timing shows misplaced priorities, pressing foreign diplomacy while communities at home nurse fresh trauma. The debate echoes wider public frustration over security, inflation, and cost of governance, even as heads insist private meetings in London will yield tangible benefits in coming months. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Hey, Savior, good afternoon.
You're welcome to our Wednesday edition.
Yeah, yes. Again, we are here.
Okay, so let me quickly mention this. Mr. Elvis just asked me, he said, as the Ileya started, or the Ramadan, as it started with me, the celebration and all of that, the Salah rather.
Yeah,
so,
I have
and I have to tell you, I said, this week is strictly native and this week is for celebration.
Yeah,
so
it's celebration. We congratulate our Muslim brothers, at least by tomorrow.
We'll start doing the preparation, but of course, Friday.
Friday.
Yeah. So, and of course, I can host some people on behalf of our Muslim brothers.
No, sir. Yeah, you start from the studio here. You host some of us.
No problem. All right, so sir, would you want to respond to any of these news stories before we dive into the main conversation?
Yeah, I think that story from the governor of Osun State, I think what else do you expect from him? He's a low ranger, and even his party Accord is not really a popular party as we speak. He's just looking for where to hang himself on. What he has just said is not, ABGA have also said so. Soludo have said he was going to work for Tinubu in 2027. So if he is talking about working for Tinubu, and again from the Southwest, you know what it means? He's just trying to see how he can protect his position and get it back. Everybody is talking about how to get it back now, my own position. That's what is actually there. It's nothing new. I wasn't expecting him to start criticizing or saying he was going to work against Tinubu when he knows too well that the whole of Southwest are for him, are for President Tinubu. And if the ruling party can just pity him with this kind of solidarity and working for the governor, so probably will get his seat back on the second tenure as governor of Osun State.
Okay, so this is it. I would like to come in from this angle, Mr. Elvis. You just mentioned something that is quite serious here. You said, just like Soludo, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, who also said, in your words, that
and that's
ABGA. And this is ABGA, not APC. Now, this is another party Accord.
Yes, Accord.
If a governor or a party member, let's not even, give anybody any position right now, being a party member, don't you think this is anti-party? For you to be in this party, for example, you are in APC, and you are saying that you will be supporting the presidential candidate of another party, knowing fully well that your party would actually present their own candidate.
Well, Savior, we are not too sure whether their party will feature presidential candidates. And again, you see, as it is now with Accord, is now a party leader in Accord. So it's probably they may not feature a presidential candidate. And even when they do, and he says that he is going to feature, he's going to support Tinubu, he can argue his way through. We have seen Wike supported Tinubu even when PDP featured the presidential candidate. We see Shea Makinde did the same thing. We see all the other 5 governors.
5Gs,
the G5,
yes.
That did, some of them got ambassadorial award now. I mean, benefit for what they did. Then we also saw what do you call him now that the present governor of Osun State, Adeleke, it's not saying anything new. We have seen it happen in Nigeria before. And what happens? The party, even till today, PDP is looking for where to settle with Wike, in spite of all those you call anti-party. What the parties are saying now is, let me just survive. Because they know that the system is not actually favorable to any political party as we speak. Whether he supports Tinubu or not now, Tinubu can send in trouble. APC can send trouble to destabilize Accord if it's not favoring them. So why don't they, if you cannot beat them, you just join them. Look at all the other big political parties in Nigeria now. Their rank has been destroyed. Their rank can be infiltrated. What is Accord? That if he says he's going against them, that APC cannot send trouble and destroy us into it to destroy the party. Now, so for him to just get back his Osun State.
Mr. Elvis, you've taken me to that particular point where I need to throw in that question. So many people are actually saying that people in the APC are actually saying that APC is not responsible for whatsoever situation that is going on in other political parties. But with your statement that for that of Accord, if they want to do anything otherwise, APC will just throw.
Yes.
So when you use the word throw, are you saying that APC in one way or the other are responsible, as regards to the issues that is going on in other opposition parties?
Yeah, they are.
Because so many people are actually calling this a personal greed from this man.
Let me tell you, it's the voice of Jacob and hand of Esau. That's what we are seeing in what is happening to all these political parties. We saw Labour Party back and forth. Even when the court gives judgment, Abure, INEC will recognize Abure, even when the court judgment does not favor Abure. INEC will have been recognizing Abure to where we are now. We also saw what is happening to PDP. We saw what is even coming to ADC now. ADC is almost, they are in court. There's the fashion that Ibe Kachuku, their presidential candidate in 2023, has with Gombe, one Mr. Alhaji Gombe, as the leadership of that ADC. Then we have the one of David Mann. They are still in court in that.
But I think the court has actually, ruled in favor of David Mark and Aregbeshola's leadership in the ADC. But
there's still a successive court on that matter now. Wow. We are still waiting for that. And now you just heard Governor Adeleke. You know where Governor Adeleke is coming from? In 2019, he actually won. But look at the way the kangaroo came up with Omishore and using Ife to throw him out. He never got to that seat. In 2020, that was 2018 or so. Yeah. Then in 2022, he got it. Then here he is now. And remember, he removed a cousin, an uncle of the president, the minister for blue chip and the blue economy now. What's his name again? He removed him as governor of Osun State. And look at even the Omishore fashion, all of them are still there. And look at the crisis he's going through with the local season of the local government fund. So he must look for a way to get a soft landing. Now, let him see if he can play the politics internally. That even after the president wins, and he also gets his position back as second tenant governor of Osun State, whether this local government matter is just a call. This matter of local government that has become political, local government fund, he'll get it back. Then he cannot do his second tenure. Then thereafter, he cannot go to be in the trenches and say, yes, this is the time I have to speak. But as it is now, it's like a captured bird. When the bird is on air, it sings sonorous songs. But when you catch that bird, it changes his songs. He's crying. So this man now, as it is, this is not the time for him now to begin to say, I want to play vengeance.
Mr. Elvis has scattered the whole table by using the bed.
The bed, yes.
Create a scenario. You've actually destroyed the whole table. So let's move. let's move from this conversation. I don't know if you would want to respond to this reconciliation.
PDP reconciliation.
Because, of course, PDP is always
it's always coming in. Yes, I was going there. You see, the reconciliation, I didn't hear them mention Makinde. Where is Makinde belonging in this matter?
So this is it. Initially, Makinde was to, go head-to-head with Wike. And Bala said he was not even interested in the settlement.
Yes.
We saw it in the news.
Yes.
And so many people actually projected that, Bala was to leave PDP for APC on Tuesday. But I am part of those few, people that I didn't take that news serious.
No, he was to leave. But it was the condition that he was given APC that, brought him to where he is now.
Mr. Evis, Bala Mohammed has nothing to lose again.
No, it's not about matter.
This is second. This is already
his second tenure. We know. So Bala Mohammed may be interested in going for Senate. Are you aware?
Okay.
And remember, even the present Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Tuga, is from his state. He's interested in that seat from APC. Ali Pate, the present Minister for Health, is from his state. He's also interested in that same party, in that same seat. So when you look at these circumstances surrounding him, it's like an orphan. So he just have to look for where to, and he wanted to make the move. But because of these two big men that are, wanting that same seat, APC is giving him condition that even if you come in, you will never be the political leader.
Yes, you won't be a political leader.
And they cannot guarantee you more than your senatorial district. Yeah. And he has so many leaders, followers who also want positions in that state. What is he going to do with it? Do to his follower? So he's not wanting to be too greedy. I think he's not one. That's why he now swallow that pride that I don't have anything to do with Wike. Well, instead, let me go with the known, the devil is better than the angel you don't know. Let me go with Wike.
So, but I think Sheyi Makinde is with him. So,
then I think I will be happier if himself and Sheyi Makinde can now, come, under that umbrella again and see whether they can get an Obioma. It's Obioma, they call it, to help them patch it up and see whether if the rain falls, some part that is patched up, they can.
For those of you that does not understand, what Mr. Evans just said as regards to the Obioma word. Right, so it's the general, word for the tailors that actually hawk their business.
Their businesses.
So they move around
with their machine,
the scissors and the machine. No, it's the hand machine, not the full one. So they get to go around, and of course you call them to just patch.
If we can help them to patch up the umbrella, so any part the Obama is able to patch, they can hang on there.
So, but regardless of the patching, regardless of will I call it the refurbishment, do you think that PDP can still produce key roles?
No, it may be difficult, but the issue is,
it might not be about the president.
No, forget about the president. You see, what they should even be doing now, if this reconciliation is actually concrete and is actually accepted by the Madaki's fashion, along with Wike's fashion, then they can withdraw the cases in the court so that they can even feature some positions, because the time is of essence.
That's
by May, primaries will start.
Yes.
If they cannot dispense, if they cannot, come up into one accord with this settlement between now and April, and drop off all the court shenanigans, they may not even be able to feature anybody. But I hope they are able to do that. Now that they said after the Salah break, they are going to commence that. If really they want to be sincere to themselves, what's actually difficult there? It's just about sharing position. Now, first of all, they will withdraw the suspension. The expulsion. They get to Wike and all others, that are with Wike. Then Anyanwu and all. Then they just have to find a way to come in. Already, the court has already said the Ibadan Convention is null and void.
Okay, so Mr. Evis, sorry to chip this in. I think the main issue here is the fact that they are dragging or they are fighting for the leadership of PDP.
That's just it.
I think that's it.
Yes.
If you look at the whole movement,
dragging for the leadership of PDP,
just the leadership.
And for those that don't even have PDP to drag along now, is that they just want to have where they belong.
Yes.
Makinde is not. I don't think APC is ready to accept him.
No, APC cannot accommodate.
They cannot accommodate. And also, but don't be surprised. Makinde will still work for Tinubu.
No, working is different.
Yes, it's good work on him.
Accepting him into that party, because they can't collapse the APC structure.
No, into it. But he will work for Tinubu underground and get him back. And if that is what Bala Mohammed will also do now, along with Wike, and you see, Saraki has been mentioned, all this while he has actually been playing a very matured role.
Yeah.
He has not been,
He's not been here, neither there. He's just been on the fence, and I love
now
that.
that they picked him as somebody that is going to lead that reconciliation, let them be sincere to themselves. All those old men that have not really carried do the bidding of PDP as expected.
The likes of Bode George would like to see them at the meeting as well.
I mean, no, he may not be in that meeting. But he too has not been too fair to PDP. So I don't even want to bring those one in. The only person I know that, they should be able to talk to and see whether they'll be able to appease Chief Ogiri, this man from Delta State, who is like the South chairman of PDP.
Well, of late, I've not really heard from him.
No. He is still a staunch PDP person, and he's not of a wicked fashion. So for all those ones, it's just for them to come. Okay. If they still want to retain that name, PDP, then they should be able to swallow their pride.
It will be very difficult for PDP to totally,
because of the structure it has.
PDP has a very strong structure.
The largest political party before 2016
PDP has a very
in Africa.
Now, let's come back here and let's come back home to what Omoyele Sowore said. Tinubu's UK visit, a diplomatic excursion. The last time I heard the word excursion was about my daughter or my son. On excursion, But when we hear this particular statement, if you look at your screen, yes, thank you so much, my team. President being escorted by the King himself, King Charles III, and we've been seeing different activities going on in the United Kingdom, Buckingham Palace to be precise. That's Prince Williams there taking the president to, the King. This is really lovely. We love that. We love that, and that is Lady Oluremi there as well. We love that. We love to see more of this, but we would have to discuss, the sensitive part of this whole, visits. Mr. Elvis, let's not be carried away by
the pomp and pageantry.
Because Omoyele Sowore said this is excursion, and he doesn't know if this particular, situation would actually yield any result for Nigerians. He said that truly, if Nigerian government wanted, investment, they should have, put things in place in the country, and investors would actually come into our country. But you going to do all of this, you said it carries no weight. I would like to get your take as regards to that.
Yeah, it's not far from the truth, because no matter what, if you make your home attractive, people will actually want to visit you. You will even be the one that will be saying, no, I don't think I'm at home, so that reduce the influx of visitors. Unfortunately, we have not done that in Nigeria. I think what the British government just did is just a way to just make Nigeria to recognize that they were once our founding father or our colonial father, and nothing more than that. As far as I'm concerned, the British government, what kind of investment are we really attracting from them? Apart from the share oil company, at least we know they own that one. What other investment do we really need from them? It's not a country that before they do their things, they are very conservative set of persons. They are very conservative in their thinking and whatever they do. They don't just jump into any country because for any reason. So I would have expected that Nigeria government should be able to first of all stamping out this insecurity. There are so many countries in the world that are interested in coming to invest in Nigeria because we have the potential. Is it natural resources, human resources? Is it the population and all of that? Nigeria have the market. But unfortunately, because of what is currently going on in Nigeria now, nobody will be interested in coming. Because even as the president is there, the very day he left, we were talking about the suicide bombing in Borno State, which we have just heard now that the number of the death toll has increased. You understand? And he's there celebrating, what is he celebrating? Before he even got to UK, the UK was already reading the negative story about Nigeria insecurity. You are going to meet with UK investors. It's not even the government. It's the investors, individual investors and companies that are supposed to come here and say, okay, we want to do this with Nigeria, but can they come and function in this kind of hostile environment in terms of insecurity? The same UK that tomorrow they will issue a statement that their national here should be careful in visiting some states in Nigeria. They always do that.
Yeah, they're always sending that.
They always send that alert.
Yes.
So the same people now, you are going to meet them at home now and say, come over to come and invest in my country. The same country you've not fixed. Knowing fully well that even before the president gets down to Nigeria now, that alert will come. I say in Maiduguri and some other states now that you see, because the new trend that has entered Maiduguri now is suicide bombing. This suicide bombing, anybody can be involved. Anybody can be victim.
Anybody in Afghanistan?
Anybody
in Iraq.
Anybody cannot be victim. So they are going to issue that alert, and that alert now will not counter all this pomp and pageantry, all this excursion, like we should always call it, that we are saying now. It will just knock it off, because they value their citizens more than whatever business agreement they are going to sign with the president. And when you are signing business agreement, you don't just sign it, without persons being on ground here to execute it. And when they care so much about their persons, coming, how will such fly? So I would have expected that the president, in fact, the major thing I expect the president to be talking about in this visit is how the UK government can collaborate with Nigeria to fight this insecurity that are, like staring us on our faces. Anything, if this is not done, forget about it. All these visits that the president is, moving from one country to another, it's just mere jamboree. I'm not saying it yielding the desired result, because no country who actually values its national that will actually release their nationals to, the sophisticated businessmen with their personnel and say come to Nigeria and invest. It's just because we don't value our persons. We don't value Nigerians here. We don't value ourselves. The government don't value us. That's why you see a normal government would have said, okay, with what happened with that Borno that night, to say, okay, let them know that my country is not too much in peace. If it is possible to shift this, for me to actually put things on ground and reschedule it. But unfortunately, we see that the pilot envoy has already been there, almost like a week now, burning all Nigeria money and all in the name of waiting for the president to come. Even as Borno by his money, he jumped into the aircraft and went down. So I'm not seeing much coming here.
Mr. Ives, just like your statement, I would like to also talk about this. We understand the fact that so many people were calling on the president, and they actually said, why should the president, take that particular flight when Borno is burning? Now, let's even, understand the fact that, this particular meeting or the visit has been fixed, and they can't change it. The president didn't also go alone. He went with the president of the Senate, who happens to be the number 3rd man in this nation, leaving only the vice president in the country. Now, the vice president being in the country, Borno State being the vice president state, the president only sent the service chiefs on that day to Borno, and he didn't ask the vice president to go to Borno. The vice president didn't also deem it fit to actually go to Borno. Instead, the vice president carried another our Nigerian Air Force jet, and he landed in Anambra State to witness a swearing in of Professor Chukwuma Soludo. Is this not a very serious conversation for this nation? And of course, some people are actually telling us, especially the people in the government, saying that yes, this particular visit is quite historical and it's a laudable one, and the country needs it. And we ask the question, why might this London engagement matter now? Is it about diaspora remittance or defense ties, or is this something else? We have to get it.
You see, Savior, the president went. One, that going that day is just for damage control. The president is not wanting to send message to the world, which the world is already aware of, that because of the insurgency, because of the insecurity in Nigeria, that's why he's canceling this, he's suspending it. It's just damage control. That's why he just decided that let him go. Because with that Borno, this is not just before the Borno, before the Maiduguri bomb blast, a suicide bomb blast.
Yeah.
You see, for the past 2 weeks, you see the number of military bases that is
sincerely
are sacked, number of military personnel that have died, and Nigerians that have died. So he was still on ground. But the most important thing here is the president was leaving, he left with the defense minister, he left with the national security advisor. These are the people that the president would have even said, okay, even if it is the defense minister, go with me. National security advisor, coordinate all that security paraphernalia and see how you can hold on with military chiefs their armed forces chiefs.
The service chiefs, yes.
The service chief moved down to Borno. I mean, the two of them are living. Whatever agreement the president is going to sign security-wise with the British government, the ministers of defense,
the defense minister, yeah, Christopher can actually do all of that.
Could have been able to do that because this man is coming from even the military circle. He knows much. So I don't understand why the two of them just left and asked the service chief to move down. Who is the service chief reporting to now as we speak? When they are there now, dining and whining with the king, they are reporting to themselves. And look at the number of persons that are involved in this death. And look at the orphan Governor Zulum, crying alone now without the leadership of his party. None of them. The APC leadership is also there in UK. You know the number of governors that are there?
A lot of governors. I saw the governor of Lagos State. I saw the governor, my state governor of Akwa State.
There,
yes, I saw him there.
Most of the governors, Enugu is there.
I saw Enugu there as well.
So many of them are there.
I saw so many of them.
Even Katsina governor.
I saw so many of them.
As troubled as Katsina State. So many of them are there with him. Then the ministers. Do you know the number of ministers that are there? The National Assembly members. Do you know how many of them that are there? So you just look at it that the president went with almost half of his cabinet and left the situation as it is at home. The most annoying thing is that I don't understand why the National Security Advisor will go with him and the Minister for Defense will go with him. One would have expected that at least one will be on ground to be able to supervise what is going on. Because these same persons, these same evil people that are, traumatizing Nigerians, even as we speak, they are planning. But they need to be nipped. They need to be thwarted. That's why everybody not supposed to be on that UK trip. Because I don't see anything more than, okay, 37 years, this is the first time. Yes, good. Let the president go. Damage control. I don't want the world to see that, because as important as this trip, because of the suicide bombing in Maiduguri, that's why I have to reschedule it or call it off. No, that's damage control. He has to go. No problem. But leave some important persons. You just made mention of the vice president. The vice president, that's his own state. Remember when he was vice president of this country, when he was a governor of Borno State of this country during the Buhari's administration, there was a time he protested to Asoro. To go and tell Buhari that the insurgents have more sophisticated arms than Nigeria army. He was reprimanded. He was condemned by APC and Buhari's government. Today, he happened to be the vice president of this nation. And now he's closer to the seat of power more than as governor. What has he done? What has he attracted? What are the changes that have taken place since he became vice president of this nation? The same Nigeria armed forces are even, in fact, the death toll among the personnel of Nigeria armed forces is even more now than when he cried then. So you cannot see that none of them is talking about, what we are going through. They don't have our feelings in their minds. It's not with them.
It's quite serious because one of the senator, from Borno, who happens to be in their party, just called the president out and he said, the people that are to vote for in 2027...
They are the ones that have been killed, yes.
He said it. He said, so prioritize security over election.
Have they not been made? In fact, Senator Ndume has been saying this, and he keeps saying it. He is from Borno State, and most of this Goza end is his own senatorial district. Yes. And look at the rate at which deaths are being mentioned in that part of Borno State. So he has been saying it. Do they care? As callous as they are, they will not go and set up a polling booth in IDP camp because they want people to vote for them. They don't consider the plight of these people. But remember, they will go there and tell them, this is your...
Mr. Harvis, when we check the statistics, I believe it was on Monday, we realized that presently we have up to 3,900 ID cards
in Nigeria.
In Nigeria presently.
Yes.
And this is really, really hard.
It's heartbroken. And it's still counting.
Yes, and when we saw, the old statistics and data, it was, quite alarming. Borno has more than 1 million.
Yeah.
Which happens to be the highest.
Yeah. Then pull it down to states like Benue State, where that pride itself are full basket of the nation.
Zamfara,
they cannot go to far.
And we asked the question: how did we get to this point where we are now we now see ID camps as another new village where people are? It's just normal. And our government is not really doing like people have naturally been displaced. And for a very long time, we've not heard where they say, oh, these IDP people here, internally displaced people here have been, reintegrated back, or they've moved back to their
The
community.
few one, Zulu has tried. Boko Haram has sacked them.
They sacked them again?
Yes. All the building that he's tried to build to rehabilitate them and bring them back, they've been destroyed again. We saw that attack, So that is the carelessness of this APC government. They don't believe in you and I. What they just believe is that we must remain in power, no matter what it takes. That's the reason why we see, even when the killing and the sacking of villages is so predominant in this administration, nobody is speaking about it. It doesn't give them sleepless nights. Unfortunately, all we hear is the officials of the government telling lies. I want to see an international press interview now over there, where at least the president should be able to answer questions on what his government is doing on insecurity in this nation, especially now that we just saw the one that happened the day he left. Then he should be able to explain to the world what he has done so far. I know they will tell you that they signed some agreement with Turkey. That's the next one they will tell you. That's the one they was going to mention there. They will tell, okay, America, they are in a relationship with America concerning this. Those are the ones they will tell you. They will not tell you the one that the Nigerian government is doing sincerely to help even these collaborators that are assisting us. What are we doing? We have to be sincere. There is no sincerity in the part of Nigerian government to fight this insecurity.
Okay, let's talk about the trip. We can see, through the screen that the presidency, since we have both the president, the first lady, and of course we have the Senate president, so it's safe to say the presidency. The presidency are actually enjoying themselves in Buckingham Palace as we speak. We saw them, land at Windsor Castle. But my main concern, Mr. Elvis, how much does a state visit cost? And who is responsible? Who pays this particular, bills? Is it a public budget? Or, of course, maybe the host? Or is there a sponsor that pays for this particular, will I call it, presidential trip? But this is even more than just a presidential trip, where you have, some envoys move first, some people go ahead 1 week before, some took off 5 days before, some 3 days, some a day, before, and most of them that we actually saw, including the president of the Senate, moved with the president. Yes. After the president waved and went in, then the president of the Senate joined and all of that.
Yeah, so, that you see the president of the Senate move with the president does not mean that the Senate president's pilot envoy have already been there. Let me shock you, Savior. We are talking about the president and the governors. Do you know that apart from the president and the governor, even the aides of the governors are there?
Yes.
Even the aides of the aides are there.
How did we get to aides of the aides?
Yes. If a commissioner is among the governor's entourage, the commissioner has his own aides that are going to follow the commissioner.
On whose budget? On whose budget?
That is on the budget of you and I. Our own taxpayers' money. And that is the reason why you see that these governors can never be angry with the president. Because before now, the president has actually given them a soft landing. The whole subsidy is gone. Who is enjoying it? Is the governors. FAC allocation from Abuja every month. Part of it is what you are seeing here now. So if you see the minister that is there, the minister's aides are already there. The minister has his aide. The minister in UK today that says, I went with the president, is not carrying his bag by himself. He has aides.
I even saw one of the aides, in one of the videos where the aides collected the bag from Muri Okunola, Akim Muri Okunola. That's the former head of service, Lagos State, who is now a private secretary to the president.
That's to tell you that the number of aides that are there are even more than the number of ministers and the governors that we can see. Because every governor there has aides. And remember that this is ESTA code, and this ESTA code is paid with dollars. It's not naira they are earning because of this trip. It's a foreign trip. So you cannot imagine...
In pounds, to be precise.
Yes, in pounds, whatever. You cannot imagine the number of persons that would have scrambled to be part of this trip. Because you know the way our press, overblows hype things here. Historic, symbolic. After 37 years, Lord Davis, So with all those, everybody wants to be part of that historic after 37 years. It's not the 37 years we are talking about. We are talking about what are we going to bring back. So we have seen so much that has gone into this trip. With this much that have gone into it, are we going to get as much as more than it back that will not return on investment as gain to Nigerians? That's the big question we should be asking.
Okay, so that brings me to that particular one. What are the security or economy, indicators that would show that, okay, this UK visit, of course, was worth it? Maybe let's say 6 months from now.
No, they are going to tell, when they come back, they will not tell us the number of MOUs they signed. They will not tell us the number of foreign direct investors that have indicated interest to come and invest in Nigeria economy, and the number of markets that are going to be opened between Nigeria and the UK government. There's nothing new about the British government and Nigeria. It's just like a son going to greet his father. That is the same son who grew up in one of the rooms in his father's house. So when he's going, probably the father will tell him, oh, that's your room. The fan is no longer working. I let us improvise. So Nigeria going to, the king inviting Nigeria to come for a visit is not new. They know where they left us. They know what we are battling at the moment. They know what we need at this moment. So the government of Nigeria should be able to come back and reel out the gains of this jamboree visit that we are seeing going on now. And how this is going to turn around the trajectory of this nation positively in the next 3 months, 6 months, or even in the next 5 years or thereabouts. So it was the historic visit of the president, when he was invited by the king, that brought this. We want to see them. We also want to see some of the British companies that have left Nigeria as a result of economic crisis. And that's okay. We have been able to make a return back of this company that left also time. This is, we want to see some of these things. But, Savior, we should not allow them to come and tell us lies. Even if they are not ready to talk, we should be able to, as press, we should be able to begin to remind them, okay, this is 3 months after this visit. What is on ground that was brought back after this historic visit?
Like we've forgotten that of the talking.
We cannot allow it to slip off, the radar. We must continue to remind them. Because if we don't remind them, they will this jamboree will just end. Good. The president visited, and I love the pomp and pageantry that we are seeing. It still made Nigeria to be recognized as a country of the world. Even if we are going through this, but it should not just end in that manner. Good things must follow it. That those of us that could not go are not part of that entourage, that we should be able to benefit from, because it is our money that is being spent. If we cannot go, we should be on ground here to benefit from what the president brings down from.
Okay. Mr. Evans just said, those of us that didn't go,
yes, we have the opportunity
to that particular one. Even if we were told to go, I think I love my job here.
Well, if a VOP,
I would have loved to be here. Instead of me going on a trip that I know that particular trip would cost 1,001 talks.
Well, maybe
especially when it is.
And maybe as time goes on, you may not be among the presidential entourage. You may be among the press crew that will give a coverage there. Then you also enjoy yourself.
Mr. Evans, don't try to tweak this particular one on me.
Because some of us have enjoyed it.
I'd like to get your concluding thoughts. How has the past, UK visits translated into projects in any of...
No.
Because, of course, they said...
The last time was IBB's
7 years. That's what I'm saying.
That was IBB's regime.
Do we have any precedent to judge this particular one with?
Well, I think at that time IBB visited, what the UK government, British government was quite interested in was, transition to democratic administration in this nation. That was the major thing. Everybody was expecting the IBB's administration to actually hand over to civilian government. And you saw the way it played out. That he got to almost the end of the transition and he truncated it by the annulment of June 12th. I think those were some of the major discussions that, featured that, Nigeria is too big to remain as a military government, being headed by a military government. But at the end of it all, IBB did his best to have, talked of, the transition, but at the end, he also truncated it.
Okay, so that means that we just hope for the best.
We hope for the best, because there was nothing in that 37 years.
Okay.
A visit of the IBB.
Okay, no problem. This is how far we can actually go. Thank you so much, Mr. Ives, for being part of, the program today.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much. Hopefully, we'll have our time again next week, Wednesday. Yes. In case you love the world of sports, I would like you to stay put. Coming up next is a locker room. Of course, you should enjoy this particular one from the football guys. But I just have to say, sincerely, sorry to all Chelsea fans. What happened yesterday was actually a serious blow. Aggregate 8, that's too much. And of course, to Man City, I'm sincerely sorry about that particular one. Aggregate 5, that's way too much. And please, if you know you're a Chelsea fan or a Man City fan for now, you shouldn't greet anybody or you shouldn't even say anything to anybody. Yes, don't forget that I'll be here tomorrow. The views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP. Don't forget that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
All right, welcome back to the locker room. I am Jerry Arpelion, and today we're diving headfirst into the chaos shaking African football because it's no longer just about what's happening on the pitch, and the drama has gone all the way to the top. The Senegalese government is now calling for a probe into the AFCON 2025 decision, and you already know this one is speaking serious debate across the continent, from controversial calls to rising tensions behind the scenes. CAF competitions are serving up headlines, heartbreak, and heated argument this week. And of course, joining me, as usual, the suspect, Hafiz from Algeria. Ogunbajo himself. I don't know whether he will be siding with his Moroccan brothers or this one. And of course, Mayowa is here virtually, ready to break it all down, no filters, just the hottest takes. And of course, what really led to this decision? Is this about football and what politics creeping into the game. And what does this mean for AFCON 2025 moving forward? Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, ring that bell, and jump into the comment section, because on the locker room today, we are unpacking everything. Hafiz,
Yeah.
the CAF committee has said, give the trophy to Morocco with immediate effect, return the medals, just all the fines reduced, some quashed. Morocco, go and see no more. You're a cent, take the trophy. Senegal, you head, go to the Arbis and so on and so forth. What does this mean? What does this mean for you? When you heard the news, how did you feel?
Jerry, it was the Champions League night that actually served us wonderful football. We saw Arsenal, trying to qualify against the Bayer Leverkusen. Chelsea being beaten mercilessly by Paris Saint-Germain 8-2. So a lot of people were actually targeting, that Chelsea fans, for banter and all of that, just when we were enjoying that moment. Then in came the news. A lot of people, when they saw the news at first, they had to go and verify, because they're like, how can this come at this point in time? But I'm afraid to break it to you. In case you missed it, CAF has announced Morocco as the AFCON 2025 champions off the pitch. Jerry, when was the last time you saw a team winning the title off the pitch? When you've already decorated a team, you played 120 minutes of football. Yes, we saw all the incidents, and of course, Jerry, you can agree with me that aside all the melee on the pitch and all of that, AFCON 25 was actually a beautiful tournament. Not just for Morocco or for Senegal. Overall, we saw the teams that came in to play their football. But of course, it ended not really on a good note. The penalty, the contested penalty, the Senegalese players, walking off the pitch, Sadio Mane calling them back. And Jerry, on this show, we criticized Senegal for actually walking off the pitch. And we said they were going to face sanctions, right? And we saw fines from the CAF disciplinary board, only for us to come and listen now that, look, that forfeiture is now taking place 59 days after the tournament, Jerry.
Yeah,
2 months.
Someone said this is the longest AFCON final. 120 minutes and 2 months.
2 months.
To decide the winner eventually.
I don't understand. And it's just a massive indictment. We've been speaking about Motsepe trying to babysit the Moroccans. This time around, he's not even babysitting anymore. This time around, he's baptizing them, he's bathing them, he's with them. And it is not a good thing. Remember the WAFCON as well. There is a lot we are going to unpack, but I'm just trying to take it from what could be the root causes. Morocco themselves are not covering themselves in glory. The WAFCON tournament, they pulled out of the hosting. It's been postponed. Now you are trying to, instead of you to do what you're supposed to do, send them out of that tournament, give it to another team that is going to host the tournament, let the tournament move on at its appointed time and appointed date. You postponed it, and now you are trying to rub their palms and giving them the AFCON title. How?
Anyway, maybe it's just a temporary arrangement to make them feel good, because we wait upon the decision of the Court of Arbitration for Sport, who has the final say on this matter. All right,
Senegal can't take it lying down. They have to do that. They have to go to CAS.
And anyway, let's see how that pans out. Mario will get to join us eventually. I know he has been on international break, but come back home. Let's have a talk about what's happening on the continent of Africa. Mario, it's great to have you join us on the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I think first broke the news to me yesterday. I was focusing on the Champions League when I just saw the pop-up from Assisa. I was like, oh, Hafiz, what's going on here? And the next thing is saying that CAF have decided to hand Morocco the title. Sometimes when you are trying to advise people who are being abused by their ex, they always take your advice for granted and go back to their abusive ex. And I think that's the situation between CAF and Morocco. It doesn't even make any sense. All the punishments, all the fines, you decided to set some of them aside. People who were involved in unsportsmanly behavior, you decided to set the fine aside. Now you are taking away the title from Senegal. The same thing that they did about 20 years ago when there was a dispute in the CAF Champions League final. CAF had to put them in their place. when they wanted to issue victory via the boardroom. It does not make any logical sense. The referee called back those people. The referee did not declare the game null and void. The referee did not declare the game abandoned. And according to their own rule, whatever decision the referee takes is final and is binding on everybody. So are they going to upturn their own rule now? The most sad part is this: the head of that committee is a Nigerian, and that is the most sad part for me. To be honest with you, it's just disgraceful. And CAF has shown again that when Jim Kaiga said AFCON is not a top competition, we started making a whole lot of noise. CAF has shown that Jim Kaiga was actually right.
Wow. Yeah, you just have to chip that one in. Why does it always have to be a Nigerian involved?
You have to ask.
Anyway, we've seen our elections, how they go on in the middle of the night. And this happened in the middle of the Champions League night.
Yeah.
They borrowing on a queue of how it's done.
You can imagine winning an election, let's say fair and square. You won it fair and square. You're already given the allocation from the government. And now the governing body of the election is now calling you and saying, look, after about 2 or 3 months into your governance, they're now calling that, look, you didn't win that one.
Majority cannot be wrong. Majority cannot be wrong. If the whole of Africa is not happy with the decision, it shows that it's definitely wrong.
And a lot of backlash has been received by this. So people are even still standing with Morocco saying rules are rules. But of course, we know rules are rules. But why are the rules not applied on that day?
Anyway, that's a big one. And then let's start off with the Super Eagles, where the head coach of the senior national team, El-Rufai, has picked 23 players that will represent Nigeria in the upcoming FIFA international window. Nigeria will take part in a 4-team tournament in Turkey involving Iran, Jordan, and Costa Rica. It was originally built to take place in Jordan, but was moved due to the escalation of violence in the Middle East. Super Eagles won't be at the World Cup, but will use the tournament to begin the second phase of the rebuild of the team under Chel, who led the team to a third-place finish at the AFCON in January. They will open their campaign at the tournament against Iran on the 27th of March, while Jordan take on Costa Rica in the tournament's other game. Per the organizer, the final round of games will be played on the 31st of March, with Nigeria up against Jordan, while Iran square up with Costa Rica. In Chelsea's 23-man list, there was a recall for Udinese goalkeeper Maduka Okoye, and of course, to the excitement of Maiwa and Hafiz the Algerian, and a first-time call-up for three new players in Philipp Otele of German Bundesliga side Hamburg, Yira Saw of Belgium side Genk, and Emmanuel Fernandez of Scottish side Rangers. And of course, for the full list of players, we have Maduka Okoye, Adele Adebayo of Volos FC in Greece. There's Francis Uzor of Omonia FC, Nicosia, out there in Cyprus. And the defenders, we have Calvin Bassi, Shemi Ajayi of Hull City, Bright Oshayi Samuel, Bruno Oyemachi, Zaidu Sanusi, Igor Ogbu, as well as Emmanuel Fernandez, who plays for Glasgow Rangers in Scotland. And there's, for the midfielders, there's Alex Iwobi, Frank Oyeka, Wilfred Ndidi, who plays for Besiktas out in FC Turkey. And of course, Turkey is going to be the place this competition is going to hold. And there's also Rafael Onyedika of Club Brugge in Belgium, the Fisayo Dele Bashiru. And for the forward lineup, there's Ademola Lookman, Let's Go Madrid in Spain, Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon, which is really interesting. The man is almost on his way out of to retire, but he still plays friendlies. Anyway, Chidera Ejuke, there's Paul Onuachu, who has been doing well for Trabzonspor. There's Akko Adams of Sevilla, Philipp Otele of Hamburg SV in Germany, and of course there's also Collins Yerasor. Yerasor, that name sounds like Russian or Polish. Anyway, we'll get to find out how come he came about that name Yerasor. And of course he plays for KRC Genk out there in Belgium. I think you've seen the list. Quite interesting. No Victor Osimhen. This competition is going to be in Turkey. How come a Turkish-based striker like Victor Osimhen is not part of the squad?
Yeah, so according to reports, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about it. So it's based on Eric Chell, not just for anything. I think he's just trying to, integrate new players with his, with his team. At least you can say he kept about 90 to 95% of the AFCON 2025 squad. We still, especially in the midfield, the likes of Alex Iwobi, Frank Onyeka, Wilfred Ndidi, and of course, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, they were all involved. right there. And of course, the likes of Ademola Lookman, Samuel Chukwueze, likes of Simon Moses. I have my reservation about Moses Simon still being called up. But of course, you can't say no when you're called up by your country. It just shows that trust and that faith given into you by Eric Chell. I know a lot of Nigerians, the first name a lot of people noticed was the absence of Victor Osimhen. But I can tell you that it's not as if he doesn't want to call him up. Of course, you know that Victor Osimhen is one of the top names on the team sheet. But of course, I think Eric Chell is just trying to bring in new players. It's a friendly, and when there are other games, you can always bring in Victor Osimhen, and of course, Victor Osimhen will be involved tonight for his club Galatasaray. Maybe he's just looking to let him gain match fitness, and of course, play in 2 more games for his club side as well. And you know that there are some nibble injuries that Victor Osimhen has been gaining here and there due to the way his style of play. So he might be having some little injuries. He just wants him to gain full fitness. I guess that is why he took him off the list. And as for Stanley Nwabali, we've been discussing that. We've been having this here and there, on the show, busy back and forth about Stanley Nwabali. But I think it's basically because he's unattached, right? And he's going to be match rusty, of course. And these are goalkeepers that have been in action for their clubs, likes of Adebayo Adile, that is called, who plays for Volos, and the likes of Francis Zo, who plays for Omonia, and of course Maduka Okoye. And I think it's going to be Maduka Okoye. I think they were not able to settle the Ato Okonkwo situation in time, so it wasn't called up. But for the likes of Maduka Okoye, I think he's back to being number 1 for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He's been in super form for Udinese, and yes, I know you mentioned something about me being happy about the call. Of course, I want to see him back. He has been doing well for Udinese, and I hope he's going to be the number 1 for Nigeria and of course keep it in the long run.
All right, so Mario, you've seen the list. No Wrexham goalkeeper, no Stanley Nwabali, and no Victor Osimhen.
Well, I mean, for Osimhen, maybe he's out injured and to leave him out. But for our new invitees, I mean, these are what we're clamoring for. We already 90% of the players that played in the last AFCON will definitely be part of the party. However, I mean, we spoke extensively about ensuring that those who are currently are part, and I'm really happy, especially about the situation. And probably not being there, it's an indication that
all right, we're trying to get hold of Mario there due to some technical glitches. Hopefully, we'll be able to get Mario to give us his own point of view as far as the roster of players that will be persecuting the 4 nation invitational tournaments out there in Turkey.
Yeah.
All right, still sticking with the Super Eagles. This time around, the Nigerian Football Federation says it's not true that the head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Electoral, has been offered a whopping $100,000 monthly salary to remain as coach of the Super Eagles. They say there's no smoke
without fire.
Without fire.
Yeah.
But the NFF, debunking is their second name, but they debunk what is true most of the times. So anyway, $100,000. What's the big deal of saying just keeping quiet? Yes, let it play out, and eventually offer him what you can pay, and see if the man will accept the offer.
Yeah, and of course, I'm surprised. Why are they acting surprised? When they brought out the 19-point agenda, did anybody say anything? Now that is now being made public that they want to pay him $100,000. Why are they coming out to deny it? And what's even there, try to raise the man's salary? Why are they making it feel like they want to do something special? This man asked for you to, consider the kind of coaching team he has. He says he doesn't want to work with these local coaches. Let him have his own board. And of course, he demanded $130,000, which we know that you are not going to pay. $100,000, yes, it's a fair one. And why are you now coming out to deny it? Do you want to go lower than that? Or is it because they said that if the clause that they put in it, that if he doesn't accept it, that he should find a new country or he's going to leave? I don't know the one that NFF are on at this point in time. But for me, $100,000, we discussed this yesterday, that $100,000 is the way to go for him. And I don't think they should have any problem with that. So I don't know why they are coming out to come and deny this.
Well, the way the NFF has handled this situation is shown that they are just the middleman. They don't have a major say on what happens to Electoral. It has to do with the NSC, the third party, and Electoral itself. Why the NFF just stand and look situation.
He's trying to look at it that they don't even know what they want to pay him. It's like they are waiting for the third party to conclude
to say
and say, okay, this is what we are going to pay.
So they're just playing a chess game with those situations.
So then who are you to him? He's reporting to you, not the third party. So why are you making it look like whatever his future holds is on the third party?
Unfortunately, they show their birthright, especially in terms because somebody you are not paying, they say who pays the piper, they takes the tune.
Electoral should not even be dilly-dallying with people like this. People that are not even sure about him. We've been discussing this thing for the longest. It's time to move. If he sees a better country, he should be on the move. You came out to say you want to pay $100,000. Yes, I'm sure the man might be considering it. You put a clause on it that, look, even if he likes it, he should take it. If he doesn't take it, he should go. Now you are coming out to deny it. When this man discussed the 19-point agenda with you about how he wants to move forward, a 19-point of something that you should be doing on a normal day, he still brought it out. And now you came out to try and rub something on his face that, look at what he wants, look at what he's demanding. Someone that we just brought in to come and patch up things for the Super Eagles because he has done well now. Look at what he's demanding. Or you brought him out trying to shame him. He didn't say anything. He still didn't criticize you. He just said he wasn't aware of how this thing came out. Now you came out to agree something with him. It came out in public and you are now angry. You are now denying it. What are you denying it for? Do you want to go lower than that? Why not pay the man what is just, I don't know why they are dragging this thing. Pay the man what he wants.
Yeah, it's pretty disappointing anyway. Charlie is demanding $150,000 a month. Reports went viral during the week that the NFF, through the National Sport Commission, has proposed a salary of $100,000 a month to the Malian who has a new agent. Okay, let's go over to the playoffs, where it's looking like the Nigerian Football Federation says it has commenced the process of appealing the decision of FIFA's disciplinary committee over its protest against the alleged use of ineligible players by DR Congo during the 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoff Final played last November in Morocco. And of course, after months of waiting, the NFF confirmed on Tuesday that the World Football Governing Bodies Committee rejected its petition against DR Congo. What that means that we're going to wait for that. Talking about the last minute. Never say never. Anything can still happen. Maybe they'll include Osimhen through the back door eventually if there is something. But it looks like the light is dim at the end of the tunnel.
Jerry, we should just, at this point we should stop. At this point we should just they should stop. They should stop. For me, there's nothing to fight for at this point. Okay, what do you want to go and tell CAS? You want to fight against a FIFA decision?
Since they have
a FIFA decision that's what? You are not going there to fight against the fact that you submitted a petition. You are going to fight against the fact that your petition was knocked back. FIFA are saying that they don't see what you are trying to fight for. Is that what you want to go and fight against now? Because they're not going there to CAS to come and say, oh, look, they threw out our petition that we are fighting against ineligibility of players. You are going to say, oh, they didn't recognize what we brought. So for me, I think there's no case at this point in time. There's no case.
No case. Okay.
There's no case.
All right. I wish the NFF are listening to you. They would have loved to answer you.
They should, no, they really should wrap it up. Okay, let's look at it now. Well, it came out. They released it internally. Mohamed Sanusi came out to speak about it, and he is even saying that, look, we are aware that these players are eligible because of their own country's law, which works independent of what FIFA says. FIFA said that, okay, once a player holds a passport from your own country, passport.
What if
FIFA is not talking about dual nationality here? A passport is what they said.
What if FIFA knows that they did wrong, but because of the complications of trying to overturn them and so on and so forth, they decide to just overlook this guy's just go.
All those ones is just what ifs and what if not and what not.
It's possible. It's possible. So let's wait for CAS to clear the
Jerry, do you know this
but we've seen FIFA make decisions before and CAS overrules it.
But Jerry, this verdict has been passed.
Yeah.
It's allegedly been passed a week before. March 9. A source came out, a communique came out that it has been passed March 9 to the NFF. Between March 9 and now, NFF did not say anything. Now they are just releasing it about yesterday that FIFA replied them.
People say something now, it's just to show that they are waiting for decision of CAS. that matter would have been in CAS.
Decision of CAS for what? That was why I asked you that.
CAS
What do you want to go and tell
overrule
CAS?
and look into it. That's what
Look
CAS
into
does.
what? CAS is not going to look into. CAS is not going to look into what you placed with FIFA.
No, it's
FIFA now.
No, that's what CAS does.
They are not taking DR Congo to CAS.
No.
They are not taking the position to CAS.
Yes. The thing is that this happens. The decision to throw out the petition will be taken to CAS. CAS will now look at the petition properly and the decision of FIFA. They will now marry it and see whether FIFA erred and overrule whatever decision FIFA took and look into the petition and make a decision.
Jerry, let's ask ourselves this question.
Let's
ask ourselves this
My wife's with us.
Okay, I want to ask Maiwa. I want to ask Maiwa this question.
Maiwa, FIFA, NFF says they are going and they are waiting on CAS now, as far as the decision being thrown out. And Maiwa, Hafiz himself has a contrary opinion as far as that is concerned. He said they should just rest. They should just let it go. Hello, Maiwa, I can barely hear you. All right, it seems like, I don't know, maybe he's on his way to CAS. I hope the petition, the matter to CAS is not hurrying anyway. But
no, but
that would be unfortunate.
But Jerry, let's ask ourselves this question.
Anyway,
right. Yeah. Okay. Do you really think the NFF went about this petition the right way?
Yeah, whichever way you look at it.
Do you know there's always a time frame? There's always a time frame for these protests.
Yeah.
They went in a month after, in December, right?
Yeah.
And did they actually pay that?
There's a long time, January, February for FIFA to have
There is a fee attached, a protest fee of 1,000 Swiss francs.
Did
the NFF pay?
Yeah, they did.
Did they come out to say they paid?
If they didn't pay, FIFA wouldn't have replied.
That is the thing. We are working on ifs. What FIFA came with, FIFA did not come in and say, look, we've seen what you brought. We are not working against DR Congo. We are favoring you.
So
FIFA did not say that.
FIFA replied that they've thrown out the petition.
Exactly.
They received the petition and threw it out.
They threw it because it did not go through the right processes. That's why I was asking at that time. When I remember when I asked the time frame of you to bring out the petition, the payments, the protest payments.
They didn't pay.
It is not looking like they did. If they did,
it's not looking like, or they didn't pay.
If they did, FIFA is going to actually look into the case. FIFA did not look into the case. That's what I'm saying, that you are going against.
FIFA didn't look into the case. They are the ones that are just assuming that FIFA looked into the case.
What did FIFA tell them? FIFA released the statement and said, look, what you brought, there is no case here. Okay. That is what they said. And it has been given to them March 9.
Okay.
So what were they doing between March 9 and today's March 18? What were they doing between March 9 and yesterday, March 17, that they want to start going to CAS?
Maiwa is out again, okay? Yeah. And he's been trying to join us.
I think it's at the headquarters of CAS now, trying to give us the update.
Or maybe he's in Monterrey, in
Guadalajara. Trying to stop the Congo.
Anyway, let's wait to see what CAS will say as far as that situation is.
What do you think will come out of it, Jerry?
Yeah,
do you think the NFF should still go on?
I think with what I've seen with the way CAS handles matters, they always bring out the bombshell, and the decisions are always fair most of the time.
Are they always fast? Will it affect DR Congo playing
due
this
to the
tournament?
time frame? It will have to be swift and fast because they have to make sure they don't play the intercontinental playoff before CAS brings out.
Jerry, you have to be careful before you take FIFA to CAS. If you look at FIFA's records being taken to CAS, they win most of their cases. It is not CAF that has been losing.
Let's see how that pans out. Let's see how that
let's see how it pans out.
All right, let's talk about another situation that might be heading to CAS anytime soon. Senegal today called for an independent international investigation into corruption following the Confederation of African Football's decision to strip the country of its African Cup of Nations title and award it to Morocco. The cause of the controversy stemmed from several Senegalese players walking off the pitch in Rabat during the final on January 18 in protest when the host nation were awarded a penalty late in the second half stoppage time. And after Senegal's players eventually returned, having been coerced back onto the pitch by Captain Sadio Mane, Morocco missed the penalty and Pape Gaye went on to score the goal in extra time that gave his team a 1-0 victory. But on Tuesday, CAF sensationally reversed Senegal's win, citing regulations about leaving the field by calling into question the result achieved at the end of a match that was properly played and won in accordance with the rules of the game, and the CAF seriously undermines its own credibility. Government spokeswoman talking about Mari Rose Kadi Fatofaye has said in a statement all the way from Senegal. And of course, Senegal unequivocally rejects, and I quote, she said, this unjustified attempt at dispossession while calling for an independent international investigation into suspected corruption within CAF's governing bodies. Can we say that CAF should face corruption allegations and something drastic needs to be done to save African football?
When you have a rule against a tournament, a particular tournament, and that tournament is happening before your eyes, you are witnessing it, you are there as the CAF president, the FIFA president is also there, and the rule that you have stated is put in your article, is in your regulations, and that rule is now being worked on, and you cannot exhibit that rule at that time of that tournament, then it's a shame, it's a disgrace. Now coming 2 months after, to come and say, okay, we are done with our investigations, and now we are now saying this is the right time for us to give a verdict. According to you, CAF still, all games are won on the pitch. All trophies are won on the pitch. Why are you now trying to go against the back of the Senegalese and try to deduct 3 goals and saying, look, okay, we made a mistake at the time. Now Morocco are going to get the title. How are they going to do it? Will there be another parade for Morocco? Are they going to host another ceremony to give Morocco the title? Jerry, this is an embarrassment on CAF's side. At the time, yes, I know a lot of people have been saying ref's decision is final. I said something, Jerry, before we came in. I mentioned when I said that there is the IFAB, the IFAB, where there is governing football, and the referee, where we know that, okay, referee's decision is final. But of course, these are tournament rules. We also have the tournament rules, whereby Article 82 of the CAF regulations said that, look, if any team, breaches, goes off the pitch, abandoning a game, they are going to be forfeited that game, and 3-0 will be awarded to the other side, except that team is leading 1-0. That's the other side now. If Morocco were leading 1-0, yes, it's good. The result is going to stay that way. But 3-0 is going to be given to them. That game will be forfeited and abandoned. Senegal, did they walk off the pitch? Yes, they did. The players walked off the pitch trying to contest that late penalty for that foul on Brahim Diaz. They walked off the pitch. Fine. Sadio Mane was there still trying to bring the players back. Of course, they came back. The referee was there. Jerry, if the referee did not know the rules, the match commissioner was there, didn't he know the rules? Patrice Motsepe was there, did he not know the rules? In front of Giannis Infantino, the FIFA president, I am not coming to say that, okay, look, we cannot apply the rules at that day. We want to apply it 2 months later. Why is it when Morocco pulled out of hosting the AFCON? Why is it that it's that time you're now going to check? Because immediately after that final, Morocco appealed. You've been throwing out their appeal day after day, time after time, you've been throwing it out. You went to the disciplinary board, you find both Morocco fans and Portuguese and Senegalese fans, pardon me, you find their fans, you find the coach, you find their players. What is now going on now? That why didn't you listen to the forfeiture appeal at the time? Why is it that when they threatened you with leaving hosting rights of the AFCON and trying to postpone it, when it was eventually postponed, why did you now go back? It's like you are trying to pamper them. Because they've been coming up to save you in terms of hosting tournaments and awards and all of that. That is why I've been calling for other African countries to step up. Patrice Motsepe is not covering himself in glory at all at this point. It's an embarrassment. A team that has already played 120 minutes. What if it was Morocco that was leading at that time? What if Brahim Diaz had scored that penalty? Were you going to now say for
walking off the pitch, let's play the game again?
Let's play the game again. Were they going to go this far? Is it because they've been helping you to host things, now you want to do everything to please them? Patrice Motsepe has a lot of questions to answer.
Are they the first to host the AFCON? We've seen several AFCON.
Then why is Patrice Motsepe acting like a messenger for them?
Pretty sad. So it looks like he's in their pocket?
It looks like. Because when the South Africans noticed that, look, Morocco are threatening to leave, they were threatening at the time. When they said they were threatening not to postpone because they didn't listen to them, their appeal about stripping Senegal. Well, I don't know why I keep saying Portugal. Why they want to strip Senegal of the title? They came out and said, look, we are going to step in. You remember Pismabe when she came out to say, look, we are going to step in. Then Getty Mackenzie said, look, all of that are rumors. But if it's going to be true, we'll go the right way. Let's go through, the due process. Why did Patrice Motsepe now say, okay, look, let me give it to South Africa? If a country is threatening to stop, a tournament under your own control, it is the WAFCON, for crying out loud. It's not just any other tournaments. The WAFCON, these ladies are already looking, towards it. The Cabo Verde girls are Super Falcons, the South African ladies, even the Moroccan ladies. Is it because they didn't qualify through playing normal games in the qualifiers? Is that why you want to, just try and make sure that they are there? If they are still giving this hosting right, they should not play. And I don't think any country should play either, because they are just trying to play with us at this point. It is really, really indicting on the part of Patrice Motsepe, to be very, very honest. 2 months after a game is played, you now want to strip them of the title. And now the Senegalese are already saying they want to take it to the Court of Arbitration for Sports, CAS. And they're going to take it there, and they are not returning that medal and even the title at this point. It's going to cost a lot in the coming days. But trust me, this is not a good move by FIFA. This is a very, very, very weak move by Patrice Motsepe.
All right, very, 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 very difficult situation. How would the world look at the African Cup of Nations and CAF if eventually this trophy is given to Morocco? Does that say a lot of things about the lines of Carragher, who has criticized the importance of the African Cup of Nations? Even Jurgen Klopp at some point in time talking about it. And what about the teams like Senegal and Co? How would they feel if Morocco hosts another AFCON? Would they go there with open mind that they'll be treated fairly? Because apart from the final, given the trend of Morocco having their way, even the game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, let's not forget, in spite of all their tackles, they didn't even get a single caution. And Nwabali was taunted by the ball boys, who kept on taking his tours. Nobody's saying anything about that. And the way the Senegal players were treated, they were not allowed to train, and they didn't even use the bus, the coach that was supposed to take them to the stadium. They didn't even get the facility to train ahead of the final. They had to take a long train, a ride to the stadium, and meet some sort of provocation. So why did the disciplinary committee look at all of the host antics and so on and so forth? What happened to all of that? And they even went as far as reducing the fines and striking out some of the fines. So it shows that Morocco is having its way in spite of its bad behavior.
Exactly. Another question I want to ask is, why did the CAF appeal board go against what this disciplinary board has already given out as judgments? Why are they reducing the fines of a particular player? Ismail Saibari. Ismail Saibari, why did they reduce the fines? Why did they reduce the fines of the ball boys that we saw that they were boldly taking the towels of these players? We saw what happened to Senegal's second goalkeeper, Ivan Diouf, where they were trying to assault him just to take a towel off him. For what? Let us play the game. And I said it on this show several times that the Moroccans, they played good football, but all of these antics from their government or their board or their FA or whatever is just like rubbing dirt on their performances. The players could play ball. We saw what the likes of Hakimi could do. I would say Ziyech, not Ziyech, Abde, Ezazuli. We saw the likes of El Kabi, what they did in that tournament. But look at what the FA is doing. The towel gate situation, nobody's talking about it. It's just like, there is more that meets the eye at this point. Patrice Motsepe is not really covering himself in glory. And of course, you mentioned all their games from match day 1 to the final. It was one issue or the other. Penalty not given against Tanzania. We saw the decisions against the Super Eagles as well. You remember Iwobi? There was a decision where Iwobi went on his knees and was like, what is going on? Look at that Calvin Bassey foul. The player was evidently dragging him, and it was the one who got the yellow card. So it just rubbed dirt. It brought out their performances. It brought it out undone. So bad on the place of CAF, to be honest. And what they're trying to do just for Morocco to host this WAFCON, and I think that if Morocco should win the WAFCON, just like Mayowa will always say, if Morocco gets to host this WAFCON, they are winning it, Jerry. And it's not just because they can play ball.
Are we going to see boycotts for the AFCON or any tournament hosted by Morocco going forward?
With what they've started, I'm afraid we can see that. Because, like I said, CAF, they're not going at it the right way at all. We might see boycotts because a lot of people want to be like, what is Morocco trying to even tell us? That without them, we can't survive in Africa? No. They should go and play a tournament themselves. They did not even play qualifiers. They are there because they are hosting. That's their female team. And this is the third consecutive AFCON that they are hosting, Jerry. Are they the only ones?
Are they the only ones? Why always?
West South Africa wanted to step in. Why did Musepe say no? Something is going on.
And of course, even the Senegalese players have started posting pictures of celebrating the AFCON trophy, meaning that they are not going to be returning the medals anytime soon.
Come on. You have to come and take it off them.
Yeah, the trophy, they've also said they are not going to be returning it until a decision is reached by an international body, and that includes a CAS. And anyway, it will
be a massive disgrace if that decision goes against CAF. Because I feel what CAF will ask is, you have rules, but why didn't you exhibit those rules that day? Why are you waiting till 2 months after when the tournament is not even going on?
It doesn't look good taking
it doesn't look good at all.
Won by a team of them after 2 months.
That's
bad for the optics.
Come on.
Anyway, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League. Jeremy Doku believes Manchester City demonstrated enough quality while being knocked out of the Champions League to show that Pep Guardiola's men could yet enjoy a successful season. City were well beaten, eliminated by Spanish giant Real Madrid, home and away. I don't know what he meant. Maybe he didn't see the game. Maybe he watched it from
Jeremy Doku.
TV. Because he was on the pitch.
He was on the pitch.
Or he was just walking.
No, it was actually a good performance last night. At least it was one of City's better players.
Yes, good performance.
They scored about 2 goals that were ruled out. Okay. Even with the red card. The player that was just embarrassing for me was
the captain?
Benazir. I mean, I don't know what Benazir was.
He's been getting away with a lot of those.
And he's the one making the most smiles, saying, "Oh, teams that have won the Champions League are not usually the best team." Okay. Going into that game, Man City were the favourites, and we could see Real Madrid defeated them because of Champions League heritage. There was no Mbappe or Bellingham in the first leg. It was Federico Valverde that popped up with a hat-trick. Vinicius Junior missing a penalty. Second leg as well, yes, Man City were expected to come out, and all you could do was try to bring out your elbow and try to stop a goal. And I think the referee will not see it.
I don't know what it was.
In the world of technology, what is this? Are you trying to bring your hand out like this? Come on, Bernardo Silva.
He has been getting away with a lot of things.
Of course.
I'm talking about Bernardo Silva, and it's high time that he's being called to order by Pep Guardiola. Though I know he wants to win at all costs, but
I think this will be his last season at Manchester City.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's also talk that he might be going back to Spain.
Yeah.
To play for
Portugal,
Barcelona or Portugal.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he came from Portugal as well.
No. He came from Portugal, but he was signed into Manchester City from Monaco. I remember that 2017 Monaco team that had the likes of Falcao, Kylian Mbappe, Benjamin Mendy, Bernardo Silva, Fabinho. That was a good team. That was a good Monaco side.
All right. Okay. And of course, it was a whitewash. Eventually, in terms of the head-to-head.
Yeah, 5-1 on aggregate.
5-1. Just 1 goal in 2 games. It's pretty tough for this side.
Shows their inconsistency.
And they will rise from the dust against Arsenal this weekend in the cup final.
I think that's a tough one to call because Arsenal right now, they are booming with confidence from that game against Leverkusen. I mean, 2-0 it ended. Beautiful goals from Eberechi Eze and Declan Rice. And of course, I'm sure Mikel Arteta's boys want to go into that final looking for their first trophy in a while, and the Carabao Cup. And trust me, should they win that Carabao Cup, it's going to give them more confidence, in trying to negotiate the Premier League as well, and even the Champions League or even the FA Cup. But that the Premier League is their priority. But they are in the final. They found themselves in the final, and they want to win it. And that win against Leverkusen was the way to go. They approached that game. Leverkusen, well, I can say they started well, but their player of the night was a goalkeeper, Yanis Blažević, made saves after save. But of course, this popular word on the streets, keeper know they catch goal. So that beautiful goal from Eberechi Eze, I think he saw it late, but even if he had gone for it, I don't think he would have gotten near it then. Also, a well-taken goal from Declan Rice. All-round performance, fantastic from Arsenal on the night, and of course, into Wembley they go. So it's contrasting form this time around. A team that couldn't beat Real Madrid home and away against a team that defeated Leverkusen. I won't say convincingly in the second leg, even though they were a bit poor in the first leg. Convincingly in the second leg, they knew what they had to do, They are playing Sporting Lisbon next in the quarterfinal. I think they are going to go into that game with clear head. So Manchester City should be the one to actually look out.
I like your assumption and your clear pattern of how Arsenal is going to go past Sporting Lisbon.
I didn't say they were going to go past Sporting Lisbon.
Who did
I
well,
said they have Sporting Lisbon.
Who did well against Bodo Glimt, who ended the story of the underdog.
Yeah.
Bodo Glimt, I don't know what happened. They did well in the first leg, 3-0, expecting them to salvage that situation and go ahead to at least get a decent result out in Portugal. But Sporting Lisbon had different plans. Luis Suarez and co. 5-0 it ended, 3-0 at full time, and of course it went on to spread. And of course that is why, anyway, in as much as I hate to talk about Chelsea's loss on behalf of Chelsea fans, it's an 8-2. We need to talk about it. 3-0 out there at Stamford Bridge. 2 goals in 2 matches. That's a pretty disastrous performance coming from the Chelsea side. I saw Sarr, I don't know what he was doing, whether he was trying to do leg work when the ball was coming from the air.
I saw it.
And there was Karaskila coming after you. I don't know what I don't know what he was thinking.
Inexperience, maybe. I saw a post about Mamadou Sarr, and now that you mentioned it, he said he's the first player to be defeated 3-0 twice on the same night. Remember, it was part of that Portuguese squad. How am I saying Portugal? It was part of the Senegalese squad at the AFCON. That won the AFCON because at the time they are the champions, even though Kafa said it's going to be Morocco for now. So it was part of that title-winning squad. And also, he lost 3-0 right there. I could say inexperienced for me, just took a toll on him. Kvaratskhelia, he knew where the ball was coming. Sarr couldn't control the ball. He took over, and that was a beautiful goal as well. Bradley Bakula, remember, he also scored in the first leg. He actually scored the first goal in the first leg, and he scored the second goal this time around for Paris Saint-Germain, sending Mayulu wrapping it up. For me, I think Chelsea also having their fair share of injuries. Rhys James, remember, after signing his contract, it seems like he has returned to the hospital. He's injured. And of course, overall performance from Chelsea was not really anything to write home about. I don't want to blame it on Liam Rosinho, but he could have done better as well. I think he should have started the likes of Achiampong on the right-hand side, keeping Chaloba and maybe Fofana and Cucurella. He should have kept the back steady at the time. An early goal for Chelsea would have tilted this tie in a different way.
Big questions already being asked
but
about Rosinho.
that, of course, questions will be asked. A lot of people are saying maybe he's not the man for the job. But I mean, 18 games, 10 wins, 2 draws, and 6 losses. I don't think it's really that bad. I don't think it's that bad.
You'll be hating to see all of these performances, right? Anyway, let's go to tonight's game.
That's petty. That's bad.
Yeah, let's just take it as it is. Anyway, for Wednesday's clashes, Liverpool with Galatasaray is the most finely balanced of the second legs. With the Reds are still tipped to edge through despite trailing from the first leg. Elsewhere, Tottenham face a near impossible task after heavy first leg defeats, while Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid look almost certain to progress. Okay, for Barcelona, it's still 1-1 against Newcastle United, but at the Nou Camp, you never know the Barcelona side that might turn up. It's going to be a difficult one. But there are 2 teams that it will take the miracle. That's Atalanta.
Yeah.
Go away at the Allianz Arena and obtain a 6-1 deficit. It doesn't happen on any day. Then for Tottenham, they should not be deceived by the draw this last weekend against Liverpool and believe.
And they should not even be deceived by the fact that Sporting Lisbon came back from 3-0 to win 5-0. Can you play that quality of football? If Sporting Lisbon plays Tottenham at this point, I think Sporting Lisbon will win. Do you have the quality of Sporting Lisbon in your squad?
Well, you can never say never when it comes to Tottenham.
Atletico Madrid are very inconsistent. I was going to mention that. Atletico Madrid can be very inconsistent. They might win today. Remember, they defeated Real Betis, and they went next to play Real Betis in the next game just a week after or some days after, and they lost to Real Betis. So this one as well, if Tottenham should come up with their A game, this time around, early goal again. Early goal is important. If they concede first, that's talking about Tottenham, I think the tie is well and truly over. And as for Barcelona and Newcastle, when
Newcastle do the impossible,
when that penalty was awarded, I was like, no.
That's unfair.
This, come on, you are going to the Nou Camp. You are going to run. And you know how Barcelona can be at the Nou Camp. And Lamine Yamal, that penalty just gave them that confidence. For me, I think Newcastle, they will just try to fight gallantly. but I think Barcelona will just have more than enough. And as for Bayern Munich and Atalanta, Bayern Munich might be featuring a 16-year-old Prescott. Yes, because 4 of their goalkeepers, their top 4 goalkeepers, are actually out at this point. Like Manuel Neuer and of course Jonas Obig, they are out. But of course, they might be featuring a 16-year-old goalkeeper. But I don't still think Atalanta will come back from this one. 6-1 away, this time at the Allianz Arena. I think Bayern might even get a win in this one as well if Atalanta are not careful. And as for the other game, too, it's going to be a difficult one. Liverpool against Galatasaray. This one is open, actually. This was open, just like the Arsenal-Leverkusen game. It was 1-0 at Rams Park, this time at Anfield. I feel Liverpool should just have to bring in their attacking firepower and, of course, their fans, because we know how a Champions League night at Anfield can be. And yes, you can just put aside all your form in the Premier League or in the cup competitions. This time around, it's the Champions League. Come and show why you have 6 titles. Come and show why for Galatasaray. I mean,
you're talking about Liverpool.
Yes, they can. It's the Champions League. It's not a league game. It's the Champions League. Early goal is already 1-1 on aggregates. Who says Liverpool cannot go on to win this game?
All right, let's see how that pans out. I know the undertone, but it is well. We'll get to that tomorrow when we'll hit the studios with another packaged edition of the Locker Room. Unfortunately, Maiwa could not join us to end the conversation, but hopefully he makes his way back from CAS, where he is joined the NFF to make a report on what's talking about appeal that verdict from FIFA. And of course, he's still enjoying his international break with his family. All right, big thanks to the guys behind the scene who made the show great, talking about the likes of Alex, not leaving out Manfred, as well as Hassan, and of course, Jerry. Big thanks to Hafiz, the Algerian, for being a part of the show. Hafiz Ogubanjo has been awesome on the show today.
Thank you very much for saying my Nigerian name.
All right. My name is Jerry Alpelo. Say thanks for being a part of the show. Stay tuned, because up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro. Like I always say, if not for anything, do it the sport way.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
ADC rolls out plans to take over government in 2027. El-Rufai and the travels of an opposition politician. Soludo sworn in for another 4-year term. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. In case you didn't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms here at Vop Tv Live. Well, you can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. You can also go to the YouTube comment section and let us know your thoughts about the topics of discussion. But we also expect you to obey community guidelines, rules, and regulations. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Asim Adams. Mr. Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he is here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, good evening.
Good to see you again after a very long time.
Very good to see you after a very long
sir?
time. We are good. We are doing great.
How is Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt is great. Very calm place, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about Port Harcourt in a bit.
Yeah, you guys are doing well.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yes, all right.
We'll also be joined virtually in the course of the program by Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy Oriabo is an activist as well as a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good evening and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. Now let's get into it. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has released the interim report by a 50-member policy and manifesto committee chaired by Chief Don Odigye Oyegun for the drafting of the party's manifesto, paying top attention to security reform, tax restructuring, and social welfare. Well, the committee was commissioned for the task by the party leadership last month. The report was presented to the David Mark-led National Working Committee of the ADC. Mr. Adams, we have come back to the season of manifestos and campaign promises. Let's interrogate the newly released manifesto of the ADC and how that fits into what we have had in the past. Every campaign season, every election season, we roll out manifestos and campaign promises and all of that. Like the one that Nigerians are struggling with now. If I don't give you power in the next 4 years, please don't return me to office. We are back to that season now. ADC has come. You recall that at some point they set up a manifesto committee. Now the committee has released its interim report. So let's have your reaction to this season of manifesto and how it fits into the political engineering that we require at this point in our national life.
You see, thank you so much, Mr. Koro. And you see, in Nigeria, because political parties are not run on ideological basis and platform or suasion, manifestos do not count. Manifestos do not count and will not count until political parties begin to, program themselves in line with ideology and it's in line with Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution. Now, I have advocated that for anybody that wants to rule Nigeria or govern Nigeria, either as a president, governor, local government chairman, the person has to go and read Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution. Mind you, Chapter 2 encompasses Section 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, etc. as the case may be. And it talks about political objective, economic objective, etc. That is what a sitting governor or a sitting president should do, the obligations that are imposed on his shoulders. But none of those things, none of them. Manifestos are just like textbooks. You read and you throw it away. You might not even look at it the second time after reading it out. It's like Mario Cuomo, the 52nd, governor of New York, saw Nigeria and postulated that politicians, govern, campaign in poetry, but govern in prose. He went further to explain, said, why? Is that politicians will come and tell you beautifully crafted, manifesto. But the moment they win election, they forget about that manifesto and begin to dwell on inanities, and even outside of that particular manifesto they gave. Another example why I said manifestos don't count in Nigeria. As far back as 1979, as old as I am, I was in class 3 in secondary school at that time. A young teacher who later became president of Nigeria, Alhaji Shehu Shagari, and his NPN, National Party of Nigeria, came with a very beautiful manifesto to say that housing for all by the year 2000, housing for all Nigerians by the year 2000, water and every other thing. I still have, copies of those particular, campaign, manifestos they had, but none of them came to pass till today. You look at even the present administration, the president that we have, President Tinubu, came and said that once he takes over power, there'll be 24, hours electricity or power.
Okay.
And that the Naira will show up, and Nigerians will have agreed that the Nigerian Naira will be at par with the dollar. But today, those things are fast and facetious.
Okay, all right. But Barrister Adams, the Chapter 2 that you mentioned, is it the one that talks about the directive principles and fundamental objectives of state policy.
Absolutely so.
Okay,
Absolutely.
which I understand are not justiciable. They are not actionable. You can't go to court now to say, well, this is what you said, promised in your manifesto.
Absolutely.
And now you have not been unable to fulfill it. So you cannot go to court on that basis.
You can go to court.
Okay.
Justiciable. If you see, there's an organization called SERAP. I'm
Okay.
sorry I have to advertise them, but SERAP has been doing a very wonderful job.
Okay.
And what's the job they've been doing? They have been holding government accountable, by virtue of, that chapter 2. That is why you say account for this money. Why are you not giving education, as the case may be, as prescribed by the Constitution? Yes, you can hold government accountable, morally speaking, but legally speaking, there might not be penalties if a government fail to, deliver on its manifesto, as the case may be. But that does not mean that, we cannot hold them accountable. Now, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to subscribe to the fact that a man who came 4 years ago to deceive us, bringing beautifully crafted manifesto, has gotten power and he couldn't deliver any of those things. Then he has no right in the next 4 years to begin to ask for a second term. So the people must hold, the government accountable based on that chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution. Even though it's not justiciable, being not justiciable means that penalties may not be awarded against a failing government, as the case may be. But we have been advocating that this particular chapter 2, be taken and shifted, to chapter 4, so that it becomes justiciable and penalties and rewards, can come out from that particular, whatever as the case may be. But that does not mean that the people cannot be held accountable. For instance, Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution, places on the media, practitioners, the obligation and responsibilities to do what now? Hold government accountable. And that is effectively what we are doing here, as the case may be, based on, Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution. So we can hold them accountable, but we cannot begin to say we are going to punish them or maybe fine them for not performing, very well in their duties. But holding them accountable in the sense that we have that, allodial imprimatur right for us to now say, you cannot come back in 4 years' time, come and say you want a second term when you have not fulfilled the manifestos you crafted, 4 years ago. That is an area that the civil society and our own nation has to work on, as the case may be.
Okay, beautiful. At least we have an understanding why you can hold the government to
Yes.
account, but at some point you cannot sue.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
It's not justiciable.
Absolutely.
So now let's reduce it to what the ADC has done. ADC has brought out its interim report, and they are saying, well, the report cited lapses in the justice system, especially delays in prosecution, which undermines efforts to curb kidnapping and banditry. The committee proposed classifying such crime as terrorism alongside measures to ensure swift and credible justice to serve as a deterrent. In all of this, is the ADC appropriately situating the cause of the persistent insecurity when it frames it around lack of prosecution of, or classification of such acts as crime or terrorism? If you understand what they said, well, they are going to do it in such a way that terrorism, criminality will be appropriately classified. We have a situation where the government or the legal system is not able to capture certain offenses, or to give stiff punishment. Like when you say this person is a criminal, there's a difference when you say this person is a terrorist. The penalties are different. Now, ADC is saying that they are going to reform the justice system to the extent that prosecution of terrorists, and bandits will be more stringent. Is that the reason why we have not been able to win the war on terror? Is it because of the lack of prosecutorial diligence or the lack of proper classification of the crime of terrorism and banditry?
I think it's just glossing on the issue of terrorism, etc., and those violent crimes. Now, let me say with due respect to their opinions or whatever, this has been there. That is not just the means and the end. We have so many, indices or preconditions, for us to tackle terrorism in Nigeria or any violent crime like kidnapping. Number one, yes, I agree somewhat with them that prosecutorial, tendencies of government and the law should be one of those. That is, if a bandit or a terrorist is, arrested, he should be prosecuted. and the maximum punishment meted out to that particular, culprit, as the case may be. But that is not all in itself. You have some other areas too that we have to look at. For instance, intelligence gathering. Now, what do government do? What is ADC talking about? How to, make intelligence gathering fulcrum on which, the security agencies will, put their, whatever they want to tackle crime in Nigeria, as case may be. Community relationship with, security agencies. These are to be taken into consideration. The other one is unemployment. An idle mind is the devil's workshop. That is what we're told. Now, if a lot of youths are unemployed, and we see them roaming around the streets, and when some of them are arrested, you ask them the question, why did you participate in this? He said, because I have no job, or because my father or my mother needed money to, take care of one or two things, and I couldn't get it, so I have to, be lured into this, as the case may be. That is the second or third one. The fourth one is that there must be government presence in ungoverned areas and ungoverned spaces in Nigeria today. For instance, have you ever wondered why the terrorists have not really gone out to invade and attack highbrow areas like, the citadel of, power, Aso Rock, etc., and government houses, as the case may be, or even GRAs of this world? Why have they not gone there? Because of the fact that there is, real government presence there. They go for soft bellies. And when they go for soft bellies, it means that they go to remote villages where there is no government, presence. That's what we say. Those areas are ungoverned spaces. And when you have ungoverned spaces being governed by non-state actors, you are bound to have what we are having today. So government must do something about that. And I'm very happy when, the APC government said that they want to do what now? Make state police or state policing one of the key, whatever, going forward. Okay. The second one is that they also talk about, bringing forest guards, as the case may be, and vigilantes and hunters in the various communities, and synchronizing them together in one fair, whatever, for them to work. So we have about 5 or 6, conditions that I believe that must be met before we can really say we want to tackle crime. Not just punishment. Okay. For instance, let me tell you, to even put in perspective, what the ADC is saying. Okay. Armed robbery, for instance, if a man is caught in those days by firing squad, Oyenusis of this world in the 70s, but it didn't deter, young people wanted to participate in it because they know that the maximum punishment, whenever you are arrested or caught, will be what will be your tail in that, whatever as case may be. But this time, the issue of armed robbery as case may be, when you say firing by execution, when they tie the man to the stake, and that is the highest, you can, do to a man that is guilty of an offense. So it didn't deter them. So it means that we must have to look at some other, areas where to add to whatever we are doing to make, prosecution, part of it, but not all, as case may be.
Okay, so apparently your position is that what the SDC is doing is just scratching the surface because, it's not like one case fits all. That is not the only reason. It's
not the only reason. And in fact, I described the APC as sophists. Okay. Sophist generals. Okay. What is sophistry? Sophistry is, trying to use very clever arguments to establish false foundations. Okay. I believe that is what they are trying to do.
Okay, we'll talk about the ADC and their motives in a bit.
Absolutely.
Now, the report said a lot. The report also said that where the proposed changes to the tax system, including exempting subsistence income earners from taxation. Well, it also argued that many Nigerians already bear the cost of basic services, such as electricity and security, and should not be further burdened. The committee argued for a fair tax regime which shifts responsibility towards those with higher earning capacity while protecting low-income earners. Well, is ADC really prepared as an alternative platform for governance? Because in this issue of the tax, the APC has also said that the new tax regime is pro-poor. So what viable alternative are they offering? Because looks like they simply replicated what the APC is already doing with the new tax regime.
I am not surprised. The only thing that separates APC from ADC is the D and the P. And if you look at
Adams, I'd like for you to say that again. I want to capture it appropriately.
Yes, the only thing that separates the ADC and APC is the D and the P.
Okay.
You understand the point? They are all in the same category. In fact, your Senate president described ADC as their sister political party. And I agree with him in total. And what am I trying to say? Look at the gradations of the political party of convenience called ADC today. They were all members of the APC, late or recently. Is it Rauf Aregbesola? Is it Malami? Is it Dino Melaye? Is it Atiku Abubakar? Is it Amechi Rotimi? So, Dele Momodu was a PDP scion. You understand? So, majority of people who are in ADC today are all or were members of the APC, not quite too far, just now, as the case may be. So, there is nothing that is going to come out, you know, from the ADC, in my own opinion. Why am I saying this? One of the reasons, Mr. Okoro, why we've not had, you know, good system of elections and electoral in Nigeria today, it is because of those who are supposed to be guided by the Electoral Act are the ones who make laws to guide them. It's just like a student wants to, maybe students association will come together and say that they are going to define the rules JAMB we use to set exam and mark them. That is what is happening. That is why you see the Electoral Act today cannot, it's found one thing. Electoral Act is hollow, is shibboleth, is filled with landmines. Why? Because those who are to use that Electoral Act are those who are formulating the laws for you. So you can never get a good Electoral Act. I use the example of students who want to write JAMB. They now come together in a Senate or House of Rep and say, we are to do rules for JAMB to mark our script and questions they are going to set. Is it not cataclysmic results you are going to get, and fraud and corruption you're going to get there? So that is why you find that, for instance, now, how be it that of all the issues that has to be with the tinkering of the Electoral Act, issue of certificate forgery has now become a pre-election matter. Why not, pre-election and even after election matter?
Post-election.
Yeah, post-election, yes, that's the right word. Why not pre-election? Because, for instance, it means that if fraudulently, bring a certificate from one university in India that is so difficult for you to go and verify, and you go to court, I go through the gamut of judicial whatever, and they say there's no basis, I don't have any whatever, and I go tomorrow, I become the president of Nigeria. And while I'm there 1 year, 2 years, etc., is it that found that that certificate was forged? You are going to be telling me that, no, you can't, I can't leave the seat, I cannot be removed because it was a pre-election matter. Why the issue of certificate? If you ask the questioner, there's a symbiotic relationship between the issue of certificates in the Electoral Act vis-a-vis with what the president encountered in 2023. So they are trying to clear the way, for whoever that is coming. Because I dare say, with due respect, the majority of politicians today who are in ADC, APC, PDP, anywhere at all, they are all men with questionable certificates.
Mr. Adams, you have said something that is quite instructive, and I'd like for us to interrogate it further. Your position is that the current Electoral Act, which is signed into law, states clearly that
Section 138 also, yes.
Okay, that
the amended one.
Certificate forgery and whatever
it's a pre-election matter.
To pre-election. So the moment somebody contests elections and wins elections,
that's right,
and is sworn into office,
that's right,
you cannot go back.
You can't go back, they say, because you didn't bring it before the election period. So, for instance, if I want to contest as governor of my state, and I go and get a Columbia University from America, then I become like Autolycus, the Artful Dodger. I'm able to influence, peddle, and coerce the body that is supposed to verify this. And they say, please, election time is tomorrow, please, you can't prove this case. And I become the governor of my state. And tomorrow we now found out that that certificate I issued to INEC was not, or it was forged. What the law is saying is that even if you go to court and say it's a pre-election matter, you ought to have brought this, before the election. That the moment the man crosses over, then it becomes something you cannot contest. And it goes to that to tell you how fraudulent the Section 138 also is. The old one and even the new one is that that if a man, for instance, who has contested election, governor or president, he is now even removed by the courts, and he has spent 6 months in power before the election tribunal now take him out. And that will enforce him, it is as case may be, that whatever the man has stolen for that 6 months by way of appropriation, corruption, non-entitlement, that the man is not bound to return those loot. And you are not bound to prosecute him for taking those monies accruing to his office, as the case may be. You understand the point now? He goes cost-free.
Okay.
So you find out where the problem is.
Now, this is contained in either, according to either section
138
or 139.
Yeah, 138, 139
of the Electoral
Act.
Now, that's the Electoral Act. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria say about forgery, perjury, and all of that. And in case there's a conflict, okay, let's assume that someone that got into office escapes that.
Yes.
Can't you use the letters of the Constitution that about forgery and perjury to hold a person?
You can hold him, but he has gained enormous power and wealth that he can begin to even do what and bribe the judicature.
Okay.
Because if I become president, he said for election matters, I cannot be removed because my certificate was not poo-pooed pre-election. Then post-election, yes, if I leave power, you can go to court and bring that matter against me. But I have become your president.
Okay.
So
why
if
the person is in office as president?
You can't do that because he says it didn't come to the pre-election, matters.
Okay, what if you treat it outside election matter? Now, like this person forged a certificate.
If you can't, the immunity clause is there.
Okay, how about
the
senator?
governor?
How about senator?
The governor, the president, deputy, whatever.
Okay.
The senator.
How about the senator?
The senator, yes, in Nigeria, here you can prosecute, you can investigate and prosecute a city, senator as a reps member, as guest may be. But because of the fact that he has now, acquired state power and he has acquired enormous wealth, personality that is not spiritual. He now works like a spirit. He can delay.
Okay, so
he can delay the process and even escape justice.
Okay, so it becomes an interplay of politics and justice.
Absolutely. So that is what we are asking. Why is this so? That if a man, why should a certificate? It should be a pre-election. It should be pre-election and post-election. That the moment you are able sitting after you have won an election, and you have found that whatever you brought in there was false and faked or false, you have to leave that place. You understand?
Okay.
So these are the things. Why is it like that?
Well, quite unfortunate. Well, we'll keep interrogating all of these things before we get to 2027 and even beyond. Now, the ADC National Chairman, David Mark, said the report moves ADC further up the ranks as a governing alternative ahead of the 2027 elections. He commended the committee for its efforts, saying the framework shows practical policy options rather than political rhetoric. He said previous reforms in the country were policy quenched and lacked needed safeguards. Mark said policy must be useful, precise, and capable of delivering real impact. The former Senate president said the party is mindful of placing citizens at the center of governance and public institutions, which he described as democratic citizenship. He said, and I quote, "These examples illustrate an important point. When we say we are committed to rescuing Nigeria, we are not just talking about politics." Barrister Adams, now this is a familiar road we have traveled, practically every actor in the ADC. At some point that you mentioned, is either been a member of the APC or a member of the PDP or a member of the SDP or a member of the Labour Party. How much of a trust and confidence do we have on the ADC in our search for a rescue team? And while talking about confidence, I would like for you to, does it look like, it does appear that some members of the ADC might just be working for the APC and the president. There are rumors out there that a notable number of ADC stalwarts are working for, the return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. Is that possible? As an analyst, do you have any inkling? Is there anything that tells you, in their body language, in their movement and all of that, that they might just be working for the president? Like two questions. One, all of them have been part of APC, ADC, and PDP at some point, and the fact that some of them might actually be working for the president.
The factional leader of one of the groups in ADC, Nafiu, or whatever they call him, has been alleged or allegedly said that he is working, for the president. And he's supported by not just the president, even Yesowika and the rest of them are supporting him. And you can see that he has gone out to the Court of Appeal, got a judgment or a ruling that says David Mark is not whoever, is it not so? Then you have characters who I believe are actually like moles in APC. For example, Adegbeshola, for instance.
In ADC.
In ADC, yes. Adegbeshola, a lot of them are there. You understand the point? People tell Momodu, don't forget that Momodu was a close ally of, a Bola Tinubu. He was his praise singer, before now. And during the June 12th era, they were all together in the same cubicle, as case may be. There are so many of them who I believe, are working, for the good of, the president, as the case may be. Why am I saying that? Is that the ecosystem politically in Nigeria is a transactional one. It's like that of the Serengeti. Now, survival. That is the main aim of living in Serengeti. The lion is out not to give good government, but how to survive. The leopard is out not how to make the Serengeti, but how to survive. Daily survival for himself and the family. So the Serengeti is what operates in Nigeria today. The political ecosystem, I liken it to the Serengeti, situation. Now, look at all of them. If you look at these people one way or another, they have either been coerced to covertly support, the man, or they ship out. Like a man, for instance, now, who has been frightened to a corner, with his tail hiding by his legs. Invariably, he is going to be working, as an undercover for a Bola Tinubu in that particular whatever, because he does not want to go to jail. He knows that the moment he's in the good books of whoever, then he can, escape, whatever has been put on him. Likewise, El-Rufai might come out tomorrow and begin to sing a different song, as the case may be. Nigerian politicians are just like the British weather. You cannot predict them.
Okay.
Very transactional.
I'm happy that you mentioned El-Rufai because we are going to segue into him now. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Kenneth Okonkwo, said the ongoing ordeal of the former Kaduna governor, Nasiru El-Rufai, is due largely to his decision to join the ADC. Well, Okonkwo, a lawyer cum politician, stated this during an interview with a national TV station. He accused President Bola Tinubu-led administration of persecuting the ex-governor using state apparatuses. But according to him, El-Rufai's continued detention is a blatant violation of his constitutional right. He is being maltreated, he is being persecuted because he has joined ADC, and we are not exculpating anybody, Okonkwo said. But Barrister, do you agree with Okonkwo?
I don't agree with him.
El-Rufai is being persecuted.
I don't agree with him.
Okay, you disagree with him.
I disagree wholeheartedly, and I can debate that.
On what grounds?
On the ground that it has become a trajectory, very negative one, that when you are corrupt, why have they not begin to persecute Sowore by saying he ate money, or maybe he corruptly enriched himself?
He's not serving government.
No, I'm saying it's an opposition.
But I'm telling you, he's not been.
I know he has not been, but he's even better than some of the opposition we have today.
Okay.
Sowore is even more active. You understand? Even more beneficial to the opposition, wing today than these people who are mounting it, because they have the clay light, to come out and begin to espouse and expound on their faulty theory. Now the question is this: given Obasanjo, Ibori, Alamesiga, Igbeneghu, and the rest of them, Joshua Dariye, yes, we knew that Obasanjo went after them one or two, whatever, but their hands were stained. If you want to do equity, you must, come with clean hands. So if, for instance, El-Rufai never mentioned, mind you, nobody went after El-Rufai. Even when he was, rambunctiously rambling, even when he was rabble-rousing, nobody went after him. They allowed him be. Until El-Rufai shot himself on the foot by saying that he tapped or wiretapped the line of the security advisor.
Yeah, but that's not the reason why they are keeping
No, I'm coming. It's related. It's related to it. If not one of the reasons, the ICPC, found wiretapping whatever in his premises. Okay. You understand?
Is it a available offense?
Of course, all offenses in Nigeria are available apart from treason and murder.
Okay.
Yes, even murder and treason are available so that the conditions precedent for the bail might be very stringent and very hard to meet.
Okay, so why is it difficult? Why are they going to court? You know,
the reason is because of the law.
To extend
the reason, even as I read today, ICP said that they are keeping El-Rufai based on a court order. Why are they keeping him, Mr. Okoro? Nigerians need to know today that Section 293 to 299 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, we call it ACJA, 2015, yes, you know, gives the power to security agencies. We have been victims. We innocent Nigerians, helpless, hopeless-looking Nigerians, global Nigerians, we have been guilty, we have been found with victims. We have been victims. Many people today in detention centers, in custodial centers, you know, very harsh manners, in the case, we are product of that Section 293 to 299. And we have written copiously that this Section 293 to 299 of ACJA is not just repugnant, it's incongruous, you know, with the Constitution of Nigeria. You understand the point now? For the past, how many years now? 2015 to date. How many years? But 11 years. We have been saying that these particular sections are anathema to the 1999 Constitution, 36, sub 5, 35, sub 5, 34, etc. as the case may be. What goes there? Let me tell you. The moment ICPC or any security agency arrested El-Rufai, he wants to interrogate him. You're supposed to grant him bail. But this particular section is giving them power and leeway that once you find out that you cannot conclude the investigation, you go before a magistrate court by way of emotional expertise and ask the magistrate, swear to an affidavit, and ask the magistrate to give you that order to detain that person while you ferret for evidences to prosecute him. In the first instance, 14 days.
Okay.
Extended another 14 days. Then you now get to 72 days. So which means, and I argued succinctly, vociferously, that before now, that it means that Nigerians are not able free under this particular administration from Jonathan till now, because Jonathan was the one that signed that into law. And when this section 293 to 299, the Nigerian Law Reform Commission, they wanted to reform those. It was Malami. This man that the Buhari was, under Buhari was the AG of Buhari. He didn't do anything about it to reform and repeal that particular law to make it that how can you detain Nigerian citizens for 72 days? Because it gives the police, it gives the army, it gives EFCC to detain anybody that is arrested. That is why you find out that the moment as a practicing lawyer, your client is arrested, if you are not very careful and you want to quote law, as police will always say, they will just run to a magistrate and get a remand order to keep and detain that particular client and suspect. 14 days, renewable another 14 days. ICPC said they got a recent renewal.
ICPC has denied that. Their spokesperson John Ode.
But that is what we said, that they got another this thing, order to detain. I am saying this is what is in our law.
In our law, okay.
293, 299.
Okay, so
the respected chief of Zekome, Femi Falana, and others have spoken against this, that this is anathema, to our constitution. And that is why you see so many awaiting trial everywhere today. Because a judge will wake up in the morning and begin to say, that is why El-Rufai's own is different because it's a big man, open and closed. As if it's a poor man or a relatively unknown person, ICPC will just keep it in the cooler for 2 years and nothing happens. So why is he crying foul?
So now, Mr. Adams, your position is that 14 days in the first instance.
Another just like that, renewable.
Okay, until it exceeds.
So 70-something days or
after 72 days, it becomes illegal.
It becomes it becomes illegal to us who know, but not illegal to those who are exploiting it. They will leave you at their whims and caprices. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you leave them. Do you understand the point now? It begins to hurt. Now, why people are even talking about El-Rufai is because he's a big man.
Okay.
If this one trader that was arrested at Idumota and the 72 or whatever days elapsed, what happens if nobody to speak for him?
I had a lawyer on my show, on the morning show, and I asked him this question. You know, there's been this permutation that, well, ICPC, in collaboration with EFCC and the federal government, are keeping El-Rufai, you know, to El-Rufai himself. PC told me, if I want to get out and become a free man, I should abandon politics up until, I mean, in excess, beyond 2027. Now, ask this question. So let me pose this question to you. Between detaining El-Rufai, you know, and asking him to avoid politics beyond up until 2027, and prosecuting him and sending him to jail, which one will be in favor of the government? I mean, if he's in jail, he loses some of his rights. He can't even play politics. So doesn't it look like it is political persecution? Because if EFCC had anything against him, they'll simply take him to court, quicken the prosecution, and send him to jail, like we have seen in some cases.
I want to say with due respect,
okay,
your argument is somewhat valid, but El-Rufai is flippant. El-Rufai is loquacious, glossy at times.
Okay.
You understand? Why am I saying that? A man of high repute of El-Rufai, no matter the grudge or grievances you have against a government, you come out on open television, national television. I saw it. I was shocked to say we have been wiretapping. I don't know if you understand.
Yes, I do.
That even if you say that to the most civil government in the world, they will come after you. Even if you go there and say, I want to shoot the president, they will come after you. So it means that the man either has some lucid intervals, or this man should have his medulla oblongata, you know, really profiled. Why am I saying this? When the anchor of the show, I said he shuddered, and I said, sir, education is very rich and whatever. And you know what you are saying. Say, yes, I am aware. He then said, you know this against the law. Say, I am aware that this is against the law. What else do you need? Even if you don't prosecute, if even in the US, you go and tell President Trump or the Congress that you were tapping, you know, the security advisor's phone, no government will take it lightly with that person. So when he's talking about that, I take his statement with a pinch of salt. So if he can cathodically, you know, begin to vituperate like he did, then whatever he says that EFCC put him in corner and they said he has to, you know, calm down.
So you don't believe him?
I don't believe
You
him.
don't believe him?
El-Rufai is like the proverbial tortoise. He has so many stories of his slaves. And Nigerians should be very careful with politicians of that nature. He's a man about body bags.
Okay.
We saw those things. We saw what happened in Southern Kaduna today. Nobody in Kaduna is fighting and saying release El-Rufai, apart from his family and his close.
No, but at some point, about how many weeks ago, there was this protest in the city of Kaduna, you know?
It was organized by him and his family.
Okay.
I am talking to people like Shehu Sani. Where are they? The governor.
You know that Shehu Sani is his enemy
Because of the fact that
from going back
what
to
of Southern Kaduna?
Okay.
What are you calling Southern Kaduna?
Okay,
what of Daddy Yatta's family?
What of people from other parts of Kaduna?
What of other people, the Muslim community, as the case may be? Zaki and the rest of them. What happened? Are you telling me that they don't know that El-Rufai is there?
Apparently, you don't see any sprinkling, you know, of politics.
I don't. You see, when
travel.
I look at all politicians should not even complain.
Okay.
Let me tell you, my father used to tell me that if you know you don't have a strong head, do not go to battles that are fought with walking sticks. You understand? Which invariably is like they say, if you don't want heat, don't go to the kitchen.
Okay. So
you understand? Nigeria political, you know, ecosystem, like I said, is a Serengeti kind of whatever. It's Oko Vango. You understand? At times, it may be very dormant. At times, it's very active. And if you're not very careful, you'll be consumed by the flame and
apparently, your position is that El-Rufai is his own problem.
It's his own problem.
Okay, now let's go to Anambra State, where the state governor, Chukwuma Soludo, has been sworn in for a second term in office. Well, Chukwuma was sworn in, and he took the oath during his inauguration, which was held at the newly renovated Alex Ekweme Square in Awka, the state capital, on Tuesday. That's yesterday. Soludo was sworn in alongside his deputy, Onyeka Ibezim. In his address, the governor promised to do more for the people, citing progress made in the areas of security as some of the achievements of his government in the last 4 years. The debilitating one sit at home. The debilitating one, that is the one sit at home, is over, and our schools Markets, businesses, and public servants are back to work. The Anambra say that ours is now the safest, or at least one of the safest states in Nigeria. That's coming from Chukwuma Soludo. Well, Anambra Governor Soludo has been sworn into office second term. What are your expectations, for another 4 years?
I know Soludo, well, they used to call him Soludo the solution. Now, he has done well in some areas, but there are some areas he has not done well.
Now, when was the last time you visited Anambra?
Well, for some time, I've not been to Anambra in the last, let's say, 2 years.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
But I don't know about the infrastructural development. I don't know about the economic development, as the case may be. I don't know about the human capital development in Anambra State. But from what I've seen is that two things that chuckle or makes me chuckle or grin, as the case may be, or maybe not even grinning. A shudder is number one. The enforcement, yes, I agree with him in whatever way he wants to manage statutory, as the case may be.
Okay.
But you cannot force a businessman to open his shop. A businessman can decide, I'm not opening today or throughout the week. You can't force him to do that. If you now begin to say because it didn't come out, then you go and demolish his shop, for me, that is anathema to our constitution. To right to property, a violation. He has said that it is the House of Assembly that made the law, that gave him the impetus and powers to do that. But I am saying that by virtue of Section 1 sub 3 of the 1999 Constitution, the laws made by the House of Assembly of Anambra State in respect to enforcement of traders who do not obey his order not to sit at home, as case may be, is ultra vires the Constitution.
Okay, now you are speaking as a lawyer.
Yes.
I would like for you to speak as a citizen.
Yes.
The Monday sit at home that practically some say cripples the economy of the Southeast,
absolutely,
and especially Anambra State, has come to an end. If that is the only one good thing that he achieved in Anambra, I mean, wouldn't his name get into the Hall of Fame in Anambra?
I don't think where it will be. Coercion, persuasion. I believe in persuasion rather than coercing. Okay. You see, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the other young man, Awolowo, old man, our forefathers there, Obafemi Awolowo, in the Lancaster House, when they were in the time, whatever as case may be, talking about Nigeria independence, they approached Tafawa Balewa and said, look, let us forget about Nigeria's differences. You understand the point? And let's forget about the differences that we have. Tafawa Balewa looked at Zik into his face and Awolowo said, look, we cannot forget our differences. But if you ask me to understand our differences, then I will agree with you. That how do you want me, Tafawa Balewa, Ahmadu Bello, from the northern part of Nigeria, a Muslim. You, Awolowo, south part of Nigeria, a Christian, a Yoruba man. Nnamdi Azikiwe, an Igbo man, and also, from the south side. How do you now want me to forget our differences? But we can cohabit in way of understanding our differences. Then we can move ahead. Now, what am I trying to say? Now, are you aware that, yes, Soludo may have, achieved his aim, by, temporarily stopping the sit at home. But does that erase the reason why the sit at home started? That is the question we should be asking. Does that erase the reason why the sit at home started in the first instance? I don't think he has done much about that. What am I talking about? The integration of those who are aggrieved, who have grudges, to say that a man, their supporter or their whatever, who they believe in is in detention. What effort has he made for release of Nnamdi Kanu in that particular guise, in the first instance? That was what allegedly led to that sit at home, as case may be. What has he done to reintegrate people, with, consciences who have been bruised and wounded? You understand? You see, the issue of conscience, may not be like the physical wound. What Soludo did was to heal the physical wound, but the wound in the conscience of the people, he has not done anything about that, in my own opinion. You understand? Because the physical wound is a used band-aid to cover it. But when the issue of conscience erupts one day, people will say, we have not forgotten, we have not forgotten. They still come out and still do the same thing you are doing to them, as case may be. So he must have to do something to what cost, that particular sit at home in the first instance. The second one I look at in the Soludo Anambra State is the issue of the home security, law that he passed. Yes, I have argued and I have said that, let me tell you, I understand that you are trying to sanitize, but there must be indices and conditions which you must meet that are not selective in nature. Religion is religion, whether traditional Christianity, Muslim, as case may be. Why pursue only the African traditional, practitioners, for instance, and you leave the Christendom, whatever as case may be? Most pastors do the same thing those people that he arrested do, or do most times.
Right.
Prosperity, I'll make you rich, as case may be. They join cause. Going to church with olive oil and water, what does that signify? Tying handkerchief on your head and trying to use broom and whatever to begin to shout.
He just singled out.
You understand? So he just singled out practitioners of African traditional religion and left out the big guns where you find that things are going on there. He said they are ritualists or whatever. But the men you have arrested, did you even bring out to us the scores or human scores they find in their whatever? Even if you have such, there is a law on Criminal Code Act that takes care of trading in human parts, etc. Why are you, trying to dualize or doubling the laws on this area?
All right.
These are issues we should look
Barrister
at.
Adams, as we leave, I would like for you to use this as a concluding thought. While delivering his address yesterday, Soludo said that the Southeast Igbo nation, what they need at this moment is healing and not the presidency. How do you react to that? That Igbo man needs healing and not the presidency in 2027. How did that strike you?
I don't know what he means by healing. Healing for me should be when the Igbos have a taste or a bite at the cherry or presidency of Nigeria. I grew up in this nation, even as old as I am, to now find out that of all the presidents we've had, or at the top echelon or whatever, the Igbo man, apart from Nnamdi Azikiwe, was a ceremonial head, has ever been in that particular category. The highest they've gone was the vice presidency, which Alex Ikweme, I grew up to see him as that. And I've been hoping since that 1982 till date, which is about 40-something years, I left secondary school, as case may be, that by now Nigeria, would have had, in terms of healing, holistic healing, that at least let us even pretend. Let them even pretend as okay, take. I don't know if you understand. Let's even pretend as a nation and say, let Igbo man become the. If you look at what happened in 1999, Obasanjo would have become president of Nigeria. You know what happened? The military sat down and said, because of what happened to Abiola MKO in 1992, because of that, we are zoning this to the south, not just the south, the southwest to produce it. That was how Olufala, contested against his brother, what's his name, OBJ. People did not feed, presidential candidates in other parties just to satisfy that. Why can't the parties, for instance, in Nigeria today, come out and say, look, we are zoning the presidency of Nigeria to people of Southeast extraction, APC, ADC, PDP, AAC, as the case may be. Why have you not taken such line? Look at it now, as the case may be.
Okay.
How congruent and equitable is it? Because there's a difference between equity and being equitable. Okay. You understand the point now?
Yes, I do.
I am talking not in equity, but in equitable distribution. And what am I talking about? Is that how come that when the South, the slot of the South came, twice it has come, Jonathan, Obasanjo, and Tinubu now, why did we not think it wise to now say, please, Southwest has tasted, South tasted, then the Southwest tasted again. My brother, let us give it to our brother in the Southeast. Even if the people don't support the nation, let's give for us to heal. Rwanda did it. The Hutus and Tutsis today, there is an understanding to share power. So there must be power sharing. And that is what I'm saying. Right. That is why Nigeria will never get it right until these indices are put to work.
Okay, the healing.
The true healing of Chukwuma Soludo should start by his campaigning for an Igbo president in Nigeria here today.
All right, okay.
Before he leaves the earth.
All right. Now, this would be a good place to drop anchor on this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Asim Adams, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst. I appreciate your presence and thank you so much. God bless
and
I hope that we can do this some other time. And
absolutely.
Very soon too.
Yes,
thank
absolutely.
You very much.
Yes, God bless
now,
you.
On behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdi. I'll see you on top of the hour, 7 o'clock. For me, I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now. and enjoy the rest of your evening.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go say o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change our mood. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
Hey, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand uphold the 7 to 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu meeting King Charles and sets to discuss trade and renovations of Nigerian port, to cleric advocating patriotic leadership for Nigeria. Also, ADC decries El-Rufai's continued detention. Finally, NBA condemns judge's order for lawyer to kneel in court. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. President Bola Tinubu is set to has met with King Charles III, actually, in the United Kingdom as part of his ongoing state visit. Discussions are expected to focus on trade relations, investment opportunities, and the renovation of Nigeria's port infrastructure as both countries seek to strengthen economic cooperation. Meanwhile, human rights activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has described the trip as a diplomatic excursion that may not yield tangible benefit for Nigerians. Despite this criticism, government officials insist the visit is strategic and aimed at boosting foreign investment and bilateral relations. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And also we have joining us virtually, we have Lekia Christian. He is a public affairs analyst, a social justice crusader, and the president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. He will get to join us later on in the show. Tonosike, let me start with you. I know, let's look at this visit first before we even delve into what it's set to achieve. For the visit, we saw our governors, we saw our ministers, we saw our senators travel all the way to the UK to welcome the president. I don't know what, many persons have described this. I don't know if you also feel that this is not necessary. Do you actually think that that entourage that went to the UK to welcome our president, as if that is where he lives, to welcome our president, do you think that was necessary?
Well, I have said that this is an era of impunity, where anything goes, anything happens. So if you go to UK, if you use taxpayers' money to go to UK that to welcome him, who welcome him when he returns back to the country? So maybe British officials might come to Nigeria to welcome him back to the country. For me, I've never seen any government as bad as the Tinubu administration. I have never seen any government. I see these people as children in adult bodies. I see these people as children in adult bodies. Some time ago, we saw a picture of where Tinubu was to travel to either Saudi Arabia or UAE. More than 8 governors left their several states to go to the airport just to say bye-bye. That shows you how idle they are. Because if they are busy, they cannot do that. If they are busy, they cannot do that. If they are thinking about the welfare of their people, they cannot do that. And for your senators, your governors, leaving Nigeria to the UK with tax, because they did not go with their private jets. They went there with, understand, it is the taxpayers' money that they are, because what I call is a waste. Because we should have our high commission in UK. And still, since he's going on a state visit, the UK, it is the responsibility of the host country to welcome him, prepare a guard of honor for him and other things. Governors, assuming that they have business, should go there to discuss the business of their states. So Nigeria is going down with the speed of a rocket. Nigeria is going down with the speed of a rocket. Since independence, I've never seen this kind of behavior. President going to UK, Nigeria governors, Nigeria senators, Nigeria ministers going to UK to welcome him on a state visit. Then if Nigerian has gone there to welcome him, what would the people that invite him do? They are going to interfere with their protocol. So for me, it is shameful, and I'm just talking, not that I'm surprised. Understand me? I'm just talking, not that I'm surprised. Nothing can surprise me in this APC administration.
You know, Nathaniel, I think in 2024, yes, the president had actually said he was going to cut the number of persons that travel with him to 20. But does it mean that, and he said it was a directive, it was something like an order that should be put into place. Does it mean that has not been put into place if we see a whole village travel with him for this state visit? Because that's what it seems.
He just acts on the spur of the moment. People criticize his bogus entourage. That was in Brazil, where Nigeria presented one of the third biggest entourage. We had more entourage than the superpower economies. So there were criticism, and he just said that to calm or the people.
Down.
Understand me? So, and that is who he is. That is who he is. And that's why I will always mention P2B. P2B as a governor one time was traveling, understand, by road. He saw a lot of cars following him. He had that to stop, understand, and go through those cars one by one to see who are in those cars following him. At the end of the day, he discovered that most of the people in the car has no business following him. And it is the state resources being wasted on fuel and on wears and tears. He, on that spot, he turned over 15 of those vehicles back to Oka. Understand? This is who a leader is. On that spot, he turned those who have no business following him back to Oka. Okay, when a president leaves, those who are following him, one, hotels are going to, accommodation will be paid. Extra code will be given that to those following him. The presidential jet that will be fueled, and so on and so forth. So there's no trip that the president makes that more than 1 billion naira does not go. Then how much does he come back? Zero. Understand? How much does he come back? Zero. So for me, it is disappointing. But as I said, I'm not surprised one bit.
Okay, let's get to hear our virtual guest, who I understand that he's in now. Glad to have you join us, Lekia. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to be here once more.
Yes. Okay, let me bring you up to speed what we're discussing. Of course, we know, and you know, that the president had gone on a state visit. And I actually asked Nathaniel CK if he thinks the entourage that went to the president was necessary. But for you, I think I should ask you, I don't know, you answered that. And also, do you think that some persons have actually said that this visit, the first visit after 37 years, some of his supporters have said that this is as a result of how well the president is doing, and it means that his administration is being accepted by even the UK, even the monarch and all of that. What would they say actually prompted this invitation? And do you think, like his supporters, the supporters of our president, that this is as a result of the president's achievement?
In a country where psychopaths occupy the lead role when it comes to issues of this magnitude, what do you expect? I really don't see any moral justification for people praising Mr. President for the level of economic waste his action has attracted as a result of this visit. If you look at it critically, he said, we are going there to discuss trade, like what his media aide said, renovation of the ports, and all of that. There's nothing wrong with the president visiting the UK and the monarch, but like it's been visible, A whole lot of persons have reacted, including the President of the United States. All that is happening here, he is still very excited, yet to outgrow excitement over the invitation. What for? When people are dying at back home, I don't see any moral justification. That number that is part of that trip, that embarked on that trip, and I see it as an economic waste as far as I'm concerned. I really don't see anything that should have called for the level of resources that we are depleting, on a trip when nothing is coming back. A whole lot has gone wrong. I really do not support. I don't see much gain. It's just like a jamboree. The president should be aware that the nation is going through tough times economically, and should be concerned with how to deal with the indices that will bring about the kind of thing that will restore economic back to order. The economy is not in good shape. Nigerians are in the worst of times. Insecurity is everywhere, and you are still there as if you are going on a jamboree. That's not. I don't see anything profitable on this visit.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studios. Dr. Nosike, one of the things that is set to be discussed, according to what we're told by this president's media aide, it's that there's port renovation, trade and others. But I want to ask you, what concrete economic benefits do you think Nigeria can realistically expect from this engagement?
For me, if the foundation is not right, there's nothing that you will put on it that will stand. The traveling is wrong. Not at this time that we have 25 dead bodies. One, we have more than 100 people injured. The president going there showed that he has no empathy, he has no feeling, he has no concern for the Nigerian citizens. And the one that baffled me the most is that the defense minister and the national security advisor, understand, who are supposed to be in the country now with the suicide bombings that is going on, also traveled with him. That is the one that even the governors, the senators said that went there just to welcome him. You are going to another man's country to welcome somebody. Understand? So, which means, like I said before, British citizens will come to Nigeria to welcome Tinubu at the end of the day, because there has to be a reversal. If Nigeria governors, senators ministers should go to UK to welcome Tinubu in UK on a state visit, understand? Which the British government must have prepared the protocol. What is the Minister of Defense going to UK to do at this point in time? What is the National Security Advisor going to UK to do at this point in time, where they should be here directing on how to find out those causing this mayhem? So this shows you that they don't care about the thing. That's what Nigerians are going through. And even on the day of the bombing, when that bombing happened, the vice president, who is from Borno, went to Anambra for Soludo's inauguration. Understand? So the visit to UK can be postponed for a very valid reason. Understand? He can even make a political gain by postponing this visit. Excuse me, UK, because of what happened in my country, I cannot come now. Let us postpone it. Understand? The world will hail him for this. But everywhere they go, they keep on embarrassing, disgracing them.
Might not have been possible, especially the fact some persons are saying, especially with the fact that things have been put in place for him to travel. And what he would have just done
is there
was
anything more
at
than
least,
enough of a human
at
being?
least what he would have done was at least he would have gone to Borno State. Since the visit was supposed to be scheduled for today, would have gone to Borno State to felicitate with those people, not felicitate rather, to condole with them, and then after that he now goes or travels to the UK. Don't you think that would have been?
Emmanuel Macron was on a state visit to another European country. A 17-year-old boy was stabbed in Paris. He cancelled that state visit and returned back to his country. 17-year-old boy was stabbed, not killed. 17-year-old boy, an individual. But here we have 25 dead bodies. If you watch the video of this, you will not eat. 25 dead bodies, more than 100 injured. You nerve them that you are going on a visit, which means that visit is more important than the people that died. That's exactly what it means. So when I tell you that Tinubu is treating Nigerians as customers and not as citizens, this has also helped to justify it. He is going there to discuss business. I told you that what Tinubu is practicing is profit over people. This is a case study. Understand? This is a case study. Your citizens die. You are going to discuss trade and port renovation. Even the UK is not even a producing country. What are they producing? How many ports do they have? What is the rate of this thing? So when you talk of countries that have viable ports in the world, you don't mention UK.
So do you think that that statement was just like a cover-up, just to make us feel like actually the president is going to do something aside from what Showore called an excursion?
Well, it's typical excursion. And what, no, I will not say that word angers me, understand? Because it's just like maybe a tout on Lagos Road calling you stupid, idiot, understand me? So it doesn't have to anger you because one, he don't even know the meaning of the life that he is living. So what my concern is that what is going out with the visit is more than what is coming in. What is going out during visits is far more than what is coming in, which means he has been running a deficit since 2023 on his visits. When you check our FDI, he has been running on a deficit since 2023 up to today. Because when they fueled the presidential jet, pay extra code, pay hotel accommodation for his entourage, the money is finished. So whatever they are going there to discuss, they have already spent the money there. So Christians say it is a jamboree. For me, it is just a wasteful trip.
Okay, let's go back to Lekia Christian. I know that the president is actually, aside from this UK visit, we've seen the president go on different foreign trips over the past 2 years of his administration. Would you actually say that our foreign engagement, Nigeria's foreign engagement, would you say they are delivering real economic value, or are they increasingly being perceived as just diplomacy?
Well, there are situations where some countries behave like slaves. They want the acceptance of their former colonial masters. Otherwise, what kind of benefit are we getting? All these trips. Look at the per capita income of Nigeria. Look at the strength of the naira against the pound sterling. Are they at the same level? What strong economic benefit are we deriving from all those multiple trips? What can you really say we are getting from all of these trips? You know, when it's time for election, promises are being made. We hear that they are going to do this, they are going to do that. Once they get into office, it turns entirely into a different ballgame. It becomes the real moment for a Miloko, my turn. Your turn to do what? Change the lives or improve, change the lives of Nigerians, improve the economy of the country, or allow them to go through whatever experience as long as you're in office answering the name Mr. President. If you look at the situation of Nigerians, it's pathetic. Look at what, if we get any conflict get into conflict with any nation, Nigerians will die like chickens. We don't even have a way of taking care of handling our own emergencies, not to talk of emergencies that will impose on us. So economically, I don't see what we are gaining. Like my brother said in the studio, on a trip, you spend so much. Look at the Brazil trip. Look at the other trips. What have we really gained? Let us just oppose what we are putting into these trips, the cost of these trips, side by side with the benefit. You see that the pendulum will be swaying against us. So for me, I don't see much coming into Nigeria from this trip. We should sit down and think as a government. We should be more concerned about governance, how to deliver the dividends of democracy, how to strengthen the value of the naira, how to increase foreign direct investment in favor of Nigeria, how to create relationship with other nations that will benefit us. What are we getting from the UK? What are we sending to what are they getting from us? Look at, they are getting more. I think this trip, like many other trips, in fact, particularly this trip, is like reinforcing that slave status of Nigeria to the United Kingdom. You are colonial masters. We are here to show you are loyal
to pay homage.
It doesn't matter what we're going through as a people, whether thousands are dying, whether the economy is bleeding. It doesn't matter. No responsible government should be acting in that. We shouldn't praise governments when they are not doing well. I'm somebody who, if given the opportunity to sit over myself in judgment, I'll be able to tell myself the truth. When they do well, I'll say they are doing well. But on this note, I don't think I can grade Nigeria 15% in terms of positive action that they have done well. No. Less than 15%.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Former prelate emeritus of the Methodist Church of Nigeria, Archbishop Uche Kanu, says that Nigeria's leadership debate ahead of the 2027 general election should not be defined by age, but by the quality of governance and patriotism. The cleric, who made a call amid the growing call for younger leaders, emphasized that competence and love for Nigeria must take precedence over generational considerations. He maintained that both old and young aspirants bring unique strengths, experience on one hand and dynamism on the other, but warned that neither attribute alone guarantees effective governance. Instead, he stressed the need for leaders who are driven by selfless service and a desire to make Nigeria more prosperous and peaceful. Dr. Nozike, let me ask you, do you actually think that our leadership challenge is more about our age? Is it about age? Because we've seen that almost all our leaders, it looks like if people don't get to a certain age, they are not they're not presidents. So would you actually say that our leadership challenge, is it about age or about competence, vision, or patriotism?
One, or the mistake was made in 1999. Understand? Mistake was made in 1999 when we had our Baba, and still then, the only young person we've ever had is Jonathan. Understand? And as we speak, we cannot have anybody below 65 as a president, understand me, in the country. Because because of the money, the trust, the connection is with the old people. Understand me? That's our election is capital intensive. You cannot get a 40-year-old man that will have the resources that will run for a presidential election. Understand me? You cannot, even if you get such, the owners of Nigeria are in their 70s and 80s. Understand? They'll say, no, we don't want that boy. He's not our mate. Understand me? So, but there's a saying, once you are good enough, you are old enough. Wisdom does not come by age. We have 25-year-old men and 70-year-old boys. Understand? We have 25-year-old men and 70-year-old boys. And if we check, most of the great companies in the world are being run by youth in their early 20s and in their late 20s and early 30s. Because to succeed in the modern world, you require speed, you require energy. You require speed, you require energy. Being a president is a hard job. Understand? And it's not meant for old people. That's why conference will be going on, your president will be sleeping. We saw that when Buhari was president, and we are still seeing it now. To act effectively in the 21st century, you need energy. Vibrancy, both physically and mentally, is key. So I support what he said. It shouldn't be about age, because if it's about age, imagine Methuselah and Jesus Christ. Understand? So it should be about competence. It should be about competence, about compassion, about empathy.
I'm going to come to you on this compassion and empathy thing. But before I get to that, you mentioned our election being quite expensive. Do you think that we've gone to a point where we should probably maybe put it in our constitution or electoral act where the money to buy these tickets are reduced so that it would allow people who are younger in age to be able to afford this?
One, buying all the nomination form is not where the thing is.
Okay.
I did a research how much it will cost that to run for House of Reps election. In Nigeria, we have A states, we have B states. Understand? Example, I use the Ojo local government in Lagos, which has 11 wards and 3 senior obas. Understand? For you that to run effectively for a House of Reps election in that Ojo local government, after printing your posters, you must go to the obas one by one with big envelope. I have followed friends who contested and good. One, we drop 5 million. The obas say no. This is for me. What of my members of my cabinet. Understand? This is my own. What of the members of my cabinet? That guy ended up spending 15 million unbudgeted there. What he has the money just to give the Oba 5 million. Even though my poster is in front of your partners, but I'm here to tell you physically that I am contesting. Understand? Or the poster is nothing to the Oba, you must come physically. So this is the corruption in the system. The guy, and this is a 47-year-old guy that returned from the United States with the idea, I have been to where things work. Let me do that in my own country. Even before the election, he was broke.
Does this?
Before the election, he was broke. After the three Obas, there are bandits scattered everywhere. You must go to them one by one. There are women wing, there are youth wing. You must go and see. Understand? And the mobilization will be going on in 11 wards. Understand? And if somebody comes today and go back empty-handed, he will not come again. So as he's going, he must go with something. This is not what no.
What a poor man would.
No. I was ashamed.
But the time of CK, you know, I'm actually very surprised at what you're saying. Like, as
I was
rate
ashamed.
But if things like this happen, so why are we blaming our leaders for wanting to amass all the money because if you spend so much money doing all these, giving out all these monies, that means when you get into the office, you want to gather as much more.
One, many of them sell their properties, houses. Many of them borrow money from banks. Understand? All of them buy their way into elective offices. Do you understand me? All of them buy their way into it. So before the 5,000 you are seeing on the voting day, they have spent millions. Understand? So they literally buy their way into office. So on getting there, one, they will first of all recover what they spent. Understand? Then still for the one that they are going to spend in the next election, because they know that they are going to repeat that thing all over again. Look, that's a friend. That's a House of Reps friend of mine in Lagos here. In one of the Eid al-Fitr festivals, he gave out 2,000 sheep. Understand? Because he is in both Christian and Muslim dominated area. Understand me? That's Oshodi, son of federal constituency. During Christmas, he gave out about 2,500 bags of rice. So this is not what just a civil servant can do.
Let me go back to our virtual guest. Leki, I'm sure you can hear what Dr. Nosike is saying. I don't know if you are in the know of all these money that are usually being spent just for someone to get into a political office. But would you actually say that our political leaders, would you say they are driven more by personal ambition than national development?
From the color of righteousness that they exude every time they step out before you.
We can't hear you, please. You might need to speak a little bit louder.
Okay, I said the entire political process is corrupt. So corrupt that you can't separate sin from the color of righteousness they exude every time they step out before you. The monetization of these processes, from INEC to the judiciary, to the level of consultation that he talked about there. It is capital intensive. So people begin to talk less or think less of what they can do, what they are bringing to the people. And the bulk of this problem emanates from the level of poverty that has been institutionalized among the commoners in this country. That every time they see a free 1,000, a free 5,000, a free 10,000, they get so excited that, oh, let us eat for today. They have created so many ESOs. Nobody is thinking about policies that will promote education. Look at the social media, you see primary schools where allocations in local government areas where allocations are going monthly. Nobody is doing anything about health centers. Nobody is talking about roads. Nobody is talking about education. The state of education in our country is so poor. And you have politicians who come out in every election year to say they are contesting. They gather money. Where do the money go to? They do saraka all over the places. And once they are in office, they leave the people to their fate. And they begin to service their ego. This is evil. Until we take away money from our politics, we make it less glamorous. If you see the kind of benefits that those who win elections go into. A professor was saying some time ago that councillors earn more money than the professor. What kind of reward system is that? We must revisit this thing with a view of placing value on the people. Any policy, any decision that will not be public interest profitable should not be pursued. We are not talking about it. We are not doing anything about it. We're just watching and waiting. And when it's time to complain, 1,000 mouths and lips will come, singing their tales. There's really need for a great change. We need to change the way we run our elections. The place of money and the political process, the process of contesting elections, getting into offices, is something else. Some people outrightly within an office where they are being paid to do what they bargain with you. For us to do this with you, they shamelessly bargain with you, particularly in INEC. You see security people compromising on election day. Even if you don't see them right there, you see them committing all manner of crimes. It is shameful. This kind of system cannot produce the kind of leaders, political leaders that will bring the change we desire to see in this country. While we are hopeful that that will happen someday, there are needs for reforms. We must begin to deal with these processes, make them less attractive financially. Legislative duties could be on secondment. The way things are going is not benefiting this nation. If you look at the budget of Nigeria and the ones that are going into the few elected offices, and what is going for the rest of us is painful. So there must be a change, a redirection of our priorities as a people, particularly how elections are being run, and these institutions must begin to get sanitized. That's the only way we can hopefully believe that someday our country will get out of the wood. But for today, there is no hope that if Nigeria continues this way, if our electoral processes continue to be influenced, if we allow it to be influenced by so much money, it will be difficult to get the kind of leadership that will drive a people-centered policy.
Okay, let me come in. Let me come in here before I get back to Dr. Nosike. Aside from the financial or the corruption that we have talked about, that Dr. Nosike has talked about, and you've also mentioned, Are there structural or systemic issues that actually, would I say confine or make it difficult for, we actually have some good persons in Nigeria, we can't deny that. But are there systemic issues or structural issues that actually make it difficult for them to actually succeed?
Of course, there are good and bad people everywhere. But when you have a majority of bad people tilting towards committing a crime, even the good ones are always helpless. And in most cases, they get victimized. There's a systemic failure. Look at INEC. They will sing it like a song. They will tell you that they are ready, they have capacity, they have trained, they are capable of conducting a free, fair, and credible election. Look at the judiciary. Like they brought up the last general election, when the INEC chairman told Nigerians that the beavers are ready, they are ready to transmit election results from the polling units. They've run the processes and it will be perfect. They are sure everybody was excited. What happened? Even the sitting president who contested that election was denied. His beavers couldn't even allow him to vote. He couldn't go through the accreditation process. If that can happen to a sitting president, how about the others? And now look at the legislative backing. There was not in the statute book. It is not known. They had to revert back to manual collation, and we are returning back to that same old place with legislative clause. It is pathetic.
Okay.
There needs to be sincerity of purpose on the part of those who are driving this process, and Nigerians need to wake up and insist on having our votes count.
Okay.
Until votes count and until we deal with the processes, the issues within the processes, we will hardly overcome this problem. And it's to the disadvantage of the larger population of Nigeria. And instead of having credible leaders that will earn the respect and reverence of their contemporaries in other parts of the world, we'll have mediocre fellows that will continue to show us low in terms of performance.
Okay. Let's hear. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Dr. Nosike.
I want to be fair. One, my constituency is the people. Understand? I defend the people. Okay. But in this case of election, the people are complicit. And that's one of the reasons why our elections are war. Before we get in, even before we get into the election itself, understand? You cannot, as a candidate, spend all this money and want to lose the election. You want to do everything to make sure that you win, so that you recover the money that you spent. So this is why one of the reasons why our elections cannot be free and fair. And before getting to INEC, the people have already been settled. That's why I say the masses are part of this problem. If you stand your ground, if you refuse to be compromised, understand, you will have mount. Just like, let me use myself as an example. My father is dead, and I'm the first son. So when somebody came to marry my sister, he said, you are the first son. I want to give you the right of the father. I said, I don't need anything from you. Go and make my sister happy. Understand me? This is what I told him. I don't need anything from you. Go and make my sister happy. I'm giving you a condition. Understand me? I have given you a condition. So if those obas, those chiefs, those whatever is their names, can tell those politicians, I don't need anything from you. Just make sure if you win, you deliver on the dividends of the democracy. Understand me? Then these obas will have the courage to confront the elected personnel if it's not doing well. But because it has been settled already, those women organization, youth organization, if that politician comes to them and they can say, we don't need anything from you, but we'll vote for you. If you win, make sure you do what your office requires. But once you become a candidate, people will come in an event. They'll make you the chief noncha. Understand me? Just they will extort you to. I researched on this. So the politicians are not really the problem. If you can do crowdfunding, understand? They will know that you are there, that they are there by the support of the people. They will do what they're expected to do. But when they say, we know that it is their money that took them there. Understand? They have settled you.
Okay. Well, we are out of time. We could talk on and on, but of course we have to go. Thank you very much, Lekia Christian, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much, Otanosike, for being a part of the issues, as always. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria and, of course, its governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndumjioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please fiscal.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics.
Welcome aboard, guys. The show is hashtag right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. The pictures you just saw is just what is playing out in Windsor, or what played out in Windsor Castle earlier today as President Tinubu, alongside his wife, Remi Tinubu, paid a state visit, of course, to King Charles III and Queen Camilla, his wife, long time friend, of course. There's this controversy between Queen Camilla and the late wife of the king, who was the prince then, but we're not going into all of that, talking about Diana. Even though that is coming up online at the moment, but we're not going to delve into all that. So Nigerians are saying it is beautiful to watch, to see President Tinubu represent Nigeria and, of course, Africa. But there is a but. Now, you're going to be seeing how it's playing out online in a short while, but the royal family put up a couple of posts. The very first one, let's take a look at it as the welcome Nigeria's president and the first lady. This is the royal family saying, welcome to Windsor. It was wonderful to welcome President Tinubu and First Lady Mrs. Tinubu to Windsor Castle earlier today. They joined the king and queen for a ceremonial welcome in the quadrangle where President Tinubu was invited to inspect the guard of honor. And of course, President Tinubu was treated to 42-gun salute. It was just amazing. There's another post I'd like for you to take a look at and one more video. The royal family again said, the sun is shining in Windsor as we give a warm welcome to President Tinubu and First Lady Mrs. Tinubu on their state visit to the UK. The very first conducted by Nigerian president for over 30 decades. Oh my God, over 3 decades, 30 years is what I'm saying. There's a video. Take a look. So at some point, if you watch the lengthy video, you see how King Charles III and President Tinubu held hands, walked a distance, holding hands. Beautiful. It's just awesome. And there's this synergy, body language between the two leaders. It looks like there's a bromance there, I can tell you. First Lady carried herself very well, but Queen Camilla looked a little bit standoffish, you know, but Princess Kate, I can say that because that's how she's called, right? Princess Kate, that's the wife of Princess Williams, the very first son of King Charles, was very, very warm towards our First Lady, Remi Tinubu. She even curtsied at some point, curtsied to the Queen and, of course, to Remi Tinubu, and people are gushing about that online. So I got a number of posts, right, regarding this. Yes, this is Belle. So Tolu Koka, British Nigerian designer, is also breaking the net right now because you see the dress that Princess Kate wore, right? The Princess of Wales, that's how she's called. The dress she wore was designed by British Nigerian designer Tolu Koka. So Belle says, for the Nigerian state visit to the UK today, the Princess of Wales is wearing a court dress by British Nigerian designer Tolu Koka. That post has gotten, you know, a lot of attention online, gaining traction, I can tell you. So congratulations to Tolu Koka. But this one is making comparisons between President Tinubu and Donald Trump. In a short while, you understand what this is about. So on the 17th of March, talking about yesterday, BRICS News put up this post saying President Trump officially postpones China visit by 5 to 6 weeks amid ongoing war in Iran. Now take a look at the next post. A Nigerian, popularly known as a Fave Online Duck, said, and is responding to this post that was put up by BRICS News yesterday, saying, just look at this. President Trump is at war with Iran, a war in which Iran has not attacked anywhere in mainland USA, a war in which America has killed top Iranian government figures. Yet President Trump, who can afford to travel to visit China, is not doing so. But Tinubu is hopping on a flight and gallivanting to UK just after 23 Nigerians were bombed to death and over 100 Nigerians terribly injured from suicide bomb attacks in Maiduguri. And then he goes on to vent. He's practically venting, right? To also let the viewer know that another very dastardly act took place in Ibadan today and a number of people were kidnapped. We do hope that the abductees gain freedom. But Nigerians are saying the president actually could have postponed the trip. Let's take a look at the next post. It is still hashtag state visit. Move on now. Looks like we're moving on to the next hashtag since the other post is not coming up. The next one actually is Oluremi Tinubu. So she's actually trending. She is a trend on her own on X right now because she's going to be preaching, right, to a large crowd during the state visit to the UK. And Nigerians are saying, what? Well, Nigeria Stories has that bit of information. Let's take a look at the post. It is hashtag Oluremi Tinubu. Let's take a look at it. So Nigeria Stories says, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu is set to preach at London's Lambeth Palace, the seat of the Archbishop of Canterbury, on Thursday, that'll be tomorrow, as Nigeria records its first state visit to the United Kingdom in nearly 4 decades. And people are drawing the attention of Nigerians and Brits to the fact that she was crowned by the Oni of Ife just last year. I mean, guys, take a look at it for yourself. Take a look at it. Yeah, so this is Naira exchange rate, saying on one hand, she presents herself as a traditionalist and on the other as a pastor. But the truth remains that God cannot be mocked. Whatever a person sows, that is what they shall reap. Galatians 6:7. So the First Lady, before I come to this, the First Lady actually, December last year, was given a prestigious chieftaincy title by the Oni of Ife. And it made a lot of waves online, especially when she actually ran off the governor of Osun State from the podium because he was taking too much time. I can remember that because that was what actually took the cake when this particular event happened. But Nigerians are going to reacting to this one now. Even though some are saying it's a very, very big deal and it's good, others are saying, it shouldn't happen. You should take a look at the posts, the reactions. Netizens are reacting to the First Lady preaching to a large crowd tomorrow in the UK. Son of Elijah says, so while London gets a fancy sermon from Nigeria's First Lady, back home people are struggling with basic infrastructure, insecurity, and rising costs. Preaching in Lambeth Palace is nice, but what about preaching progress and accountability in Nigeria first? This is optics over substance. Mr. Ola says her preaching will help reduce the price of fuel and foodstuff in Nigeria. Make she continue. More reactions? So Senator Idris Haruna says, this is honestly hard to defend. While Nigerians are dealing with serious economic and security challenges, Oluremi Tinubu preparing to preach at Lambeth feels completely out of touch with reality. A state visit is one thing, but this kind of engagement sends the message that optics and prestige are being prioritized over urgent national issues. At a time when Nigerians are facing worsening insecurity with Boko Haram and bandits carrying out kidnappings, bombings, and killings across the country, it makes the situation even more concerning. Just days ago, a bombing in Borno State reportedly claimed over 25 innocent lives. Yet there's little visible urgency from leadership. At a time when people expect decisive action, accountability, and protection, this looks more like a distraction than leadership. Nigerians deserve focus and governance, not symbolic appearances abroad. Now, let's take a look at Senator Idris Haruna's post. Yeah, I'm getting way ahead of myself. He said that there is no decisive action concerning what took place in Borno a couple of days ago. But President Tinubu, just before he jetted out of the country yesterday, put up a post to say that he has ordered the security chiefs to go set up camp in Borno and ensure that the culprits are brought to book. But then again, Nigerians are pointing out that what about the defense minister who is in the UK with the president as we speak? What's he doing there when there's fire on the mountain? You know, just to talk about that a little bit. Okechukwu Ahmed says, a remarkable moment for Nigeria, and it's inspiring to see First Lady Oluremi Tinubu taking a message of faith and unity to such a respected global platform. May this visit open doors for meaningful progress, stronger partnerships, and positive impact for our nation. I will say amen to that. I can tell you that. Now, this is not the first time the First Lady is recognized at a gathering like this. You remember how it was last year, right? Shortly after the US bombed, it was still the same Borno State, right? And took off or just leveled a terrorist enclave. Shortly after that, the First Lady visited the US. And at a meeting, it was a breakfast, yeah, right? A Christian gathering. At the meeting, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, said, oh, I hear that Nigeria's First Lady is here. She's a very respected pastor in the nation. Where is she? Where is she? Thank you for coming. And that made so much buzz back here in Nigeria. And the next day, the First Lady was on Fox News and was saying what a privilege it was for her to be recognized like that. Looks like it's happening again. So hey, we say, let's see how this pans out, and kudos to you, ma'am. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Bianca Ojukwu. Bianca Ojukwu is the widow of the late secessionist, the late Ojukwu, the late warrior, the late soldier, the late Southeastern warrior. So she is currently the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in Nigeria, and she traveled with the president. She put up a post, and a video accompanied that post, and she is catching a lot of flack online right now, I can tell you. It is easier or better for you to see and listen for yourself, right? So we'll take a look at the post that Bianca Ojukwu put up, and shortly after that, we'll take a look at the video and then how netizens are responding. Bianca Ojukwu says, London is buzzing. It's green and white everywhere. Reminds me of Tiwa Bellows' song, The Land is Green. But Bianca goes on to say, honored to welcome the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at London Stansted Airport for the historic state visit of the President and First Lady to the United Kingdom on the invitation of King Charles III. The last presidential state visit to UK was in 1989 by President Ibrahim Babangida and Mrs. Miriam Babangida. The King's Color Squadron of the Royal Air Force is in position on the airport apron as he alights from the Nigerian Air Force aircraft. This is as President Tinubu arrived at UK for the visit. She put up this video, guys. Take a look.
Yes. Can you imagine? London is buzzing. Everyone is excited. The Nigerian community great force, and it's going to be a really exciting visit.
Definitely, definitely. I was going to say. That's it, right? Bianca Ojukwu repping in Nigerian. Should I say? I was going to say Nigerian colors, but that's not green, white, green. But in Nigerian attire. She's looking really good, right? But take a look at what netizens are saying about her comment and her video. They are not having any of it. They are not. Let's begin to take a look at their reactions now. It is hashtag Bianca Ojukwu. Peter Obi, Ambassador 007 says, you can't welcome someone to a place where you are also a guest. By the way, it is utterly insensitive of you all to go partying when your home is on fire, when your home is bleeding. But then it may be a mistake to expect decency and nobility from some people. That's some very strong words, but there are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. So this is Football Hub, and Football Hub says, and you are here celebrating the president because it's in London with that screenshot. North is bleeding. Nigeria is bleeding. So they are comparing this, what you see there, the North is bleeding, Nigeria is bleeding, to what she said, London is buzzing. But there are more reactions. We're going to take a look at them. So this is Chris. Chris says, 1989 called, and it wants its economic stability back. Comparing this visit to Babangida's era is a choice, especially when the exchange rate today makes a trip to London a pipe dream for 99% of Nigerians. The king's color doesn't change the color of the hardship at home. Joe says, you notice the green in London, but you fail to notice the blood red at home. You notice the fake applause and laughter in foreign land. You fail to acknowledge the wailing and agony back home. At the end, where will you be remembered? Your blood red home or foreign land? Those are some heavy words, I can tell you. Irazuwa says there is no light, no hospital care, no drinking water, bad roads everywhere, no employment, no SME. Yet this is what you people are busy doing in London, wasting taxpayers' money, wasting crude oil money. What a shame. So that's how it is playing out online, basically. That's the trajectory this particular hashtag is taking. It is bashing left, right, and center. Some of the words are too heavy to utter, so I'll just spare you, the nightmare of that. But why don't we quickly take a look at another hashtag that is related to the president's trip? And this time it is hashtag Cubana Chief Priest. You know, he was with his buddy, Sheyi Tinubu, right? Together, Sheyi Tinubu is the first son, and of course, he's the grand patron of the City Boy movement. And Cubana Chief Priest is one of the leaders in the southeastern part of the City Boy movement. So, of course, he was with Sheyi Tinubu. And netizens are saying, what? You have dished Davido, your best friend, and all. But let's take a look at the very first post. And there's a video, too, for you to see that it is real. He's right there in London with Sheyi Tinubu, alongside Sheyi Tinubu's parents. Let's take a look at the first post. And then, of course, I got videos and, no, just one video and responses. Cubana Chief Priest seen in the United Kingdom with President Bola Tinubu and Sheyi Tinubu. Social media posts highlight videos and images of Nigerian celebrity Cubana Chief Priest accompanying President Bola Tinubu and his son Sheyi Tinubu in the United Kingdom. That's a video. Let's take a look. So you can catch Cubana Chief Priest there looking very big alongside his friend Sheyi Tinubu. There's a lengthier video, yeah, where they just saw the president off. The president just took off and they're just hanging around and exchanging pleasantries with people, you know, and they're looking very, very happy there and dapper, if I must say. So netizens are responding. Let's quickly take a look at the responses now. So this is Lobby Stars, and Lobby Stars says, I just saw a video of Cubana Chief Priest and Sheyi Tinubu and President Tinubu in the UK. Now, only God knows the kind big bags for Chief Priest possession now for Ram today disloyal. Actually, can we talk about that a little bit? Somebody called Mike, who happens to be Cubana Chief Priest's friend, came out to say that 30 billion naira was given to Cubana Chief Priest and the other city boys in the southeast for the movement, but that the leaders of the movement had pocketed the money. But shortly after that, he reversed his statement to say it wasn't 30 billion naira, but that talking about the leaders of the movement in the southeastern part of the country, said it was 7 billion naira that was given to them. So it looked like actually whether it was 30 billion or 7 billion, money exchanged hands, according to Cubana Chief Priest's friend. We'll continue to watch that story, and as it unfolds, we'll keep you posted. So Oyindamala says, Cubana Chief Priest, no, they follow Davido go anywhere again. Now, Tinubu, they follow now. And then Oyindamala just put up a screenshot of the post she had put up earlier on of Cubana Chief Priest being in the UK alongside Tinubu and Sheyi. More reactions? So this is Solomon's wife. Are you kidding me? Like King Solomon's wife? Well, Solomon's wife says, so that time he was singing and following Davido, it was eye service. He has switched lanes now. The next one. And then Toluwashe says, liked by Davido. So Toluwashe is saying, you guys calm down. Davido has already liked the video of Cubana Chief Priest's friend and Sheyi Tinubu. So hey, just cool it. There is no trouble in paradise. But there are more reactions. Netizens will not let this bone go. You see that picture of Mourinho laughing? It's just hilarious. It cracks me up. But Kingsley saying, the Baba no they follow Davido around again. Now Sheyi being new bestie. Proper anywhere, belle face. Gosh. This is how it is playing out on X at the moment, right? But before we take a short break, we'll quickly take a look at the next hashtag, which is in line with all the hashtags we've been discussing in relation to President Tinubu's state visit to the UK. We'll do that and take a break and then switch gears, take a look at something else, maybe some politics. Yeah, so Reno Mokri is jumping on this and he's making comparisons between President Tinubu and Peter Obi. So he put up a screenshot of the BBC reporting Peter Obi temporarily being detained in Heathrow, London in 2023, and then a screenshot of how President Tinubu has been received in the UK today. And so many people came at him. They said, look, You are an ambassador designate. You shouldn't stoop so low. Basically, that's how it is panning out. So I took a couple of responses from X. But before I take a look at how netizens are responding to this hashtag, let's take a look at a post that Reno himself put up. It is hashtag Reno Mockery. So Reno Mockery says, spot the difference with an exclamation mark. President Tinubu went to the United Kingdom and was received by King Charles III. Peter Obi, the trader, went and was detained in Heathrow by an immigration officer. Mind you, and then you have the BBC reporting that. And then you have President Tinubu standing with King Charles III. The detention was temporary, and I told you it took place in 2023. It was over, some flimsy stuff, and it was immediately rectified. So netizens are responding. Let's take a look at the responses now. H-Star says, I know you will see this and probably ignore it. But let me tell you, aside from the dent you already have in your character and integrity, you need to behave properly as an ambassador of Nigeria. You shouldn't be found in petty conversations like this. You are constantly proving that this appointment was a mistake from the outset. And then H-Star ends by saying end. End indeed. That's like saying end of discussion. There's another lengthy one, but it's like a microcosm of all most of the responses online. So I just present it to you. Walk with me, yeah? This is coming from Taiwo Danjuma. Taiwo says, the contrast you're pushing collapses